American Comics, Psychiatrist, Cut Who Wanda Gwen. Author, Simple One. 076. Natasha Romanoff's perks. Symbiote battlesuit. Tamaz. Su-Yi understood what Natasha Romanoff said. That is, Avengers Alliance rights have been cut in half. Captain America disappears with some people. The rest either join the United Nations or retire. But we all know that retirement will not be peaceful. But it's not so bad in the base. For example, unless it is performing official duties. The identity of a superhero is not allowed to appear in the normal world. That's why Natasha Romanoff came here like this. She is free when she is not performing official duties. But you can't reveal your superhero's identity. Otherwise, it may lead to chaos in a certain area. It may also be perceived as a crisis and cause panic. So, it's a bit miserable. Su-Yi nodded after listening, expressing his understanding. But after he felt Natasha Romanoff's heart, he smiled again and said, "But I can sense that you have your own solution. And most of the reason you came to me is to express your inner thoughts. That is to complain. And part of the rest is because you want to see how Wanda is doing. Have you had a good time?" "Yes." Natasha Romanoff is such a mature agent. Does she need an outsider to guide her? No need at all. She has her own subjective consciousness, and she also knows what she wants to do. But you need to know, women are sensual creatures. In most instances, what they need is understanding, talking, and recognition. They want their innermost thoughts to be known, but they can't say it on their own initiative. So this is pretty weird. Fortunately, Su-Yi was Phoenix Force. Same. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth in shock after hearing Su-Yi's words. She was shocked that what Su-Yi said was not wrong at all. She directly expressed all the thoughts deep in her heart. The bottom line has been uncovered. It's as if she's been an agent for so many years. In the end, it was like standing naked in front of Su-Yi. Natasha Romanoff was shocked for a long time. Then he nodded slowly in agreement. "Your words are really lethal to women. No wonder Wanda stalked you after coming to you this time. You can't talk nonsense." Su-Yi coughed twice. "Let's talk business. Wanda's current O1 is not bad. I sent her to Kamartaj to learn spells and receive systematic training from the magician. After a while, when she comes out of the mountain, I will take her to get another artifact. And then she will become the strongest in the 9 realms." Heard the words. Natasha Romanoff suddenly asked curiously. "The strongest magician in the 9 realms? What about you?" Su-Yi smiled and didn't speak. Natasha Romanoff suddenly gave me an expression that I understood. She estimated that Su-Yi was the strongest magician in the galaxy or something. But actually, she can't imagine. But then again, Natasha Romanoff still sighed at Wanda. "Congratulations Wanda for finding a good life partner." "Kamartaj, I've only seen it on the Shield archives. And the magician is even rarer. I didn't expect her to go to school directly." At this point, Su-Yi still smiled and said nothing. Natasha Romanoff would be even more surprised if she found out who Wanda is currently taught. But she doesn't know who the Ancient One magician is. Shield also doesn't have a file on the Ancient One magician. So Su-Yi's 13 can't be installed. It's useless to say, "You better think about yourself, Miss Natasha Romanoff." Su-Yi gestured to Natasha Romanoff for the milk tea she hadn't had until now and said, "And you? How do you feel now in the Avengers under the new management model? If you feel bad, you can resign. I happen to be short of a female housekeeper plus female secretary here, and you just happen to be competent together, and I can save a lot of money. As the saying goes, if you have something to do, the secretary will do it. But if you have nothing to do..." Cough cough cough. "This retreat seems good." Natasha Romanoff blinked. "But my salary is very high." "It's okay, I'm not short of money." Su-Yi also joked. Natasha Romanoff lowered her head and picked up the milk tea and opened the lid. Then he continued, "Strictly speaking, the new Avengers are more relaxed than before. Secret mission the UN doesn't want us to perform, because the execution will definitely be known to us. The unclassified mission is actually very simple. Me and the other members feel like they're going to get rusty, but the burden is lightened." Finished. Milk tea is opened by Natasha Romanoff. "Then take a breath." Natasha Romanoff also nodded with great satisfaction. "The milk tea is good, very delicious. It's not drugged." 7. Su-Yi was speechless for a while. "Says like I need to be drugged." Joke. With Su-Yi's strength, do you still need to prescribe medicine? And do you look like you are afraid of taking drugs? Su-Yi watched Natasha Romanoff drinking milk tea. "Take a sip first. After the taste is good, start to take a big sip." Who is afraid of taking medicine and taking a big gulp? Are you that scared? And after drinking something, Natasha Romanoff also relaxed a lot. She began to observe Su-Yi's office carefully. She had just glanced at it briefly before. Now she wants to take a good look, especially the little girl with green hair. Natasha Romanoff blinked at the little girl playing games fiercely in the corner behind Su-Yi. Then he pretended to be enlightened and said, "You have all your daughters so fast?" Su-Yi knew that she did it on purpose. Natasha Romanoff knows emotional intelligence. If she asked directly, it would be the same as cross-examination. After all, she has the identity of an agent. But if you talk in this way, it feels very interesting. How to say, not to mention strength. Natasha Romanoff still has a hand. Su-Yi turned half his body and said to Natasha Romanoff, "You have seen before, The person who appeared at your base in the middle of the night. I threw him over at the time. Huh? Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled. That Hela? You are really right. Suyi nodded to indicate that he was correct, and Hela heard Suyi say his name again. She immediately turned her head and bit her little tiger teeth and raised her pink fists at Suyi. It seems that if you say it again, I will hit you. So cute. Natasha Romanoff was surprised when she saw half of Hela's face. Nor did she think, Hela who looked so rusty when she was mature. When I was a child, I felt so strong as a princess. Oh no. She was originally a big princess. This is Natasha Romanoff agent. Suyi also introduced to Hela. Don't worry about your news. With her ability, even if she wants to inform, she can't contact Odin at all. Little Hela couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing. Natasha Romanoff immediately rolled her eyes at Suyi. What are you talking about being so real? Can't you say my character is good? Since both are true, then you can't talk about character. Do you have to talk about strength? Natasha Romanoff cried to death. Suyi turned around and comforted Natasha Romanoff. It's okay, you'll get used to it after listening too much. Natasha Romanoff, you are not human, that's all. Suyi chatted slowly with Natasha Romanoff. The two of them had nothing to do anyway, and it's not time for Suyi to get off work. Suyi is very willing to have someone to pass the time, let alone the widow. So the two chatted from noon to afternoon, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Satisfied, Natasha Romanoff also stretched her waist in front of Suyi. Don't say it. Should still be in stock. Natasha Romanoff wanted to leave. But before leaving, Natasha Romanoff said to Suyi with a sudden smile while holding the zipper. Do you want to see it again? Suyi curled his lips. I have a better-looking wang. Suyi hadn't finished speaking yet. Natasha Romanoff has zipped down, then put it into his clothes. Suyi thought she was going to take her own milk. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff took out a warm bank card from the gap in front of her and put it in front of Suyi with a smile. Swipe card. Well, it turned out to be paid. Suyi picked up the bank card that still had temperature. Natasha Romanoff asked with a smile without even zipping. Is the still temperature tilde? You're not a corpse. Suyi swiped the card, ruthlessly gave Natasha Romanoff a few thousand meters of gold, and then returned it to her. Here, it's very fragrant and moist. Just a few thousand meters of gold. Suyi took a little at will. Natasha Romanoff's task division is not known how many times this number, and it's only been 4 hours. Strictly speaking, the money Suyi received for these 4 hours is still very high for ordinary people. But neither of them mattered, and after Natasha Romanoff got back the bank card and stuffed it back in front of Suyi. Zilla, one last zip. The scenery is all in the clothes. Let's go, Sue. See you next time. Natasha Romanoff, who zipped up, lost her smile and immediately turned back into a goddess. Then he stood up and waved to Suyi, ready to leave. Goodbye. Suyi stood up and sent off, then watched Natasha Romanoff leave. Parter. The door closes, Hela said while sitting there playing games. That woman is good or bad? Huh? Suyi looked back at Hela. What's wrong? Bad woman. TSK. Suyi thought for a while. But bad women are pretty good too. 1 inch. She's not bad. How can I change? Suyi recalled the scenery just now. That's called a wow. The level of wow in One Piece stockings is too high. So much so that Suyi's mind is full of wow now. Whoa tilde. But look at the time. 4:50. It's time to get off work. Then stop wowing. Just let Gwen wear it another day. And Gwen's spider battlesuit looks amazing too. 4:55. Hela, the game is suspended. It's time to get off work. Suyi reminded Hela. Hela thought Suyi wouldn't let her play anymore. I leave work on time at 5 o'clock. You go upstairs to make a call. Good. 5 o'clock. Get off work. When the time comes. Suyi brought it on time. Hela went out and closed the gate. At the same time, Suyi muttered in his heart. Punch the card. Ding tilde. Obtain. Symbiosis Battlesuit X1. This reward is a bit particular. First of all, it is not called a Venom battlesuit, but a symbiote battlesuit. I said it before. Venom is one of the symbiotes, and symbiont is a collective term. So this battlesuit should be a pure version. Furthermore, this is called a battlesuit. It's not called a symbiont. Explain that this is just a piece of equipment, rather than a creature. Definitely. Actually speaking of now, this is not what Suyi is most interested in. It's the cross-dressing ability of the battlesuit. Cough. Suyi first took a look at the situation of the battlesuit. Symbiont battlesuit. A battlesuit made of the original symbiote. It will not be afraid of high-frequency sound waves and flames, and can be transformed into any form of battlesuit, but it needs to start from zero. Start devouring evolution, to devour the flesh and blood of more high-level life forms. Good guy. It can also devour evolution. Then this is the battlesuit built with the original symbiote, and only the original symbiote is not afraid of fire and sound waves. After the later symbiosis was built by an R, the fear of fire and sound waves is engraved in DNA. Not bad. Suyi is very satisfied with this piece of equipment. Definitely the most satisfying is actually the third sentence. It can transform into any form. Then this, the one that Natasha Romanoff was wearing just so now. Yeah. Suyi thought for a while. Give it back to Gwen. Ding. At this time, the elevator sounded behind Suyi. He looked back. Sutilda. say cow cow. As soon as Suyi turned his head, Gwen, who was carrying a school bag, took it out and said to bye. I'm out of school tilde. Suyi opened his hands. Gwen jumped in. The two hugged each other. The little Hela on the side pouted. HMPH, beast. Students can do it. A word from little Hela let Gwen realize that there is also a little girl present. She knelt down and looked at little Hela. Then he pinched her face and said, 120 who are you tilde? This sentence, Suyi couldn't help smiling. Hela was so angry that she didn't speak. Suyi said with a suppressed smile, guess who she is? You've seen it. Have I seen it? Gwen was taken aback. I have never seen such a cute little girl. Then let me give you a hint. Suyi raised a finger. I'll see you on the roof! Exclamation mark. Gwen stared at the two. She reacted immediately. Are you Hela? How did you become so small? Ha ha ha, so cute tilde. Gwen was still pinching her face with one hand. But when he heard it was Hela, he pinched his face with both hands. Mud play kai tilde. Hela pulled Gwen's hands away. You laugh at me. I hate you. I didn't laugh at it. Gwen stroked Hela's hair with a smile. I really praised you for being cute, like a little princess. You're laughing at me when you call me cute. Hela flipped her head. Whoever wants to be cute, I want others to be afraid of me. LOL. Gwen giggled. Suyi didn't laugh out loud, but he was still laughing. Hela glared at the two of them. Then he took his long legs and ran upstairs to play games. Gwen laughed happily. After letting go, I want to follow up. But Suyi didn't leave. Huh? Gwen stopped, looked at Suyi and asked curiously, going out to play? It's to go out to play. Suyi smiled. It's just to play with the ball. Play with the ball. Gwen stared. But before that, I need to give you a piece of equipment to play. Suyi smiled. After donning the symbiote battlesuit, Gwen can live without needing to breathe oxygen. It can also tolerate high temperatures and the cold of the cosmic environment, not to mention cosmic radiation. So before heading out to the universe, Gwen has to wear a symbiote battlesuit. Cough cough. It's not that Suyi wants to watch it right away. Come on, right. 10 minutes later, Gwen, who was all in black, came out wearing a full-body leather jacket. Suyi clasped his arms and explained. This symbiote battlesuit can change any shape at will, and the color should also be able to change. You can try it. It's okay. Gwen was pleasantly surprised. Then he began to change in front of Suyi. It starts with the original hood shape. Later, Gwen discovered that the mask could be opened and closed instantly, so she cancelled the hood. Then the shape still fits the curve of the body, same as the previous spider battlesuit. But the appearance has changed too much. Originally, it was mainly black and white, supplemented by pink. But now it is mainly black, supplemented by pink. White changes the line outline from the previous dominant color. In this way, Gwen looks even more ghost. Then Gwen switched to the original black and white fan and took a look. It's like a ghost spider. Anyway, it can be changed at any time. And Suyi was also very satisfied after seeing the effect of shapeshifting. Okay, let's go. To Mars. Gwen, Hut Hilda? 077. Shapeshifting King Kong veteran. Planet transformation. Create a command. Gwen thought it was a shot at first. Perhaps the Message Spherical Music Pavilion in London, or maybe the Los Angeles Film Academy Museum, but I didn't expect it to be a ball of the earth. The first two are architecturally spherical, but the latter is the spherical shape of the universe. Crack. Gwen said nothing. Suyi made a sound, and the two of them disappeared in an instant. Next moment, the two appeared on the scorched ground, and Suyi also observed Gwen's state. If Gwen feels unwell, he will go back with Gwen in an instant, and then let Gwen's body time go back a few minutes. But fortunately, Gwen did not feel unwell. Her symbiote battlesuit envelops her completely, and Gwen held her breath at first. Later she realized that she didn't need to breathe, but her heart was still beating. Gwen looked at the ground around her. The scorched land was desolate, but Gwen was happy. She danced excitedly, then just lightly exert force on the toes. Gwen flew out in a flash. The gravity of Mars is only 0.3794 times that of Earth. 3-year-olds can break the world record in the high jump, and Gwen has already flown several meters with a slight force. Then she ran hard again. The result ran, then slowly moved back to Suyi's side. Finally, he grabbed Suyi's hand and fixed it. She looked at Suyi with a mask on, and pointed her other hand at Balabala outside. Seeing her, Suyi was very excited. Just use a special ability. The ability to directly give Gwen the ability to talk in his heart. Gwen, now we can have a mind-to-heart conversation. Sue, can we really talk? Yes, tell me. Wow tilde. Gwen jumped up happily. She wrapped her hands around Suyi's neck and jumped. Then the whole person started to circle around Suyi. It's amazing that we're on Mars. It's so light here. I can jump so far with a single jump. Can we grow land here? Do we want to build a tree like this? A garden? By the way, what are we doing here? Gwen chattered a lot, but in the end, he still asked Suyi why he came here. Because hers are all incidental, and Suyi's answer is yes. We come to be creators. The creator? Gwen's eyes widened. Yes. Suyi smiled. I want to sprinkle life similar to the sky fire on this land, and let them develop freely. Wow tilde. Gwen just listened. They were so excited for Suyi that it was hard to control themselves. This is too cool tilde. Suyi smiled. and patted Gwen's little cheek. "Look, finished." Suyi silently thought about the items to use. Using the Cybertron planet template, target, Mars. Successful use. For a moment, the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Then many veins of metal emerged from the earth. Some just pop up into a small mound, but some slowly grow to be as huge as mountains. And these changes are silent. "Wow!" Gwen hugged Suyi and kept exclaiming, "It's so handsome. It's so cool. But where does it go?" "This step." "It's just the first step in the plan." "Then the second step." "Planet engine." Next moment, Suyi waved his hand. 1,000 planet engines are evenly distributed over the entire Mars in an instant. Suyi and Gwen looked at the past at the same time. There are 1,000 upward-facing 10,000 meter nozzles standing here like Mount Tai. "Wow!" Gwen was shocked. "I can hardly close my mouth." "What's this?" "Planet engine," Suyi roughly explained. "A special nuclear fusion engine, used to transform into Shapeshifting King Kong." "Then how big a Shapeshifting King Kong can be made out of such a tall engine?" Gwen's mind ran wild with fantasies, but she still couldn't figure out how powerful it was. But that's not all. Next comes the third step. The fire source is activated. It would be simpler if it were a planet engine. Just tap it. But what about 1,000 planet engines? Then use ability to activate it. Suyi's Phoenix Force surged. He opened a door of diversity. "Then take out the fire source and press it inside." Suyi's hand appeared on the surface of 1,000 planet engines at the same time and pressed it. "Wait until activated." Suyi withdrew his arm. The gate of diversity also disappeared. His method just now was very simple, just mirroring his own hand. But that's not the point. The key is these planet engine changes. Suyi just took away 18 heavy nuclear fusion balls and kept them as Godzilla's food. Plus the previous 2 is 20. But these 20 planet engines are not to say that they cannot be changed. Instead, it changed so that the red light flashes directly without energy. It has to rely on other brothers to create good energy to help it. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Suyi and Gwen, the 1,000 planet engines began to change. And even the slightest changes when the surface of Mars begins to tremble like an earthquake. Under the tremors of the Earth, these 1,000 planet engines with a height of 10,000 meters started shapeshifting. Or to be more precise, it is 1,011,000 meter planet engines at the beginning of shapeshifting. Still at the same time, the Earth trembled. The mountains are shaking. The whole Mars seems to be swaying. Gwen was starting to lose her footing. And later we will see the whole picture of all shapeshifting King Kong. So Suyi dragged Gwen to fly directly to an altitude of 13,000 meters and wait for them to finish. As expected, this group of planet engines is really too big. Suyi and Gwen waited in the sky for a long time. These engines are only gradually while shapeshifting is done. And it's different from normal shapeshifting King Kong. Their feet are track feet. The hand is a mechanical arm. The head is only one huge amount of eyes. Wait until they're all done. All the mountainous shapeshifting King Kong bow their heads at the same time. Mars also trembled, although there is no sound here. But Suyi felt their calls at the same time. Suyi held on with one hand for a while. Gather their words together on one energy screen. And the first sentence of 1,000 planet engines has only 3 words. The Creator. How about it, Gwen? Suyi turned his head to look. Gwen was at a loss for words. 1,000 Shan-like mechanical titans knelt down in front of Suyi at the same time. Some shapeshifting King Kongs are even too far away to be seen. Can only see the head. Some more are on the far side of Mars. Can't see it anymore. But this overwhelming momentum made Gwen lean close to Suyi's side. She didn't even know how to answer. Mars, mineral veins, supergiant shapeshifting King Kong. The ratio of the 3 together makes Gwen almost lose the sense of contrast. It's like not knowing whether it is the size of ants or humans, because both of them are extremely small among the above 3. Shaken, Gwen hugged Suyi and muttered to herself. When they made an action at the same time, my mind went blank and I didn't have any thoughts. I just stared at them blankly until you reminded me. According to Gwen, she was so shocked that she lost her mind. That is, being stimulated by pictures that have never been seen or imagined. Then the brain couldn't accept it for a while. The CPU just stopped working. Remember, it's not a crash, it's forgetting to work. But that's not a big deal, Suyi said to Gwen. Watch me make plans for them. Gwen was suddenly very curious. What plan? Just watch. Suyi turned his head and looked at the 1,000 super shape-shifting King Kongs. They have as many robotic arms as a cow's hair. Should be able to do a lot. So Suyi ordered according to the plan in his heart. 1. I allow you to develop as you wish without killing the life in the universe. 2. It is not allowed to transform the ecological planet into a mechanical planet, but they can coexist in a 50% ratio, and the same is true for the Cybertron planet. 3. You 1,000 initial shapeshifting King Kong are shapeshifting King Kong veterans. All decisions on planet Cybertron are decided by your votes, and I will make the final decision on a tie. 4. I will divide the ability of the fire source, allowing you to continue to create mechanical life, but not allowing unlimited creation. Each machine can only create new shape-shifting King Kong in a 1+1+1 way. 5. The final interpretation right belongs to the creator. After Suyi finished speaking, 4 words appeared on the energy panel in front of him. Yes, creator. Very good. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Finally said with a wave. Act on your own. Boom tilde. After Suyi gave the order, all shapeshifting King Kong turns out to work on their own terms. Suyi didn't participate at all. It all depends on their own internal voting. Anyway, he is the creator. All shapeshifting King Kongs are absolutely surrendered to Suyi from the soul, and Suyi can decide their life or death with a single thought. If Suyi had one thought, he would directly erase all souls. Then they can become a meaningless piece of high-value metal in the next moment. This is the creator. At this time, Gwen asked curiously from the side. What is the method of 1 + 1 + 1? That is, a shapeshifting King Kong can only create one shapeshifting King Kong forever, and it cannot be created again after it is created. Suyi simply explained. In this way, we must wait until the shapeshifting King Kong has grown up before continuing to create in order to continue to increase. Speak English. It is to give birth to only one child. Each shapeshifting King Kong can only be an only child. But Gwen thought for a while, won't they become less and less, fewer and fewer? Suyi was taken aback by Gwen's question. Then he reacted and nodded Gwen's head and smiled. What the hell are you trying to write? Mechanical life does not distinguish between male and female in order to continue its offspring. Suyi said so. Gwen blushed when she realized this. Yes, shapeshifting King Kong is different from humans. The only child will not reduce the number of shapeshifting King Kong, but it will still increase. Because shapeshifting King Kong does not need 2 machines to produce one. They are self-created. Then it is reasonable to use 1 + 1 + 1 on the shapeshifting King Kong. So Gwen made a big blush. Fortunately, her symbiote battlesuit is all covered. And after a while, Gwen looked at the shapeshifting King Kong under her feet again and felt shocked. Doesn't it feel particularly spectacular? Suyi asked. Yeah. Gwen nodded earnestly. It's very special. Say important things 3 times. Under the gaze of the two, these shapeshifting King Kong patriarchs all started out on their own. They require little cooperation, because every shapeshifting King Kong has a full productivity of a city level. Only when the planet needs to be terraformed, they may just need to cooperate. And now, some elders are mining veins. Its robotic arm is frantically mining resources on the exposed veins on the surface. It is then swallowed into the body to be smelted and manufactured. The total amount of resources it swallows into the body every second may be the consumption of a country on the Earth for a whole day. And such a veteran shapeshifting King Kong has 1,000 units. But other shapeshifting King Kong does not necessarily do this. For example, there is a shapeshifting King Kong that makes the robotic arms slender. Then drill into the ground to look for high-level mineral veins. When it is found, it begins to mine down. If multiple veterans need it at the same time, cooperative mining is also possible. This is more efficient. That's all. Suyi and Gwen watched late night from the Earth time in the afternoon from a high altitude. The two watched the development of the surface as if they couldn't get tired of watching it. But it's not the two men's fault at all, because if you were here, you probably watched it more enthusiastically than Suyi and Gwen. At the moment above the surface of Mars, compared with the previous scorched yellow surface, there is now an area that has been transformed into a trading center. Yes, that's right. It is the trading center. When you dig, you must not only dig one ore source, and some are useful, some are temporarily unused. So the mines that everyone digs will be temporarily stored here, and everyone is a robot. There is no possibility of theft at all. Then scan around when you come back. If you have the minerals you need, you can barter them with other elders. For example, 10 million tons of fine iron ore can be exchanged for 1 million tons of alloy ore. If both parties want, then change it on the spot. And so that their tracks can better gallop on the surface of Mars. We will also raise funds to build alloy surfaced roads. In this way, it is under construction step by step. Mums, under the gaze of Suyi and Gwen, Mars was built in just a few hours. And it came out bit by bit. This made the two of them very happy. It's like watching the development of a civilization. But Suyi looked at the time. 10 at night. Suyi thought for a while. Hela won't starve to death. It's time to go home, Gwen. See you later. Suyi reminded. Gwen, who came back to his senses, nodded reluctantly in agreement. All right. Snap tilde. Suyi snapped his fingers. The two returned to the top floor of the upstate building in New York. Gwen thought about taking back the battlesuit. The symbiote battlesuit on her body disappeared instantly. Suyi looked up and down, but he didn't see where he was going, so he asked curiously. Where did you collect it? Gwen smiled, leaned close to Suyi's ear and said softly, turned into a t-shirt. Cut. Suyi thought it turned into underwear. It turned out to be a t-shirt. Then the two opened the room and walked away together. You know how to come back. As soon as Suyi entered, the Lily's voice came to his ears. Putong 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 tilde. Then there is the sound of little Hela running. She ran to the entrance corridor. Do you know that I'm going to? Puff tilde. Little Hela didn't finish her sentence. Her little feet slipped on the floor, then a sliding shovel came directly in front of Suyi and Gwen and grabbed the ground with their heads. Boom! With a dull sound sounded. Little Hela got up quickly again. Then he rubbed his head and continued to speak forcefully. I want to eat your cooking. Hurry up. After speaking, Hela walked back silently. After about 2 seconds, ha 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 x2. Suyi and Gwen's wanton laughter came from the door. Little Hela gritted her teeth and rolled on the floor. Die to me. It's too embarrassing. 078. Gwen lifts curfew. Magician Holy Place Crisis. 11 p.m. A family of 3. Not 1 man and 2 women. That's fine too. Anyway, Suyi sat at the table with Gwen and Little Hela and had dinner. Little Hela was eating with a whimper, as if to vent anger on the rice. Gwen and Suyi chatted while eating, very happy. But chatting, Suyi noticed that the rice had dropped beside Hela's bowl. Hela, you wash the dishes at night, and if you make a mess, you are the trouble. For a moment, Hela's body paused. Then the action of eating became honest. Gwen watched Hela like this with a smile on his lips. I really cried to death. Hela is really doing her best to make people laugh. Suyi looked at Gwen, and suddenly thought of when he left that day. So he asked, Gwen, how did you go back that day? If you didn't run away from home, then you shouldn't have been beaten. As soon as Suyi mentioned this matter, Gwen suddenly remembered and said happily, Sue, it was really dangerous when I went home that day. George is waiting for me to go back at the door. Fortunately, I didn't open the window. At that time, he was about to chirp my ear. I'll tell him what you told me right away. Then it will be fine. He really didn't blame me, and told me to pay attention to safety and study hard. That's fine. It was the same as Suyi's judgment. Because of his fame, George is at ease. But that's not all. Gwen sold another trick. But most importantly, he cancelled my curfew. As long as I'm not out with other people, he allows me to move about freely. And also said that as long as I can be admitted to a good university, he also allowed me to move out. Turns out Gwen was really excited about this. But also right, with the curfew lifted, Gwen is already much freer. Plus living outside after being admitted to a good university. That's more freedom. Congratulations Gwen. Suyi smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with Gwen. I also want. Little Hela also picked up her glass and touched it. After clinking glasses, they took a sip of wine. Gwen looked at Little Hela a little drunk and laughed. Every time I see you drinking, I feel a little guilty. You are too young But Hela brushed Gwen aside and said disdainfully, little girl, you weren't born when I was drinking. Suyi smiled and looked at her too. It was so much fun. Sure enough, the small Hela is better than the big Hela. Little Hela is fun. Big Hela bar is fun. The three chatted and chatted. Gwen looked around and suddenly asked curiously. 613. Where's Wanda? Wanda went to Camartage to learn magic. Suyi lowered his head and ate the food. It will take a while for her to come back. Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard it. When did you leave? This morning. Suyi just finished speaking. I heard Gwen showing off her rice. When he looked up, he was really showing off. What's wrong with you? Suyi was stunned. As a result, Gwen did not speak. Pretend to be mysterious. Suyi continued to eat his own strangely. After a while, Gwen finished her meal. Then he took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Finally stand up. Go straight to the bathroom. Bath? ? All of a sudden, Suyi's expression became wonderful. I see. If you want to say this, then I have to eat faster. So under the gaze of little Hela, Suyi also started to flaunt his fans. He finished the meal as fast as he could. Then don't wipe your mouth. Looking at Hela, he said, you can wash later, the time is whatever you want. Finished. While unbuttoning his shirt, Suyi walked towards the crashing place. HMPH. Beast. Hela pursed her lips while blushing. After a while. Why did you come in? Hela is outside. What happened to the bedroom? It's okay, we teleport over there. But the bathroom is not soundproof. It's okay, I can block it. So big. For the next few days, it's Suyi and Gwen day and night. Both of them spent it with Hela on a daily basis. No way. Gwen is going to school. Suyi wants to catch fish. The two can rest only on weekends. But it just so happened that the time of the two of them was stuck together. Be busy together. To rest and rest together. This is very good. And Wanda studied spells in Camartage. But even if Suyi had time, he didn't take the time to look at Wanda. Because he knows that once Wanda enters the state, then it is good to go to Wanda for a short time to see by yourself. But looking at it for a long time will affect Wanda's re-entry status. So Suyi wrote to Wanda to read. For example, Suyi, Wanda, how are you doing recently? Are you happy? Do you know any friends? And Wanda will also actively reply to Suyi's letter. The two seem to be back in ancient times. And Ancient One Magician very much agrees with Yi's approach. Because every letter from him will refill Wanda's energy, and it will not affect the status of Wang Fan. This allows Wanda to learn faster and faster. Ancient One also clearly felt it. And then the rest. It was Suyi who opened the shop to catch fish every day. Sometimes he can receive guests. Sometimes he doesn't get it either. But still that sentence. Nothing to worry about. The main job is to find something to do, and the side job is to do it when there is nothing to do. So the attitude towards life is bad. Just have a good time. Bang bang tilde. Enter. At this time, with the door pushed open, in Soo-Yi's office came another guest who just came not long ago. Natasha Romanoff. She looks cool in a leather jacket today. Hair tied with decorations, looks like a rocker. But before she came in, expressions are normal. But after coming in, it got worse and sighed. I see guests. Soo-Yi stretched out his hand to signal Natasha Romanoff to sit down, and asked Hela to bring her a bottle of milk tea. Natasha Romanoff took over the milk tea and it was tons of tons tilde, with a final sigh. Now Soo-Yi didn't even have to guess. He shook his head and said, there's some bad news inside the Avengers Alliance, right? Natasha Romanoff nodded disappointedly. She is the first batch of patriarchs of the Avengers Alliance. Now I see that the Avengers Alliance has become what it is now, plus what is happening now. So it's normal for Natasha Romanoff to be depressed. That being the case, tell me. Soo-Yi nodded, and stretched out his hand to indicate that Natasha Romanoff could speak. And Natasha Romanoff is no nonsense. Come up and talk about the key points. Tony found out what Captain America and the Winter Soldier were up to yesterday. Together they uncovered a conspiracy within the United Nations. Then they went together, met together, fought again, and finally broke up. I don't know what happened, and why they cracked. The Avengers right now, that's the real split. Natasha Romanoff is very depressed right now. But Soo-Yi can understand. It used to be called civil war and division. But everyone's feelings are fine. It's just that there are two schools of thought on the issue. And that just needs to get the problem out, and everyone will be reconciled, and the civil war will end. Simply put, that is, the previous civil war did not violate their respective bottom lines. But now it's different. Tony breaks with Captain America. The two souls split. That would really be a violation of the bottom line. That is the true sense of division. There is no more chance, unless there is a catastrophe that the Earth will be destroyed. It is possible to reunite. But what is the need? So in summary it is, Avengers Alliance, gone. The real separation of consciousness is the separation of spirit. That's why Natasha Romanoff lost. Soo-Yi pondered for a while and asked, did Tony tell you why? Natasha Romanoff shook her head. No. All right. No wonder. None of the veterans of the Avengers Alliance knew the reason for the split. Can it not be low? But Tony didn't say it. It's just that I don't want to hurt Captain America in front of others, because this is a private matter between the two of them. No need for outsiders to judge. So what to say? Soo-Yi can really understand. But it's hard to say. Soo-Yi thought for a while, organized his words and said, Natasha Romanoff, you should understand that neither Tony nor Captain America gave you a reason, which means that this matter is not a business matter, but a private matter between them. Since it is not a business matter but a private matter, it means that the bottom line issue has been violated, but the principal issue has not been violated. When the crisis comes, they will definitely take action at the same time and come forward. This is the principle. And the rupture? Well, that's already happened. It's like a passion that passes overnight, and the next day you want to pretend it didn't happen, and it's definitely impossible. Natasha Romanoff agreed very much when she heard the previous words. She nodded in agreement with Soo-Yi's words. The bottom line is the bottom line, and principles are principles. These are two things again. We may not be friends, but we will both do good deeds and save the world. That's what I mean. So what happened is irreversible. Then don't try to save it. But Soo-Yi's last sentence made Natasha Romanoff stunned. Soo-Yi's sudden change of style made her unable to react. Then she couldn't help laughing when she understood. Ah really? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Soo-Yi. But after flipping, she also became much better and said to Soo-Yi with a long breath, Soo, you are really a friend of women. No woman I've ever met will get better after talking to you, and so does Wanda, and so do I. Why? How can you say that? Facing the frame-up, Soo-Yi immediately denied. Haven't Tony and Steven changed for the better? And Bruce Banner? Hearing Banner's name, Natasha Romanoff also reacted, yes, and it doesn't know where to go now. There's no need to worry about it. Soo-Yi smiled. When encountering difficulties, Hulk will come out and kill them all, too. That's all. Today's special guest, Miss Natasha Romanoff's problem was also solved by Soo-Yi. This time it was mainly heart disease. The real split of the Avengers Alliance. And Natasha Romanoff was sad for reasons she didn't know, as if she was useless. But in fact, this problem is not big or small, and it's an irreparable problem. Then there is no need to toss. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff took a sip of her milk tea. Not knowing what to think of, he looked at Soo-Yi and smiled slightly. Soo-Yi frowned. I guess that this bad woman was going to burn things with one hand, as expected. Natasha Romanoff is holding the zipper on the collar of her leather jacket. Then he looked at Soo-Yi and asked quietly, do you guess that it is the same as yesterday? Vulgar tilde. If Soo-Yi guessed, wouldn't that prove that he is an isp? So Soo-Yi turned his head and thought about it. He coughed twice and said, I made Gwen dress like you last night! For a moment, Natasha Romanoff's expression froze. Soo-Yi's consciousness is, even if you wear it now and burn it again, I can also make Gwen wear the same clothes as you and come to the canyon with me all night. And what good is it that you dress well? I can't taste it again. but I can taste Gwen's. If there is meat on my lips, I don't want to eat it. I will go to the meat. I don't know if I can eat it or not. So Suyi's subtext is, don't fix those useless drops. This also made Natasha Romanoff unable to hold back. A wolf without meat is already difficult to deal with. Why should a wolf with meat be cheated? Natasha Romanoff suddenly lost momentum. She could only slowly pull away the leather jacket, revealing a large piece of snow. Then he took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Lastly, unzip the zipper, waiting for Suyi to swipe his card. Cough cough. Suyi took Gwen's bank card, then swipe it on the credit card machine. Finally, after operation, Suyi said with a little regret, TSK, why isn't it broken at this time? After speaking, Suyi glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff suddenly smiled. She stood up straight, then leaned closer and asked in doubt, is it not broken? Let me help you take a look. So the two looked at the credit card machine that was not broken. It's just that Natasha Romanoff's zipper still isn't zipping. Suyi's eyes now seemed to be dazzled by a flashlight. No, it's like being illuminated by a white fill light. Then the two came to a conclusion after a while. It's not bad. Natasha Romanoff took the card, then put the card back in. He smiled in various ways. Wilhelm Shakespeare said, there will be 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 readers. Do you think he's right? I think what he said is right. Suyi agreed very much. It means that even if two people wear the same clothes, but the essence is not the same. Natasha Romanoff wanted to tell Suyi what she meant. Suyi didn't understand at first, but now he understands. You're right. Very right. After seeing that Suyi agrees with this point of view, Natasha Romanoff nodded in satisfaction, stood up and waved to Suyi. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye. I finally got the chance to take a vacation, and I had to go outside. Suyi stood up and said goodbye. Goodbye, pay attention to safety. But he knew another meaning of Natasha Romanoff. I have time today. We can hang out together later. But Suyi wants to play with Gwen in the afternoon. So I didn't answer this sentence. After sending off Natasha Romanoff, it's 4:30 p.m. today. Suyi stretched himself. Then walk to the floor-to-ceiling windows behind you and look out to sea. Little Hela is still playing games. She is very interested in gore and hack-and-slash games. It's basically exhilarating. As long as it's fun to kill, she can even spend a whole day changing ways to kill without getting tired. But at this time, she still took time to look at Suyi and asked, strange, why doesn't that old Odin come down and take a look? His destroyer armor is gone. Suyi stretched and smiled. You still want him to come down? Forget it now. Little Hela immediately shook her head like a rattle. I haven't played enough games yet. Let's wait until I have played enough games. Suyi looked at the appearance of little Hela. Broken. What should I do if I have developed an internet addiction? Lili. The time came to 5 p.m. Suyi went out on time to check in. However, he didn't look at the check-in rewards during this time, because he feels that good things will come out only when they are gathered together, tighter. At this time, a text message came from Suyi's cell phone. He picked it up and took a look. Wanda, the magician holy place in New York was attacked. I am here now. Do you want to come? Su. 079. Gwen kills the Quartet. All holy places were attacked. When Suyi took a look, he understood that the original meaning was not the literal meaning. No, when you're talking to a woman, what you see, it's not necessarily what the other party wants to express. She said she can drink ice water, which means no aunt. She said that she didn't have to go home at night. She brought a charger, and the dormitory was closed, so she brought her ID card and so on, meaning that she could sprint. She said something broke at home and asked you to fix it. Regardless of what is broken, it should be treated as a sewer repair. So what Wanda means is that the attack is not a big problem. The key is that the two can meet each other. Understand? So Suyi replied her. Suyi, SHHH, close your eyes. See this message. Wanda near the holy place closed her eyes. And in the northern building, before snapping his fingers, Suyi asked Hela to go home and play games by himself, and gave her a mobile phone to send a message if something happened. Then snap your fingers. Snap tilde. Next moment, Suyi's figure silently appeared on Wanda's right. And Suyi stretched out his hand and tapped Wanda's left shoulder. Who? Wanda was startled, and immediately looked to the left. Suyi made another nasal sound. Wanda looked back immediately. Su tilde. As soon as Wanda saw Suyi, immediately dragged a long tone excitedly, then hugged Suyi fiercely. That violent impact almost forced the multi-universe level Suyi back a few steps, and Suyi also hugged Wanda. He stroked her hair and asked, how can you dribble someone? Wanda, snap tilde. In response, Wanda patted Suyi behind him. You're dead. You just know. Suyi smiled lightly and patted Wanda's head. Then what happened now? Mention business. Wanda came out from Suyi's arms and said, I am not sure as well, but I heard that a renegade magician attacked the holy place. Looks like it's going to grab something or destroy something. A lot of people came by the portal, and I followed to see. Hear this. Suyi knew what happened. That is, Kisilius attacked the holy place. Its purpose is to bring down Dormammu of the dark dimension. Then he, too, would have the right to eternal life. It's ridiculous. Boom tilde. The words just fell. The sound of explosions came from outside the holy place. Immediately afterwards, A group of magicians rushed over. Then they started babbling. Definitely, the golden light whip and hand blade look really handsome in the eyes of normal people. But in Su-Yi's eyes, this is actually the case. The children gathered to fight. Immediately afterwards, the beating outside is getting harder and harder. Wanda also asked, a little worried, should I help them? How to say? Wanda thought she was here to learn magic no matter what. Then it should be protected or protected. Just the little things I can do. Su-Yi also had no objection to this. Anyway, he didn't have to make a move. It's him working again, tighter. But at this moment, his cell phone rang again. Su-Yi took it out and took a look. Hela, pervert, your little Spider-Man is here to find you. Gwen is here? Does she want to fight? So Su-Yi looked at Wanda and said, wait a minute, Gwen came to look for me. I asked her if she would come. She doesn't seem to have beaten magician yet. Snap tilde. After speaking, Su-Yi snapped his fingers. Then back to the North Mansion. Here tilde. Gwen waved hello when she saw Su-Yi coming back. Gwen, there's a fight at Wanda. Are you going to beat someone up? Su-Yi asked directly. A group of black magicians attacked the holy place where Wanda is, and a battle is being sent there. Magician. Gwen immediately became interested after hearing this. I haven't beaten a magician yet. Definitely want to. So the two hit it off. Su-Yi also thought so. Gwen doesn't seem to have beaten the magician. Then both women took it. Su-Yi looked at Hela and asked, are you going? Hela's ears were already pricked up. Hearing Su-Yi finally call himself, Hela stood up from the stall in a hurry. Although I have killed quite a few magicians, death will never tire of me. Words are good, but he's not tall, and he speaks like a dick. Then let's go. Next moment, Gwen instantly dons the symbiote battlesuit. Snap tilde. Su-Yi snapped his fingers again. The three returned to Wanda's side. Wanda looked at Gwen's new look a little surprised. Did you change your style today? Definitely. Gwen looked around. Hela looks out of the holy place. They all heard the sound of fighting outside. Is it outside? Yes. But wait a moment, Su-Yi said. Huh? Gwen was puzzled. Su-Yi stretched out his hand to dig into the void. A dark longsword was slowly taken out from it. It is the Black Death sword. Hela's eyes widened. Su-Yi handed the purified sword to Gwen and said, here you are. This sword is called Black Death sword. It can kill gods. Wow, Gwen exclaimed. She took the long sword Su-Yi gave him. Then he waved it in his hand. Under the swing of the long sword, an after-image like ink was left in the air. Gwen waved the long sword happily. It feels so smooth, like I was born to use it. Hear this sentence. Su-Yi looked at the symbiote battlesuit she was wearing. It seems that this is the reason for the compatibility. Put it simply, son meets dad. After Su-Yi gave Gwen the long sword, for a moment there were two strange eyes staring at him. One is from Wanda, one is from Hela. Let's talk about Wanda first. Cough cough. Su-Yi coughed twice, and explained, you have to know after you finish learning the spell. And now you have to keep it secret. I heard Su-Yi say that. Wanda immediately beamed. I'm just curious about Gwen's equipment. And Hela on the other side. That's even easier. You do not deserve. As soon as the words came out, little Hela immediately put on a face. She is too uncomfortable. It's fine if you don't want it. He also watched Su-Yi give it to others helplessly. How can it be repaired tilde? Do you have to be Su-Yi's woman to enjoy happiness? Ah, wait. It seems to be bright. Thinking of this, Hela sighed. The gods are unfair, tilde. The words just fell. The set door was blasted open. The magician who was going to support was sent flying back. Then several magicians with black foreheads broke in. This is not to blame for the weakness of those magicians who went to support. Black magicians are generally powers obtained through sacrifices, so it's normal to be a little better than them. Also for the sake of plot. And the black magicians who broke in looked at Su-Yi, especially the three picture frames behind Su-Yi. This is the gateway to other holy places. Strictly speaking, not just New York Holy Place, London Holy Place and Hong Kong Holy Place were also attacked. Moreover, Su-Yi also noticed that Stephen, who was supposed to appear, did not come. Didn't he come? Or did you go to another holy place? Leave it alone. Get out of the way. At this time, the black magicians didn't have too much nonsense and were ready to rush over. Wanda, Gwen, and little Hela turned their heads to look at Su-Yi at the same time. This is what it means to wait for an order. But Su-Yi nodded and waved his hand lightly, free from spells. Then the moment he agreed, Gwen swung his long sword horizontally, and rushed out directly using the rabbit charm. PSSD tilde. For a moment, a magician was directly beheaded by Gwen, and the blood in his whole body flowed into Gwen who stopped behind him. Precisely. It's Gwen's symbiote battlesuit. See here. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Gwen's combat performance like this has already been shown that she has been piled up to the sub-parent level by Su-Yi. Maybe it's just a key ability missing from Litan's parent. And level God further is not impossible to kill in front of Gwen, as long as it is cut by the Black Death sword in Gwen's hand. Even if the level God further is not dead, he will be injured, especially the crispy skin magician like Ancient One. Damn it. And the other black magicians were scared to pee after seeing Gwen's fighting power. What the hell? For a moment, I didn't even see my teammates, and they disappeared. FK. We have no way out. Quick, a black magician shouted. Then he pinched his hands together and used the black magic. But the next moment, PSSD a night sky sword was inserted directly into his heart in an instant. Forehead. The black magician looked down at the night sky sword on his chest. He wanted to reach for it, maybe pull it out. But his body has lost its strength. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. The other black magicians saw teammates die again. They do it for their lives. Start using dark spells straight away. The great ruler of the dark dimension. He hasn't finished reciting the mantra yet. Wanda reached out with one hand and pinched him up in the air. The scarlet energy completely enveloped him. Noisy tongue. Plop. Next moment, Wanda clenched her palms. This black magician directly exploded into blood mist. Then Wanda withdrew her hand, turned her head to react and explained to Suyi. I don't know why, but I hate it when he casts those spells. Suyi nodded. Normal. He wants to use the power of the dark dimension Dormammu. And you originally have an ancient ability. So you are in a hostile relationship. Wanda knew this for the first time. Hostile relationship? Oh no, strictly speaking, some other relationship. Suyi wanted to give an example, but it was hard to give an example. It probably means peers, but it is a peer with vicious competition. So you will naturally dislike people who use this ability. If I used this ability back then, we might not be where we are today. You're talking nonsense again. Wanda was taken aback by the last sentence. She rushed. He went to Suyi and covered his mouth. 0. Ask for flowers. Deal with emotional matters. Wanda didn't want to see any surprises at all. Can't even think about it. Oh, and Hela on the other side saw this picture. She didn't have to laugh too much. Instead, he sighed sadly. Then he took his anger out on the dark magicians. Give me death. Night sky sword. Night sky sword. Night sky sword. Little Hela ran away in a fit of anger. But her killing speed was not as fast as Gwen's. After about a few minutes, Gwen returned to Suyi's side. At the same time, her symbiote battlesuit is also recovered at the same time. Sue, what about this sword? Do you want to make a sword case? Gwen held the Black Death sword and didn't know how to take it back. It's very simple. Suyi turned around and taught her. Just stab the Black Death sword on your symbiosis battlesuit. The two are the same and can coexist. Gwen was taken aback. Can it still be like this? She tried it right away. I thrust the Black Death sword into my body, never thinking whether Suyi would lie to her. Then the Black Death sword came into contact with the symbiote battlesuit. Then they melted together like water with a splash. Really? Gwen said in surprise. Then it's so convenient to carry it with you. Hela watched enviously from the sidelines. If only I had. She is really sour now. How weak she was when she saw Hela. That is, a little more flexibility and a better physique. But now, at least sub-parent. No weaker than mature Hela. And there is also the Black Death sword. This sword can kill even Odin. If it was given to Hela, Hela can't wait to kill Odin quickly. Things work out. So you looked back at the battle situation. Well, the dark magician is dead. A few of the holy place magicians died, and many survived. They supported each other as far as they could go. Then came to Suyi and the others to salute. Thank you very much for your help. Suyi nodded, then waved his hand to signal them to go for treatment. Go and rest. Hear Suyi's words. All the magicians left after saluting again. Wait until the magicians have left. Wanda looked around. What do we need to do now? You're on point, Wanda, because I don't know either. At this time, Gwen looked at the other holy place portals behind Suyi, and said suddenly, aren't other holy places also attacked? Let's go and have a look. Hear this advice. Both Hela and Wanda looked at Suyi at the same time, and Suyi's words. He thought about it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Go abroad for a walk? It seems to be okay. Then let's go. Suyi waved his hand. He walked into the holy place in London with his 3 daughters alone. Stop them. Kill. For eternal life. Come on. The 4 of them came to the holy place in London. It turned out that the fight here was impossible. Why? Are there many magicians in London? Suyi glanced around. It turns out that there are also many dark magicians, and the magician who was in charge of guarding the holy place heard someone teleporting from behind. He immediately turned around happily. Back up. As a result, he turned around and found out. It seems that none of the people who came here were magicians from the holy place. And the group of people who happened in the dark also thought that New York's teammates cleared the level and came to help. Why? Then they turned their heads to look. I also found that the person who came was wrong. There were 4 people, 1 male and 3 females, none of whom looked like magicians. Who is that? But it doesn't matter who it is. First of all, Suyi and the others don't seem to be bad people. So in the normal magician, an Englishman in a long robe and trench coat asked first, are you here to help us? TSK. How should I put it? Suyi just wanted to explain. But Hela helped Suyi explain in advance. We're here to play. Hearing Hela's words, Suyi smiled. Also, Wanda and Gwen also laughed when they heard this. But this is not funny to others. Play? They're working hard here. Then you come to play? And those dark magicians saw that everyone was so blinded. The leader immediately waved his spell and shouted, attack quickly. Make peace with the great magician Caecilius. The leader shouted. The crowd immediately began to attack, and the holy place magician also reacted and organized defense immediately. Hang on. Chase them away. Holy place will definitely send people to support. That's all. The two sides fought again in front of Suyi and the others. See here. Suyi glanced around and found no one he knew. Suyi, the leading magician in London, didn't know him either, so he waved his hand and said, "Get rid of it all. It's time to change places. I don't know anyone here, so I have nothing to chat with." 080. Dormammu Comes. Ancient One begs to die. Steven goes berserk. After Suyi gave the order, base tilde. Next moment, Gwen transformed instantly, drew out the Black Death sword and rushed forward. Hela also shoots with Night Sky sword, and Wanda clasped both hands, directly holding a small number of people and lifting them up. Simply put, there was no resistance on the other side. After a while, the crisis here in London is solved, and the holy place magician here is already dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their eyes, not believing what they saw. So many dark magicians dead in minutes. It's like cutting melons and vegetables. Is there such a big difference between people? A royal sister, a girl, and a lily cleaned up people in the blink of an eye? But Suyi just waved his hand and said after seeing the end, "Let's go. Ancient One should be in the last holy place." The three girls nodded, follow Suyi and prepare to leave, etc. And the magician who was in charge of managing London Holy Place stopped Suyi. Then he took everyone to salute and thanked him. "Thank you very much for your help, very nice and polite." Suyi nodded, waved his hand, and left with the three girls without saying anything. The screen changed. The four of them came to the Hong Kong Holy Place again by teleporting the mural. Suyi thought that there would be many people here, but unexpectedly, there are the fewest people here, and the sky in the whole world is still very dark. Feeling something strange happened, Suyi looked up to the top of his head. Good guy. The holy place of Hong Kong has been destroyed. The roof is gone. Only the frescoes barely survived. And there is an eye that is as big as the whole world is watching the earth in the sky. The eye is not said to be real, rather are huge amounts of eye footage. It's as if the sky has been painted with such an eye. It has big eyeballs, and the eyes are full of darkness, and it is still staring at the earth ferociously in 2, 3, 3. It looks like it's going to swallow the earth. Dormammu, Wanda said suddenly. Suyi looked at Wanda in surprise. "Do you know Dormammu?" "Yeah." Wanda nodded. "When the Ancient One magician and I chatted, we talked about many things, including Dormammu." She said that the holy place of the earth is mainly to resist the invasion of Dormammu, and those dark magicians are using the power of Dormammu to bring the dark dimension down. I just heard about it before, but I really saw it today. To tell you the truth, so is Suyi. Dormammu he just knew, but have not seen it with my own eyes. And now I see it. But the weirder thing is, in Suyi's impression, Dormammu never had a chance to come out. And in the end it was knocked back by Steven with the time gem. So there was never a chance to come out. And both Steven and Ancient One should have appeared in the New York War. Suyi remembered it very clearly, because that war was called Battle of the Holy Land in New York. But how did it change to Hong Kong now? Suyi suddenly realized now. Could it be that the sacred timeline has changed? What did that conqueror guy do? Can't even control the timeline? Oh, it's also possible that Suyi did it himself, although he didn't care about it after he came to Marvel. I don't know much about the male superhero, but there are a lot of female superheroes who are affected. But the sacred timeline has a constricting effect. That is, even if the process has changed, the ending will still return to normal in some way. But look at the big eyes in the sky now. Is this time for a comeback? Isn't this a mess? This is a real evil god, Sue. This is Hela pulling Sui's sleeve and saying, "It is worse than me. Let it fall to Midgard and it will be over. When the time comes all men and lives will become food for the spirit of Dormammu," Gwen said unexpectedly after hearing this. "So cruel." Suyi nodded. He knows all this. He was just a matter of recitation. Divine timeline. Now back to reality. Suyi looked at the darkness and big eyes all over the sky and knew that the situation in Hong Kong must be bad. "Come on, let's go see what's going on." So Suyi took the three girls to see the situation first. The four left the holy place. Then go straight to the source of the dark dimension rift. I didn't find out until Suyi came nearby. Caecilius, Steven, Wang, Ancient One are all here. At the moment Caecilius and the dark marks on the heads of Ancient One are so conspicuous. And Steven knelt on the ground in pain. He held his head in his hands, as if he was struggling with something. Wang's words. He seemed to have passed out on one side. And at the moment Ancient One is going back and forth with Caecilius. When Suyi came, Caecilius is flying in the air. Long dark tentacles are protruding from his body. Then attack the Ancient One madly. And Ancient One is to prop up the shield. She not only has to protect Steven's safety, but also resist the attack of Caecilius. "Steven, don't be fooled by Dormammu, get sober and run." It turns out that Steven has been infected by Dormammu. Dormammu's will has attacked Steven's will in the spiritual world. Then it reaches the point of possessing, and one side, Caecilius growled. "It's useless, his mana is only at my childhood level. As long as I occupy its body, Midgard is just the first step. I want as God of God King Odin to embrace the dark dimension. At that time, The entire 9 realms will be mine. Caecilius at the moment is bonkers. The dark tentacles in his body also twitched, but Suyi in the distance already understood after looking at it. This Caecilius is not the original Caecilius. Instead, Dormammu is fully possessed. Dormammu didn't know what method was used. He has already projected a part of himself, that is, the big eye, onto the entire Hong Kong. In this way, all magicians who have used dark magic will be invaded by Dormammu's dark dimension. And what invaded was the most precious spiritual world of spells. That is the mind. Ancient One would have been able to beat Dormammu possession. But as soon as this big eye appeared, Ancient One himself has been weakened by an unknown number of levels of ability. Then there is the need to protect the future of Camartage. That is Stephen. So Ancient One can only be reduced to being overwhelmed by Dormammu's possession. This is impossible. She is just a level godfather. Now it has been linked with so many layers of negative buffs, and Dormammu is fully possessed this time. How can I say that the strength is close to level Godfather, right? At least it must be above the sub-parent. So it's normal that Ancient One can't beat now. Dormammu, possession, erosion, descent. These things that never happened before are happening before Suyi's eyes. At this time, Ancient One, who was defending, spotted Suyi in the distance. She immediately closed her eyes and opened them again. Next moment, a spirit body flew out from Ancient One and came to Suyi's side. Then suddenly became very calm, but said with a slight frown, "These things were not expected to happen in the time gem. The timeline is messed up. Look, this is the real Ancient One." Although that Ancient One was not acted, but the real Ancient One has long been sure and prepared. Yeah. Suyi nodded in agreement that the timeline was messed up. Then he asked again, "What are you going to do now? Do you want to continue dying? Does Stephen have the consciousness to become a Sorcerer Supreme?" These two questions silenced Ancient One for a while. The previous Ancient One was afraid of problems with the timeline. As a result, if there is a real problem now, it will be really difficult. If the decision is wrong, the previous ones will be in vain. But one thing Ancient One is sure of: as long as I die, Stephen has the will to become a Sorcerer Supreme. As soon as this statement came out, Gwen, Wanda, and Hela all looked at Ancient One unexpectedly. Use your own death to achieve others. How many people have been able to do this? And Ancient One is pretty sure. And Ancient One's current achievements are already very high. But now Ancient One is willing to do so. It's really admirable. But Suyi knew what to do after Ancient One died. After you die, you can only cultivate in the state of the Holy Spirit. Are you really ready to embark on this abstract path? This abstraction is not an abstraction of internet hot words, but a way. For example, among the 5 gods of Marvel, except for Galactus, the other 4 gods are all in an abstract state because they don't have a body, and they weren't human before. So abstraction is more like a way of spiritual cultivation, rather than the meaning of abstract equals outrageous in the hot words on the internet. But Ancient One nodded calmly. Yes, obviously she had already thought about it. Death is not scary to her. The earth will be destroyed, and it is terrible to have no future. At this moment, Caecilius in the distance is already berserk. Stephen's spiritual erosion could not succeed for a long time. He couldn't break Ancient One's light shield defensive spell for a short time. So Caecilius was in a hurry. Gwen took a look, took out the Black Death sword and asked, "Sue, do you need me to go?" Suyi looked at it and shook his head. Not for now. And apparently Caecilius's business was no big deal. Ancient One and Suyi looked at the big eyes in the sky at the same time, then start discussing the issue of Dormammu. "What are you going to do with this thing?" Ancient One looked at the sky with big eyes, and was also very embarrassed. This invasion of Dormammu is very serious. The dark dimension is already eroding the earth. Stephen's ability ... may not be able to repel it. If only Dormammu hadn't come. Then Stephen can have unlimited trial and error opportunities with Time Gem. But Dormammu came. Stephen has no chance. Definitely. No level Godfather power-driven Time Gem is complete. Stephen, the big eyeball on the top, couldn't be forced away. But if Ancient One comes to play, Stephen couldn't grow up again. Really tearful zero. Ancient One will put the strange taste of experience in Stephen's mouth. So Ancient One thought for a while. She said to Suyi seriously, "I'll let Stephen try and fight Dormammu off. But if he fails, he still hopes that the Godfather can help Stephen fight back." Suyi nodded. "Also, then talk here. Things are probably over." Suyi and Ancient One stopped talking at the same time. Instead, he silently watched Caecilius and Ancient One entangled, and at the same time, Stephen was protected. This is actually a final farewell. And Ancient One was silent for a while. Suddenly said something. "Actually, the timeline is messed up, and I am very worried about the future of the Earth." Suyi nodded, expressing his understanding. In fact, when he came, he knew what Ancient One was insisting on. "Otherwise, you don't need to come by yourself. Ancient One died a long time ago for Stephen to see. Why wait for yourself to come?" "Cool." Suyi shook his head helplessly. He was still worried about the Earth when he was dying. Ancient One's Sorcerer Supreme job is done to the fullest. And how could he not understand what she said? Suyi put his hands in his pockets, and looked back at his own Wanda, Gwen, and the little Hela who was not counted as his for the time being. Then said lightly, "The Earth is also my home." As soon as this statement came out, The Ancient One magician was finally relieved. She didn't laugh out loud, but she laughed happily. Wanda and Gwen couldn't help being happy when they saw that such a serious person from Ancient One was so happy. That's all. Ancient One looked around for the last time, then turned to Suyi and nodded. I have to go now. Suyi nodded and didn't say any more. The matter has come to this point. It is useless to say more. Everything is in the heart. Ancient One nodded, then looked back at Gwen, Wanda, and Hela. One last look at Wanda. She said nothing. It was the first time she used her eyes from a woman's point of view to signal Wanda to keep close to Suyi's side in the future. Wanda nodded seriously. Then take a long breath and close your eyes. Next moment, her spirit body disappeared in front of the four people and returned to her own body. And in the duel in the distance, among the two people who were originally entangled, Ancient One suddenly broke out. Ancient One waved his hands. Then click on the stone pillar beside you. The surrounding space immediately distorted. And she also started a decisive battle with Caecilius. At the same time, she was still yelling to tell Stephen to wake up quickly. Fortunately, the temporary outbreak of Ancient One suppressed Caecilius. The spiritual erosion of the dark dimension has temporarily stopped. Stephen immediately began to resist. Suyi saw the present from a distance. He could only sigh. A play within a play. Wanda and Gwen on the side were deeply touched. They hugged Suyi's arms. It turns out that there are such legendary stories in this world. Little Hela sipped her tender mouth aside. What happened today also shocked her, because she knew whether Stephen had a half-time relationship with Ancient One, and the relationship came later. But that's all. Ancient One is willing to do this for Stephen. This made Hela's 0.2 concept of life trembled. It turns out that there are such people in this world. At this time, Ancient One has already played several rounds with Modu, and Stephen's state is about to come back. But at the end, Ancient One beat Caecilius hard with all its might. At this moment, Caecilius was taken aback. He looked at the fatal wound on his chest, and then at the fatal wound on Ancient One. This is the method of changing lives. And Stephen will wake up soon. There is no need for Ancient One to do this. At the moment Dormammu possessed by Caecilius suddenly reacted. Ancient One, you are begging to die. Ancient One smiled. The original Caecilius did not understand what the Ancient One did. Caecilius was taken aback until Ancient One died. But now Caecilius is Dormammu in control. So Dormammu saw what the Ancient One was thinking. Ancient One is needless to say now, because with her down, Stephen, who just opened his eyes, has already seen this picture. Ancient One magician. Stephen stood up abruptly. He looked down at his neck, and the eye of Agamotto was already hanging in front of him. And the Ancient One has fallen. Caecilius, who was seriously injured, trembled slightly as he stood up, facing the fall of the Ancient One. Caecilius pointed to Ancient One and continued talking. She's begging for you die for me. Caecilius was not finished yet. Stephen waved his light blade and rushed up while wearing it. And Caecilius, who has been seriously injured, is still the opponent of Stephen, who has learned a lot. So he went down after a few rounds. After taking care of Caecilius, Stephen rushed to Ancient One immediately. Ancient One magician. And Ancient One at the moment hasn't closed its eyes yet. She gestured to the eye of Agamotto on Stephen's chest with her eyes, and then pointed to the big eye of Dormammu in the sky with her last strength. In the end, the hand fell powerlessly. 081. Odin goes out and gets bombarded. The holy place battle is over. Cybertron changes. Ancient One is gone. It was Suyi and the others who watched her go. After Ancient One's hand dropped, her spirit body flew out. Then he saluted Suyi for the last time. This bow is not low. After Ancient One finally finished this matter, he temporarily astrally projected away. She just lost her meat voice. Then after the projection of the spirit body, you need to find a place to stabilize it so that it will be in this form in the future. You have only been a human for 100 years, but maybe you will be a spirit body for thousands of years. Otherwise, after gradually forgetting what it was like to be, it is very likely that it will gradually become an abstract shape. And after Ancient One left, Stephen, who was silent, stood up slowly. He reached out to hold the eye of Agamotto in front of him, then look up to the eye of Dormammu in the sky, representing the coming dark dimension. At the moment, Dormammu's body has received the message. Its huge eyeballs rolled. Then look at Stephen on the ground. Such big eyeballs stared at him. If most people just feel the pressure, they will have a nervous breakdown. But Stephen can withstand the pressure, and took Eye of Agamotto down. Finally, mobilize the mana. Use the time gem from Eye of Agamotto to fight the eye of Dormammu at the top of the sky. After Stephen urged, a beam of green light erupts in Eye of Agamotto. Then head straight to the eye of Dormammu in the sky. And Dormammu in the sky also urges the last dark dimension force to shoot down chaos beam of light. That's all. The two beams of light collided. There was a violent energy shock. The entire sky over Hong Kong seemed to start shaking like a tsunami. Good guy. Suyi in the distance became interested when he saw this. Eyes open. Gwen hugged Suyi's arm and asked, which of them will win? Wanda felt it and said, I feel like they're about the same energy intensity. At this point, Dormammu is the level single universe above the dark dimension. But it never really came, so its energy laser has not reached that high. At best it is a level godfather. And the time gem in Eye of Agamotto is also level single universe. But now Owen is using it with Steven, so the energy for it to happen is not that high either. It is estimated that it is also level Godfather. All that is now is that the energy of the two level single universes has been downgraded to the level Godfather is bombarding. But fortunately, they are all level Godfathers. Otherwise, the level single universe's bombardment of the Earth will be gone in one fell swoop. You must know that in level single universe fights, it is normal to pick up the Earth and call your face. So who wins this one? So Yi thought about it. See who can last longer. Wait until Dormammu exhausts his descending energy, or Steven can't hold on and collapses. To put it simply, it depends on whether Steven lasts or Dormammu lasts. Whoever lasts longer will win. And Steven was happy when he won. But Hela always likes to think the worst. So she suddenly asked nervously, and what if Dormammu wins this problem? So Yi cast a glance at Hela. Dormammu won't win. Huh? Hela was taken aback. Why? Because if Dormammu is about to win, I will secretly bless Steven and let him fly Dormammu, so that Steven will win! Exclamation mark. Hela was dumbfounded after hearing this. You cheated. Ha ha tilde. Su Yi couldn't help laughing. He took his hands out of a pair of grapefruits, squeezed Hela's face before stuffing them back in. Please find out. We are here to support the situation, not to reason. You think we're speaking for justice? Wanda and Gwen both laughed when they heard this. They're here to help. Do you know how to call the small one and the big one? And Su Yi is their father. Do you know what a godfather is? Little Hela curled her lips when she heard it. It really is. That's all. With the energy in the sky to bombard. Gradually, sure enough, Steven was going to lose. Dormammu has opened the Advent Rift. The spirits of those magicians who use dark spells are probably absorbed by it. And how can Steven, who has just risen, be able to fight it? So at the moment in the sky, the eye of Dormammu can't speak though. But there was sarcasm in its eyes. It seems to be talking about Steven's overreach. I am also looking forward to the new world after my arrival. Crack. But Su Yi in the distance snapped his fingers when he saw this. Steven suddenly felt endless energy pouring out of his body. It seems that it can't be used up no matter how you use it. Tilde. Steven gritted his teeth and desperately urged Eye of Agamotto. Immediately, a beam of even more huge amounts of energy shot towards the eye of Dormammu. Exclamation mark. See this energy? Dormammu's eyes widened. This blow is an attack close to the level single universe. How does it connect? Take the eye? But at this moment, a rainbow of light suddenly fell from the dark sky. It came down from a higher position than the eye of Dormammu. Bifrost. Hela shouted suddenly. She is too familiar with this. She can dream with Bifrost in her dreams. And Bifrost 1 opened. It means that Asgard has opened the channel to come here. Who's here? Gwen asked curiously. There is no need for Su Yi to answer this point, because the sun is shining. A fat old man with a gun of eternity flew out of it. That old man. Hela immediately cursed through gritted teeth. But after scolding, he hid behind Su Yi. As a result, she found that Su Yi's left and right sides were occupied by Wanda and Gwen, so she hid behind Su Yi and hugged his leg. Su Yi could only call him a good guy. 3 of the 5 limbs were hugged. Su Yi could only remind Hela, don't make trouble. And Odin came out of Asgard. Just saw Dormammu and Steven fighting each other. For Dormammu, Odin knows it. The relationship between the two is chaotic. It's the kind where the relationship is bad, but neither side dares to fight, because there is no benefit to be gained. So Odin asked it directly. Dormammu, where is Hela? Odin said so. Dormammu in the sky narrowed his eyes. It looked at the Bifrost tunnel behind Odin. Look at the level single universe bombardment that he can't resist. So Dormammu rolled his eyes and became ruthless. I was afraid to do anything to Odin before because it doesn't have any dark dimension powers in Asgard. And Dormammu is nothing without the power of the dark dimension. But it's different now. Odin is down. Also opened the rainbow channel. So Dormammu instantly exhausted all dark dimension power in Midgard. Then reverse the reality channel. Let your own energy bombardment and Steven's energy bombardment turned towards Odin at the same time. Odin's eyes froze instantly. Everyone else is stupid. Destroyer. Face the threat of death. Odin yelled for destroyer armor, because only the destroyer armor could help him block this attack. But Su Yi, who heard this sentence, looked at his warehouse. Your armor is with me. You call chicken feathers. Use. And the 2 bombardments on the other side arrived in an instant. Tilde. In little Hela's shocked eyes, Odin roared. He was directly blasted back into the rainbow channel by these 2 attacks. And the energy of these 2 attacks didn't stop until the blast was over. So far, Dormammu has used up all the dark dimension power accumulated in Midgard for so many years. It was designed to reverse the attack. Belonging is to use up all the property. As a result, his own dark dimension projection could not sustain and gradually began to collapse. But at the last breath, Dormammu gave Steven a hard look with big eyes. Then I was looking for something on this land of Hong Kong. After the last time came and got nothing, the eye of Dormammu disappeared with a look of reluctance. At the same time, the rainbow channel on the other side disappeared due to the collapse. At last, the sky at Hong Kong Holy Place is gradually returning to normal. The darkness disappears. The rainbow also disappears. Everything becomes normal. Only the dilapidated holy place represents that a great war took place here. Plop tilde. And Steven was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. After a while, some holy place magicians who are still alive come. Then he hurried to help Steven up. So here we go. The war is over. So Yi thought about it, and it was really over. The battle for the Holy Land in New York becomes the battle for the Holy Land in Hong Kong. And it's not just the battle position that has changed, and the battle time has been advanced a lot, because Steven doesn't have that magic cloak yet. It was definitely ahead of time. But you think about it now, the sacred timeline still played a closing role, because of the ending of this matter. That is, Dormammu was forced to retreat, and Steven woke up and became Sorcerer Supreme. And now Dormammu is being pushed back. Steven will also become Sorcerer Supreme without accident. Those are now just times and places changed. The ending hasn't changed. Interesting. Suyi smiled. This feeling of observing the timeline from the perspective of a bystander is really good. He's almost a bit of a cosmic observer. And Hela hugged Suyi's leg. Then the voice came out from under the crotch and asked, "Then the old man was sent back just like that?" Gwen and Wanda nodded at the same time. "Yes." Hela suddenly jumped up happily from below and asked, "Then is he dead or not?" Suyi glanced at her. "You are too filial, Hela. It may not be instant." Suyi touched his chin and said, "When Dormammu uses all his strength to reverse the attack, it will also weaken the remaining power of the attack in disguise. If those two attacks landed on Odin within seconds, he wouldn't be blasted back." Hearing this, Hela regretted immediately. That's a pity. It's so filial. It belongs to Yes to make a big filial piety. Suyi shook his head. Now that the incident is over, there is nothing to do. So Suyi was ready to leave. "Let's go." But Wanda said regretfully, I almost learned the teleportation spell. And, Ancient One magician left me a letter, and she asked me to open it after it left. So I have to go back." Hear this sentence. "It's okay." Suyi expressed his understanding. He hugged Wanda. "You'll learn quickly." "Yeah." Wanda also agreed to express her affirmation. So to the end. Wanda still has to go back to Carthage to study for a while, and Suyi took Gwen and little Hela home first. Suyi snapped his fingers. Next moment, the two appeared in the room of the northern building. Little Hela jumped happily, and said happily while running to play the game console, "Great, Odin is going to die." "Watch Hela bouncing around." Gwen suddenly thought of something, looked at Suyi and said, "We haven't seen the Martian Cybertron for a long time. Let's go and see. I want to know how they have developed." Yes. After Gwen's reminder, it was only then that Suyi, who was so happy to miss Shu, remembered this matter. "Then let's go." Suyi made a sound. He and Gwen went to Mars to take a look first. But Hela in the room saw Suyi leave. She plopped to the French window, then looked at the location of Bifrost's good. Hela frowned and thought about it. "In the end, I ran back to play the game. The other side. After coming to Mars that I haven't seen for several days." "Wow." As soon as Gwen arrived here, she exclaimed. Suyi also raised his eyebrows and looked at the ground interestingly. "It's only been 790 for the past few days. The surface of Mars has been transformed in half. Moreover, the shape-shifting King Kongs have already reserved 50% of what Suyi said. They divide the whole Mars into a grid system. Then the grid with mines below is divided into transformation area, or you can call it construction area, technology area, manufacturing area. Those grids with no mines underground are classified as natural areas. That's all. The entire surface of Mars is already densely packed with various buildings, but most are production buildings. In some places, Suyi even saw traces of green. Gwen also pointed and asked happily after seeing it, "Is that a plant?" Suyi doesn't know yet, but he can give orders. Seniors, report all regional building model data. Received. Creator. Suyi opened the energy panel. In an instant, the purposes and explanations of the various areas created by the veterans were all uploaded. Weapons of war, prepared for the exploitation of resources on other planets to be resisted. If anyone blocks them, they will be smashed. Metal smelting, in order to make metal minerals get better results. Mining equipment, in order to obtain higher efficiency in mining veins. Natural ecology, for 50% of the instructions issued by the creator. It is currently in the atmospheric stage of ecological simulation. Wow. Gwen looked at the individual module areas on the panel. It can be said that each elder has his own different ideas. Some people think about what to do when they encounter more enemies or people who resist. Some want to mine veins more efficiently. In short, each elder is similar to a branch. And you can also see what kind of character this veteran is from the module. Just like the one who engages in ecology. That veteran must be more laid back and likes to fish. Let's go take a look at this ecology. The two of them teleported to the ecological module. As expected, the shape-shifting King Kong here turned out to be very different from the other elders. The elders smelted by others sprayed lava all over their bodies, or the original weapons of war are all body weapons. And it does. The whole body is full of flowers and plants. There's even a forest growing on that big one-eyed head. Yes, One Piece. Ha ha ha. Gwen laughed out loud when he saw the elder. Why is it so special? Don't tell me. Suyi glanced around. Among the 1,000 shape-shifting King Kong, it is estimated that it is the most distinctive. And this shape-shifting King Kong veteran found out that Su-Yi had come. It quickly moved its huge body slightly and said respectfully, "Greetings to the creator." Considering their 10,000 meter bodies, it takes a lot of time to put on a body, and there are flowers and plants in the ecological area around. It moves and a storm hits. It's better not to move. So Su-Yi stretched out his hand to signal it not to move. Then say it again. Introduce your ecological module. The shape-shifting King Kong was initially taken aback. Then he said excitedly, "Not very honored." 082. Gwen Cosplayer. Asgard destroyed. Ragnarok. For shape-shifting King Kong patriarchs, I can be watched by the creator from a personal perspective. What a great honor. While excited, it starts introducing right away. The development of ecology requires environment and temperature. The normal temperature of cyberspace is around -60 degrees, which is not suitable for ecological survival. So I first used a closed ecology to conduct simulation experiments. Then step by step to transform the Cybertron's atmospheric environment, temperature, humidity, soil and other ecological factors, accompanied by the explanation of the elder. Su-Yi nodded slowly. Gwen also listened with great interest. Although she couldn't understand some things the elder said, she could understand many things, and they both noticed. The patriarch is producing a lot of robots. The management of the ecological park is done by these small robots. Otherwise, it will definitely not be able to do fine work if it is so big. Wait until the elder has finished speaking. Su-Yi nodded and continued to ask. Then what are you going to do in the first step outside the closed ecological circle? Facing Su-Yi's question, Yuan immediately replied, to create an atmospheric environment transmitter, first change the atmospheric environment and increase the temperature of Botan's star. Good. Hearing that there is a complete plan, it seems that it is not fishing. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Do you have a name? Name? The elder was taken aback for a moment, then bowed his head in ecstasy. No, please give me a gift from the creator. Su-Yi nodded. Then you will be called Druid from now on. After being rewarded with a name, the old man was very emotional. The woods above trembled. Su-Yi waved his hand, and finally the CPU was a veteran named Druid. Do well, I am very optimistic about you, and I look forward to seeing that the next time I come, there will be a green place on the planet Cybertron, no matter how small it is. After speaking, Su-Yi snapped his fingers and took Gwen to another place. Then the two continued to read the introduction of all modules. Which one do you want to see? This. Gwen pointed to the war module. Snapped Hilda. After a snap of the fingers, the two continued to change places to interview these elders. After a few hours, the two of them looked at almost all the elders who were interested. At the same time, Su-Yi also bestowed titles on veterans who did well. For example, names like Fortress, Furnace, Armory, etc. That's right. Su-Yi didn't take those guest ministers who were hanging on the sky either. Mainly those names might look okay. In reality, it would be embarrassing to say a word. After the interview, snapped Hilda. Su-Yi snapped his fingers again. The two returned home. After entering the door, Gwen said suddenly, I figured it out. Learn all about biology and mechanics in college. Oh? Su-Yi could roughly guess the reason, but he still asked. Why? Gwen hugged Su-Yi. Because you showed me the sea of stars and stars. I am very interested in the combination of life and machinery in shape-shifting King Kong. I want to see if I can do something similar. As expected, it's almost the same as what Su-Yi thought. It started with the slaying of the lizardman by the sky fire that night. Gwen should love these things, and after learning about shape-shifting King Kong, apparently she liked it better. Su-Yi patted her on the back and said directly and affirmatively, I support you. Just concentrate on doing it. Gwen was instantly overjoyed. She does not need to consider the employment situation or career prospects to learn these things. She is only for the world in her heart. That's why we can be selfless. Next, Su-Yi is going to make dinner. But what makes him weird is, why doesn't Hela bark today? Hela? Su-Yi walked to the living room, found the console on the carpet with comforters, but just no Hela. Hut Hilda? Gwen also became curious. Where's Hela? Going out to play? Should. Su-Yi shook his head, then release ability to find it directly. Next moment, he knew Hela was in a room with French windows. He went to open the door. It turns out that little Hela is sleeping on the bed. Wait until Su-Yi closes the door and comes out. Gwen suddenly said in surprise, I haven't seen Hela sleep in so many days. I haven't seen it either. Su-Yi spread his hands. Maybe she wants to sleep today. But saw Hela asleep. There was a trace of fire in Gwen's eyes. Su? You still have dinner tonight. Su-Yi thought about it. Eat it. It's boring if you don't eat it. So Su-Yi made dinner anyway. As for Hela, no more. Let her go to sleep. Not to mention starving. Even 100 meals will not kill you. The two went to the table. Gwen produced the wine. The two chatted while eating and drinking. Then we talked about fighting during the day. Gwen squeezed her fist and said, This symbiote battlesuit is so strong. I feel that I have been getting stronger and more powerful. Su-Yi was not interested in this, so he brought up the point. Gwen, your symbiote battlesuit can change a lot of things. Do you want to try other things? Gwen was puzzled. Cough cough. Su-Yi took out his mobile phone and searched for a few people. Then show Gwen what they're wearing. There are many characters here. For example, Hunting Angel Witch, 2B, Tifa cough cough cough, VR. When Gwen saw it, her drunken face immediately turned redder. These female characters all have one characteristic. That is the leather jacket. But it is different from the serious leather jacket. These body-hugging full-body leather jackets are either dotted or patterned, or less fabric or something. Gwen blushed. But it's all over. After half a sound, Gwen hesitated for a while, and said in a low voice after buying and eating, I can only try one kind this time. Su-yi. What else to say? Su-yi picked and chose, and directly chose the usage for Gwen. Then try this. Gwen didn't even look at it, and replied with a mosquito sound, Tifa is good. As the saying goes, the 3D area cannot be without Tifa, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. At the moment, what a sacred timeline. What Conqueror Kang. What 5 gods. Give me all the way. This is the number one factor that makes Su-yi like the earth. All others stand aside. At the moment Su-yi hurriedly picked up the meal, and Gwen went to wash up after eating. But Su-yi, who had finished eating, immediately held his hand. Elbow. House. I need to take a bath. That was half time. Now it's the first half. You are bad, Tilda. The next day, with the alarm clock ringing, Gwen was going to school, so when she got up, she kissed Su-yi on the cheek and was about to leave. Su-yi opened his eyes. Looking at Gwen's graceful figure, she smiled with satisfaction. And Gwen fled the scene immediately after seeing Su-yi's smile. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would be caught doing morning exercises. Definitely it's not a question of morning workouts either. Well, really, it's because you're going to be late for school after morning exercise, and that's not okay. We are about to take the final exam. Are you coming to the graduation ceremony? I will definitely go. So Gwen went to school happily. After Gwen left, Su-yi put his hands behind his head and lay refreshed. I was so happy last night. Gwen even showed Tifa's shyness. It's the feeling of blushing and biting your fingers, who knows? And Su-yi is like buying Berserker Gators. Do you understand? It's attack speed plus 35% buff. At that time, Su-yi still thought it was impossible. So I bought Ginzu's Rage Blade. Let alone the data. You just need to know that the faster this thing is, the faster the attack speed of person A will be. After resting like this for a while, Su-yi also got up and went to take a hot shower. But when he came back, he found something was wrong. Where's little Hela? It's the second day. There is still no little Hela in the living room. Has she quit her internet addiction? Impossible. Su-yi walked towards the bedroom where Hela fell asleep yesterday. He pushed open the door. It was found that little Hela was still sleeping. Su-yi frowned. He sensed something was wrong. Hela is the goddess of death. Even little Hela doesn't need to sleep like this now. Sleep is a form of recovery, but it will not increase the upper limit of divine power. And Hela sleeps like this. She originally followed Su-yi nearby, so originally there is no problem. Then it is very likely that there is a problem with divine power now. Where does Hela's power come from? Su-yi thought about it. Looks like Asgard. Yes, it is Asgard. Hela has said countless times to take back Asgard and kill Odin. But she never said she would destroy Asgard, because Hela's divine power comes from Asgard. As long as Asgard is around, then Hela doesn't have to do anything. Divine power will slowly recover. The supernatural Hela would not be so lethargic. So, something went wrong? Su-yi walked to Hela's side. He didn't choose to wake up Hela, because it's useless to wake up Hela in this state. Su-yi directly put his hand on Hela's head to feel it. Phoenix Force works a little bit. Su-yi knew what the problem was. It's really exhausting. So something happened to Asgard. Ragnarok? It's really possible. In order for Hela to wake up first, Su-yi injected a little energy into Hela's body, as expected. The next moment, little Hela opened his eyes, and her first words were, something's wrong with Asgard, Gook. Sure enough, perfect predictions. Su-yi didn't say much. He was wearing a bathrobe, sitting by the bed, and gestured with his hand. Tell me what you think. Hela felt his divine power first. In the discovery of divine power is still relatively abundant. She was relieved to be able to go without sleep for a few days. Then he told Su-yi from the beginning. When you left yesterday, I suddenly felt a palpitation. Then when I was halfway through the game, I felt that the supplement of divine power was rapidly disappearing, and after a while, I lost my divine power. Time is too fast. I don't even know what happened. I feel very sleepy. And then I came here to sleep until now. After listening to Hela's narration, Su-yi was also sure that there was something wrong with Asgard. If nothing unexpected happens, that's when Ragnarok came. Su-yi wanted to ask Hela what she thinks now. After all, the home is gone. Should be Yatilda. At this time, Hela jumped up on the bed remorsefully and said, yesterday I was so sleepy that I fell asleep, so my teammate was cheated by me. Su-yi, 0.0. You still think you're cheating on your teammates? Su-yi said with a look of disbelief. Your family is gone. This home is not a fake home, but real home. Let alone home, your father may be gone too. But Hela's remorse turned out to be real. We fought side by side, killed a lot of orcs and Zerg, and finally almost conquered the galaxy. She must think I'm a fool. Well, Su-yi listened to what Hela said. She should be playing Warhammer 40k. But that's not the point. Your family really doesn't care? Are you not curious? Su-yi asked. How can I not care? That is the source of my divine power. Hela groaned, but immediately became depressed and said, but it's all like this, and the divine power will definitely not come back. Besides, with my current state, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate the power to go to Asgard once. What can I do? Right. Hela's current upper limit of divine power has been reduced to the lowest level. She's not like Thor, who has energy in her body. Hela's divine power comes from the goddess of death, who is in charge of Asgard's death, and now Asgard is gone. Her divine power body is also gone. So it's like Hela hasn't changed anything, but the level has been reset to 0. Need re-level. And her current level can't take the portal yet. You have to be high enough. It's miserable. Suyi bit his head helplessly, got up and said while walking out, "You put on your shoes, I'll change your clothes. Congress will take you to Asgard." After speaking, Suyi went back to the bedroom to change clothes, and the little Hela on the bed was stunned. After half a sound, she sniffled, lowered her head and wiped her eyes. "Then go out and change your shoes right away." After a while, Suyi changed his clothes, and when he came out, he was already looking at Hela waiting for him in the most beautiful dress he bought for her. To tell you the truth, Suyi bought her a lot of clothes that day, but small skirts, big skirts and Lolita accounted for more than 80%. Among them, Lolita is the most expensive, but it's also the best, wang wangs, to watch. Little Hela was reluctant to wear it at first. She yelled in the street, "You beast, Hela, will not please you." Then Jin was finally willing to wear it. Not bad, very sincere. Seeing this, Suyi smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Isn't that right?" Little Hela curled her mouth. "I think it looks good again. I didn't send it for you to see." "It's okay." Suyi said nothing. "Anyway, I can see it. This is equivalent to whether you care whether she loves you or not. You can do it every day for a reason. Some people are not worthy of your love, understand?" After both are ready, Suyi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. Next moment, the two traveled through the 9 realms and appeared in Asgard. As soon as the result came here, Suyi and Hela saw a ruin at the same time. Yes, it is a real ruin. There is not a single building. All broken stones with different file sizes. And the Asgard that originally floated here is gone, turned into the ruins here now. The whole space is full of ruins. Only remnants of the original magnificent golden palace can be seen in the ruins. The once beautiful Bifrost is now only visible in fragments. 7. Nothing. No. Hela couldn't bear to look directly. She turned her head and hugged Suyi tightly, and buried her face in Suyi's abdominal muscles. Although Hela has already guessed this ending, when it really appears in front of your eyes, most people will be overwhelmed. It's like when your loved one dies. You probably won't cry when you hear the news, but it's hard not to cry when you see items that hold memories, unless you really have no feelings. And how many years has Hela fought on this land? Now there is nothing. Even the fallen leaves no longer exist. Gradually, Suyi felt tears coming from his stomach. He reached out his hand helplessly, stroking little Hela's green hair. "So you can cry too." 083. Hela's consecration. Almost late. Tony. Although this sentence is not very nice, but Suyi still wanted to say, little Hela has a good cry. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that little Hela at the moment pinched the fleshy skin around Suyi's waist, and argued in a sullen voice. "I didn't cry. I am Hela, goddess of death. Why would I cry?" To this, Suyi first took off the little hands on his waist before speaking. "You're right." Hela cried. This was indeed unexpected by Suyi. He also wondered if Hela would laugh, or will Hela just look and walk away or something. After all, Hela's performance before was too coquettish. After a while, Hela gradually calmed down her mood. Then he came out of Suyi's arms and wiped away his tears and said, "Your belly isn't pillow soft at all." Suyi smiled helplessly after hearing this. "Then you are not as good looking as the most beautiful little girl in the world." "You're talking nonsense." Hela immediately retorted. "I'm the most beautiful in the world." "Then you're right." Suyi was too lazy to argue, so agree directly. For example, someone told you that 855 is not conducive to the struggle of young people. Then you better say you're right, or yes. No need to argue and waste time. But the problem for the two of them now. What about Asgard now? Hela turned around. After looking at the broken Asgard again, he fell silent. After half a sound, Hela asked suddenly, "Can you see how Asgard is destroyed?" Suyi thought for a while. "I really can." This operation is very simple, as long as he turns the picture of going back in time into a video. He doesn't even need alter reality. It was too easy for him, so Suyi waved his hand. A light curtain appeared in front of Hela and Suyi. Then Suyi started to turn back time. From Hela out of his arms. From two came to Asgard. Burst from the ruins here. From here the ruins come together. From a flame titan raged into the earth. People from Asgard are on the run. Shattered and collapsed from the golden temple. From Odin flew out of Bifrost. In the end, Suyi stopped the time flow in his hand, positioned the frame to a time when Odin enters the Bifrost channel. Start here. Then Suyi and Hela started to watch the replay, and Hela also got into Suyi's arms nervously. Ask Suyi to put his arms around her and watch. Then the screen starts to speed up. Austrian 520 Ding entered Bifrost fully armed. Odin was blasted out by 2 energies and crashed into the Golden Temple. The Golden Temple was collapsed by 2 energies. A flaming titan stood up in the collapsed Golden Temple. Odin flew out again to fight the flame titan. Asgard people start fleeing. Odin was thrust into the ground by the flaming sword. Asgard was pierced by the flaming sword. The fugitive ship is leaving. Asgard collapses. The video speeds up here. After that is the nothingness of last night all night. Then came the two of them. Time travel ends. Suyi waved his hand, and the light curtain disappeared. And Hela held Suyi's hand tightly. After half a sound, Hela said in a deep voice, "It's Ragnarok, are you sure?" Suyi gave her the second possibility. "Maybe I caused it indirectly. I secretly bless Steven. Dormammu deflects Steven's attack. Odin crashes the temple treasury, causing Surti awakening to destroy Asgard. Yes, if you really want to count this matter from the beginning. Suyi has a certain relationship with the destruction of Asgard." Even the fuse was still on his head. "No." But Hela said very firmly, "It's Ragnarok. If it started from the beginning, it should also be the reason why I attacked you driving home that night, and it was me in the end. Also yes, if so from scratch." The blame also returned to Hela herself. "But all in all, it's Ragnarok." Suyi stroked Hela's hair and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Suyi originally thought that Hela would think about it in confusion. But Hela said directly without any hesitation, "Be strong by your side, and kill the flame titan Surti with your own hands. Asgard is Hela's home. Surti raised Hela's family, so can it be a sworn enemy? But Surti is no longer the one Thor casually hammered to death. The current Surti has absorbed the eternal fire, became the god of the 9 realms. That is one of the 9 realms, the ruling god of Muspelheim. Now I want to kill him. At least the full power of a level godfather is required. Be safe. At least the strength above level godfather is required." So Suyi patted little Hela on the head. "Then you still have a long way to go, because parents are not so good from the beginning." Little Hela knew. But little Hela is stubborn. "Sooner or later, I will kill it." Hela revenge. "It's not too late for 1,000 years. You raise my house. I want your life." That being said, Suyi quite likes Hela's character. "Yes, I appreciate you now, little Hela. I want you to appreciate Tilda." Hela pulled Suyi's hand at once. Then he opened his mouth and took a few bites on it. But I didn't expect Suyi to pinch it backhand. He directly pinched her snake's head. After a little punishment, Suyi let go of his hand. "Remember, you are not allowed to use your teeth under any circumstances in the future." After Hela's snake head came back, she spoke briefly after a few clicks. "Know it." So the two took a last look at the ruins. Hela said proactively, "Let's go back. It's over here." Suyi nodded. "Snap Tilda, then snap your fingers and go down." The two returned to the top floor of the northern building. Suyi looked at the time. 8:01 a.m. "Anyway, I have nothing to do at home." For the first time, Suyi wanted to go to work early. "Look, it's all stuck and working." Couldn't he be conscientious and come to work early? "Although I went to play games." But it's also a thought. So Suyi nodded, planning to arrive early. Plop. But he was just getting ready to go out. "I heard the sound of something falling behind me." Suyi looked back. Little Hela has nothing on him. Then he glanced at him and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower." As a result, she stopped when she reached the edge of the wall. "You are not allowed to come over." She left after speaking. Only the dull Suyi was left behind. Remember the original meaning and little meaning? If you remember. So Suyi has to say another irony today. That is, don't equals want, or no equals yes. So the meaning of irony is when she specifically reminds you what not to do, then she wants this. But, face Hela now. Suyi felt a little guilty. But the point Hela, she is legal again. You say this, but the cake was delivered to the door. Wouldn't it be a stupid pig not to eat? No way. Suyi took off the shoes he had just put on. "Walk out of the steps that are tilted because of you." Then followed, Didn't I say you don't come?" "It's okay, I understand." "Who wants you to understand?" "I don't want it." "It's okay, you can say whatever you want, as long as people cooperate." "You wait too long." 1859. Suyi was almost stuck in the last few seconds to open the door and sit in the office. And after sitting on the chair, Suyi let out a long breath. At the same time, a very serious sense of guilt welled up in my heart. The first one is because I failed in my own efforts. Clearly said to be early. The results of it almost became late. I am too embarrassed myself. It's been so long. I finally want to arrive early. It turned out to be a slip of the tongue. Well, Suyi sighed, and took out a bottle of milk tea from the refrigerator to drink. First, a few mouthfuls of tons. I was too busy just now, and when I put on my pants, I came down without having time to drink water. Shit. Suyi felt even more guilty when he said that. She is still a lily cough cough cough. Speaking of people, then the second point of this guilt is others. Little Hela, looks small now. The top of her head only reaches her chest when she stands up. And I almost reached the stomach of others. Is this something people do? Suyi couldn't help but picked up the milk tea and scolded himself again. Too sinful. This is the most sinful thing Suyi has ever done. How can I do this myself? The fragrance is indeed very fragrant. But not next time. Hold back. Although Suyi didn't know if he could hold back, but this flag must be set. Hold it. At least take it easy. At least he can't deal with little Hela like he did with Gwen. They just started leveling again. Don't bully low-ranking ones. That's all. Sayid guzzled 2 bottles of milk tea and reprimanded himself several times before he recovered. What a sin. Do some good deeds another day and donate some money slowly. Button tilde. At this time, there was a knock on the door of Suyi's office early in the morning. Enter. Suyi put his legs down and found out only after people came in. It turned out to be Tony, and Tony who came in is also familiar with himself. He pulled out the chair and sat down. Then he was taken aback when he saw 2 empty bottles of milk tea on the table. Are you drinking milk early in the morning? Suyi sighed helplessly, then put away the 2 bottles and said, drink your tits. I can't confiscate what I drank yesterday. Tony shrugged. Hiss. The result is too much movement. Let his sunglasses hit the bruises on his eye sockets. Tony took off his sunglasses first. Suyi laughed after seeing it. Why are you beaten into panda eyes? Yes. Tony's left eye was black and blue, and Tony put the sunglasses away, as if nothing happened. It fell. Ah yes. Suyi nodded and believed his words, and it just happened to fall on the fist, right? Tony twisted his mouth. You can say so. Men, just give me a step down. Who can be happy if you hold on to the idea of him being beaten? You cannot be beaten. You have to say you accidentally bumped into it. But Tony obviously wasn't here to talk about that today. He pulled out a business card from his collar, then handed it to Suyi and said directly, I'm going to take Pepper to buy a nature reserve to live in, so I shouldn't be staying in the city often. This is the address where I plan to build a wooden house by myself. I drew a circle because it is nearby. If you want to find me, just come directly. You should be able to see the wooden house. The milk tea project we cooperated has already produced a lot, and it will start selling in the United States in a few days. There is still money that will be automatically transferred to your account every year, and you can come to me directly if you have any questions. Well, I think there is nothing to say. 27. Tony thought about it after saying this, then nodded for sure. There should be nothing to compensate, that's all. Suyi took the business card. Look at the address above. Dude, Tony just bought a sanctuary. Although it is almost useless after buying it, it has to be his own for Tony. And he only intends to build a log cabin, build some more basements at most. Then it's sure to be fine. Okay. Suyi accepted the business card, put it in a useless safe for him, and said, have you decided to live in seclusion? Huh? Tony let out a long breath. Then he nodded and said, yes. Since the first time we finished talking, I have always had the idea of living in seclusion. Now that things have come to this point, I think it's the best choice to leave with my family. I've been too busy and chaotic all these years to take Pepper's feelings into consideration, so I want to make it up to her with the time I have left. Hear the words. Suyi nodded, quite satisfied. It's not a bad choice. At least Pepper will get real happiness from now on. Tony was silent for a while, then added, but if a big crisis comes, I think I'll do something anyway. There is still warmth left in Tony at the moment's heart. When faced with a crisis, he still thinks about what to do. But Suyi looked at him and asked suddenly, and what if you have children? When you have a daughter, when you have a son, will you still do this? Will it still be the same as it is now? As soon as the words came out, Tony was dumbfounded. When he came here to explain the following things, he really didn't think about the child. He was just thinking about hiding. Child. All of a sudden, Tony began to imagine what his own child would look like. But the problem is just like what Suyi said. When you have a child, will you still think the same way you do now? The answer is, I have no idea. Tony thought for a while, and answered very simply, I can't decide on this emotional issue right now. If the child is a data, I may be able to make a decision. But a child is not a statistic. Suyi interrupted, yes. The child will not be a data. Hold up and take a long breath. So I can't decide now. People will change. What I say now may not be what I will do. It will be the same by then. Face your child's problems. Tony's CPU was clearly burning out, because it's not a loading or overclocking issue. This is a matter of emotion and determination. And now Tony is having a hard time making choices about these. But Suyi is not forcing others. Seeing Tony covering his face, he didn't know how to answer. Suyi shrugged and said, it's okay if you can't answer now. But this is something you have to face sooner or later, and I'm reminding you now so that you can get used to it sooner. Tony nodded, covering his face with one hand. Thanks, but you're stressing me out right now. Isn't that good? Where there is pressure, there is motivation. Suyi handed Tony a side of milk tea. Drink some milk tea and be happy. Tony took the milk tea, then drank tons. He drank the milk tea in one gulp, finally stood up and waved his hands. No, I have to go. Your question makes me breathless now. Suyi smiled. Let's go. Tony came and walked fast. Suyi stretched himself, then take out an envelope and a pen from the side and start writing. Since Wanda hasn't come back yet, then the letter is still written normally. Definitely, Suyi is actually looking forward to Wanda's return. Because of that, I haven't tried Wanda's tiger charm yet. Cough cough cough. 084. Check in multiple times. Take your advice. Aladdin's lamp. A bad day goes by quickly. After Suyi wrote the letter and sent it to Wanda, it's almost afternoon when he touches the fish a little bit. During this time Hela finally woke up. As a result, She put on her clothes and ran away excitedly with bare feet, came down and asked, "Does your one have divine power?" Suyi was stunned when he heard the words of tiger and wolf. How could the heather-flavored one be magical? Are you crazy? Suyi reached out and touched Hela's forehead, and Hela slapped Suyi's hand away. Then he said excitedly, "After I took a nap, the divine power in my body suddenly increased a lot. I feel that there's a phoenix force. That's yours." Suyi scratched his head when he heard this. Then he stretched out his hand and made a SHH gesture. All right, even if there is, can you stop shouting? It sounds very proud of you." Hela shouted like this. If outsiders heard about Suyi, he would die. This is definitely going to kill the society. But this is divine power. Hela was still too excited. She jumped up and down happily, like a little lily jumping on a rubber band. Then if I do it once a day, the recovery speed of divine power can be increased by up to 10 times. Twice a day, that's 20 times. If 10 a day. Stop. The more Suyi heard it, the worse it became. He quickly covered Hela's mouth. "It's not a bad idea. Let's not say whether I can do it or not, but I feel that you will die first." Return 10. Gwen can't make it all night and day and practice. Let's not talk about Wanda's useless material. She's about to die. Suyi was horrified by Hela's words. How do you say such things with such a young body? Suyi's sense of guilt has just subsided. In the end, your words were corrected again. Wanda is so weak. As soon as Hela heard that Wanda had only 3 times, she immediately went to talk. Then she is really weak, but Gwen is quite powerful. By the way, is there a reason why Gwen's strength has improved so quickly? Well, here another question from Hela. Suyi's head grew dizzy. Where did you get so many wonderful ideas? Is it? Hela asked eagerly. I don't know. Suyi stroked his forehead. Then I'll figure it out by myself in the future. Hela curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Or I can talk to Gwen. 11. My mother-in-law. Suyi's head is really big now. How do you ask him to answer this kind of question? Is what Hela said true? It looks like it's real, because Hela is excited. What will Gwen do when he finds out? Work hard too? Although this is considered a good thing, Suyi still feels that the speed of the car is too fast. He just got into Hyundai. It's as if Hela wants to bring the speed of the car to the space age a little bit. It was so fast that Suyi didn't even know if he could hold it. But whatever, Hela was completely dependent on Suyi's body. It's only afternoon. Suyi returned to his seat and didn't sit for a while. Hela asked, "Shall we go up for a drink?" Could Suyi know what she was drinking for? Little Hela, my work spirit is extremely sacred, and I get off work at 5 o'clock. When I finish get off work. Little Hela thought for a while. But you will belong to Gwen after get off work. That night. You still belong to Gwen at night. That can't be right now. Really? Suyi turned his head and looked at the Lily face who was playing the game console and turned around. He was really scared. This little Lily is too scary. What are you talking about? Obviously such a small face is not as big as his. As a result, what was said made people dare not accept it. How do I get this? Suyi, okay, right here? Or reply, no. Let's talk about it later. The first one was too ridiculous. The second one was too embarrassing. That's still not coming back. But he was afraid of being questioned by Hela. Suyi thought for a while, and added a sentence. Wait until you have time. Remember, it's not fear. This is called fighting another day. The rest of the afternoon was free. Suyi played games with Hela. What are you playing? Suyi asked. Fighting game. Okay, who are you cheating on? Suyi asked. I'm playing Terminator. Hela raised the handle. I'm going to beat you. Okay. Then I'll play Spider-Gwen. Suyi searched. Huh? Hela tilted her head. Is there such a role? No? Then I'll play Scarlet Witch. Suyi searched again. Is there? Hela still couldn't find it. Forget it. Then I'll play the Goddess of Death. Suyi continued to search. Heard the Goddess of Death. Hela finally reacted and kicked Suyi with her tender little feet. Okay, I won't play these anymore. Suyi randomly chose Mei Shiranui. There's nothing in the game. I'll just play it for real when the time comes. Finish this sentence. It was Hela's little feet that responded to him. That's all. The whole afternoon. It was Suyi and Hela who sat on the carpet and played games. The two first played a fighting game. After fighting each other back and forth, find another game to play. Suyi originally found some simulation and management games to play, but Hela doesn't like any of them. So to the back. Suyi accompanied Hela to play hack and slash games like Warhammer 40k, World War Z, 7 Days to Kill and so on. Hela likes this kind of monster fighting game very much, and it is best to play melee games. So in these games, Hela currently likes playing zombie games the most. It doesn't matter if it's shot with a gun, because when facing the tide of corpses, Hela can always scream excitedly while beating. And there is such a lively Lily by your side to play games with you. Anyway, Suyi is a happy horse. Reluctant to leave belongs to yes. T+5:00. Suyi clocked out of get off work on time. He thought open, and added at the same time. Look at all the previous check-in rewards. Check-in successfully. Obtain, Slave Girl Hill Y Game X1. Acquired, Laodian Studio Anime Encyclopedia X1. Get, Shui Miao Cosplay Full Set Photo X1. Acquired, Manhan Banquet Full Version X1. Obtain, Tegu middle. Mephisto appearance middle. Essence of Demon, Marvel version, X1. Obtain, Aladdin magic lamp X1. Obtain, Saber Altra's Fat times X1. One chooses to see all the previous ones. The result is straight out of a bunch. Suyi took Hela back to the room first, then look at them one by one. What are these? Suyi looked at the first three first. The first one is games, which I don't have time to play now. The second is anime. As soon as Suyi opened it, he saw that there was a USB flash drive inside, which probably contained the contents of Section G. The third is a book. Suyi opened it. Good guy. The cosplay girl is posing in various poses for Odin. The fifth is not bad, it is an ability, and there are brackets, that will be discussed later. The sixth is a bit interesting, let's talk about it at the end. Then Suyi looked at the seventh one. Blue and white. That's enough, don't read it, that's enough. Now look back at number 5. It's the one with the long name. Tegu middle. Mephisto appearance middle. Devil's Essence, Marvel version. This is a terrifying Tegu of ice, and everyone who drinks it will go crazy. But once the control is successful, you can freely control the ice, attack and defend. It can be manipulated freely, its speed and power are astonishing, and its hidden technique, Gopatmo, can even freeze the universe. After reading the introduction, Suyi had a strange expression on his face. He could see that this Marvel version meant an enhanced version. And it can slowly evolve with my ability, because it turns out that Gopatmo can only freeze the time and space in one place. But now it can freeze the universe. So you looked at Tegu's appearance. Sure enough, still the pot of blood. At the same time, the blood exudes the spiritual pollution of extreme killing. Ordinary people can go crazy when they get close to this thing. Don't talk about drinking it. Suyi nodded and put it away. Keep it for now, and we'll see when the time comes. He doesn't need this thing. He has Phoenix Force. This kind of Tegu is just a toy in front of him. A toy that can be donated to others at will. Definitely. It is definitely not random. Next is the sixth. Suyi took out Aladdin's magic lamp. Hela is playing games on the side. Seeing Suyi take out a teapot, she asked curiously, "Is there a drink in it?" "No." Suyi shook his head. "There is a spirit body inside that says it can grant 3 wishes. He looked at the magic lamp like a teapot. According to legend, opening it will grant 3 wishes. Countless people love it anyway. Some people even get stuck with bugs. At the time of the last wish, ask for 3 more wishes. But Suyi is different. Wave. Suyi turned on Aladdin's magic lamp and placed it on the table. Hela also came over curiously to have a look. After a while, a blue human smoke flew out. It wears a hat, is blue all over, and has a full smell of a sun. When it comes out, the magic lamp said to Suyi, 3 wishes. Suyi nodded and agreed. You say it. Magic lamp. Watching the magic lamp blinded, Suyi tilted his head. Don't you want 3 wishes? The magic lamp opened its mouth, and it took a long time to Pluto answer. I am helping you realize a wish. Oh tilde. Suyi suddenly realized. 0. Ask for flowers middle. Can it all be done? The magic lamp nodded. It can be achieved. Then help me upgrade Wanda, Gwen, and Hela to level single universe. Count it as 3 wishes, or give me a cosmic heart. Count it as 3 wishes. Suyi finished speaking. Hela was moved. The magic lamp was dumbfounded. What is level single universe? What is the heart of the universe? What is this and what? Looking at the appearance of the magic lamp, Suyi knew that it could not be changed. Definitely. He never thought that the magic lamp could change. Suyi waved his hand and asked, so what can you achieve? Talk about your skills. The magic lamp finally became confident. I can give you a lot of money, more money than you can spend. Or whoever you like, take me to meet her, and I can make her like you too. Definitely you may also want something, such as a car, a house, luxury goods. I can help you achieve these. The magic lamp just finished speaking. Hela on the side said with contempt. Can this also be called a wish? Hear this sentence. Suyi couldn't help laughing. The magic lamp was dumbfounded again. It looks at Hela. Hela spread her hands and said, isn't this a matter of one sentence? When I used to be in Asgard, I said these things in the morning and I got them by noon. The magic lamp was shocked. It wants to ask where you are. On the other hand, Suyi almost laughed so hard that his stomach hurts. The magic lamp meets him and Hela. That was bad luck. Seeing Suyi smiling, Hela couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking. Suyi looked at the expressionless expression of the magic lamp. Okay, you go back first. I'll call you when I think about it. 0. He waved off the magic lamp and threw it back into the space. Just asked. He probably also knew the ability of the magic lamp. Elementary level material manufacturing, elementary level mind control, elementary level material reorganization. Is there anything else besides these? Suyi thought about it. Gone. All abilities of the magic lamp are included in these 3 abilities, and it is the lowest ability. But don't tell me. These abilities must at least be available above the subparent. So it still has a little gold content, but not much. It's useless to Suyi. After seeing the magic lamp being put away, Hela went back to play games. But she looked at playtime. 5:30. This point. Gwen hasn't come yet? Hela was a little surprised. By this point Gwen was out of school early. If she wants to come, She will come at the card almost every time. Is Gwen not coming? Thinking of this, Hela suddenly ran to Suyi's side and asked in high spirits. If she doesn't come, let me come at night. Suyi's mouth twitched. It's really hard to bear little Hela's face to say such words. It's so top. The trouser legs are all pushed up. Suyi stood up and adjusted the ballistic. Go and go. You don't care if Gwen comes or not. Little Hela pouted, just staring at Suyi's trousers. The scene remained deadlocked like this. Suyi's gun became more and more difficult to suppress. Parter. But at this moment, the door finally opened. Sutilda. I organized a pair of bank robbers just now, so I came late. Gwen jumped in while talking about the reason for being late. Cool. Suyi let out a long breath. Then he crossed his legs and waited for Gwen to come over. After Gwen came in, she threw herself on Suyi and talked about what happened today. Sue, the people who robbed the bank today are very strange. Strange? Suyi wondered. Where is it strange? Their weapons are different. Gwen took out her pink phone, and then called out the photo to Suyi. Look. Suyi took the phone and watched it with Gwen. Hela also ran over and climbed on Suyi's head to join in the fun. In the photo, the weapons held by those people have never appeared on the earth. And what these guns shoot out is not bullets. It's high-density energy. These bullets can even penetrate molten steel directly in the video shot by Gwen. And the bank's bulletproof glass can't hold these energy bullets. Then these weapons can be identified as new weapons. And it's a high-tech weapon. These weapons seem to do a lot of damage, and they don't have much recoil. Gwen asked suspiciously, could it be an alien weapon? Hela looked at it and said, it's a bit like the interstellar weapon I played in the game. But Suyi looked at the weapon carefully and smiled. Didn't you find out? What? Gwen and Hela asked simultaneously. Suyi took out his mobile phone and searched for pictures of weapons left after the defeat of the Chitauri civilization. Then put it next to the weapon Gwen saw for comparison. Look at the two. The main body and the core are exactly the same. Gwen, facing Gwen's surprise, Hela said excitedly, there are alien weapons. Sue, let's get some and come back to play. What are you doing? Get a few. 085. Take a shower. Money-grabbing riots in the city. Vulture appears. On the issue of getting a few hands back, Suyi discussed with Hela. In the end, it was agreed that as many as there are, just as many as possible. Because no matter how many there are, if you miss one, it means that the terrorists have more weapons. So as many as you have, you should follow along. Suyi also analyzed it for Gwen. Since this weapon belongs to the Chitauri civilization, it means where these people found the things left by the Chitauri civilization. They must be hidden. But the scale is not large, and it is very likely that they were modified without permission. Gwen also agrees with Suyi's opinion. She felt the same way. If the scale is large, it will not be used now, and it may be discovered before it is used. But only now. It means that a small group is involved in this matter. I'll go after school tomorrow night to see if I can find their hiding place. Gwen clapped her hands to decide. If I find it, I'll call you, Sue, and then you bring Hela over here. Suyi nodded and made an okay gesture. No problem. So the matter was settled. One decided to go scouting after school. One decided to order something after get off work. The two worked together to eliminate harm for the people. But only when I'm free. Look, this is the superhero out of interest. As a superhero, it's easy and fun only as a side job. Being a public star is stressful. This is not acceptable. Next, the gun was also pressed down. But Suyi didn't want to cook today because of cooking. Occasionally doing it is also a hobby. Doing it often is a chore. So Suyi asked directly, let's go out to eat tonight. And go shopping by the way. No problem Tilda. Gwen was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Hela asked Gwen to raise her hand. They also raised their hands, +1. Well, go out and eat 693. The three of them changed their clothes and put on their shoes, then went downstairs to the underground garage. When he came to Tanhuo, Hela looked at the two people in Tanhuo and fell into thinking. 2 seats. How can 3 people sit? It's very simple. Suyi walked into the main driver and said, 2 choices. The first one, you strap on the back of the car to tow or sit on the roof of the car. Second, you sit on Gwen's lap. Gwen is girlish. Hela is lily-shaped. So Gwen plus Hela can be co-pilots together. But Wanda plus anyone won't do. She can only be the co-pilot by herself. After the 3 got into the car, Suyi stepped on the gas pedal. The Skyfire went out with a whimper. Old rules. Drive along the seaside road first. It's 6:15 in the afternoon. The sun in the sky was still setting. Suyi drove a Ferrari, took his 2 younger sisters, and happily went for a drive by the seaside. Opened the windows. Suyi stretched out his hand. His fingers relaxed, but his hands held the wind. Hela asked suspiciously after seeing it. What are you doing? Suyi smiled while wearing sunglasses. At the current speed, you put your hand out to hold the wind, and the file size is just C. As soon as this statement came out, Hela and Gwen were taken aback at the same time. Gwen asked curiously, really? Just try it and you'll know. So Gwen and Hela stretched out one small hand and put them up and down at the same time. and Suyi controlled the speed of the car, probably around 50 or so, as expected. After trying for a while, Gwen took her hand back and pressed it in front of her to feel it. Then he looked at Suyi in surprise. Really? Hey Tilda, look. Suyi raised his eyebrows and continued driving, and Hela pressed in front of her. Okay, sorry. So she turned and pressed Gwen, then nod. It really is. Wait for the car to drive through the seaside road. Suyi then drove the car to a nearby restaurant. What kind of meal do you want to eat? Suyi asked the two of them. Chinese food, Western food, Italian food, Japanese food, Indian food are all fine, but I suggest the third and fifth alternatives because the third taste is almost the same. The fifth one looks heavy, and Gwen and Wanda thought about it. Do you want to try Japanese food? We don't seem to have eaten much. What about Hela? She doesn't care. Just eat it. Okay, let's go. After making a decision, Suyi went to find a Japanese restaurant with a good atmosphere. At home, Suyi definitely doesn't know how to cook Japanese food, but you can go out and eat. Take it easy. Finally, Suyi found a luxurious Japanese restaurant in the building. Because Japanese restaurants all adhere to the reason of the best service, Suyi looked for a good one, which happened to have fewer people to try. Park your car. The three entered the building. Take the elevator to that whole floor. Ding. Then an elevator. The waiter at the door bent down to the minimum to welcome them. Then someone guided the three of them all the way into the restaurant. Finally, the one-on-one chef came to ask what you want to eat tonight. Whether it is tempura or any seafood, it can be made. And will also recommend projects that you are familiar with. Suyi didn't order. He directly asked Gwen and Hela to have more girls. Then he just eats it. After a while, Gwen and Hela finish ordering. Gwen whispered in Suyi's ear. People here are so humble, and actually feel a little uncomfortable. Hela thought about it and agreed. If this is the case, it is the most humble subordinate who committed a great crime in the 9 realms. After listening to the words of the two women, Suyi shook the cup in his hand and smiled. That's their culture, with a clear distinction between top and bottom. Civility. You may not like it, but you can't help but scold. Huh, Hilda? Gwen nodded, but immediately reacted. Oh, I was wrong. Suyi changed it a bit. You can ignore it. You can ignore it. After a while, the chef began to bring the meals little by little. It is said here to concentrate on savoring each dish, so you still have to wait for you to finish eating before continuing to serve. Definitely. The portion size per serving is also very small. Suyi tasted it, and the taste was not bad. After all, the restaurant is quite luxurious, and it is impossible to build a big house for you. And Gwen and Hela have never eaten, so it's okay for them to eat. After all, you can still taste it if you haven't eaten it. That's all. After eating the dishes bit by bit, Suyi settled the bill. He took the two women and left under a row of people bowing respectfully. How to say? Gwen thought for a while. Out of 10 points, 6 points for passing. I will give it. Hela sat on Gwen's lap, said directly and mercilessly. 1 point. Immediately, Gwen and Suyi were curious. Why 1 point? Hela replied blankly, because this is not Sue's dinner. Woo Tilda. Gwen booed and whined when she heard it, then pinched Hela's little face and said, Hela can talk so well? Suyi glanced at her unexpectedly. The eldest princess of Asgard is no longer arrogant, and Hela didn't object. Just hummed Tilda and looked out the window. Suyi smiled and continued driving. There's no rush to go back. Let's just start wandering around in New York. I agree. Gwen immediately agreed. Anyway, as long as they follow Suyi nearby, she is willing to do anything. Not to mention Hela. Her current thoughts are either clinging to Suyi or playing games. Internet addiction plus cough cough cough. It's 8 p.m. Ferraris are driven on the road. The lights of the city at night make the city very busy. If your eyes have astigmatism, from here, it looks like thousands of mosaic lights are flickering. Hela lay prone by the window looking out at the city. It looks a lot different than Asgard here. Gwen asked curiously after hearing this. And what is night in Asgard like? Hela thought about it first. Then answer. There are glowing magic street lamps on the road, and the temple is also shining with gold. But if you look outside Asgard, only Bifrost leads to darkness. Gwen could probably think of landscapes. Asgard is like the duckweed of the 9 realms. It's dark all around, but it's solid. It's also a bit like the fireflies in the 9 realms. At this time, Gwen suddenly tensed up, then looked to the corner of the city. PSSD tilde. Just, a laser beam suddenly shot into the sky from inside the city, then enter the atmosphere and disappear. PSSD tilde. Then another laser shot through the side of a building, then shoot out from the other side of the building. Something went wrong. Gwen immediately reacted. So you looked over there. I saw a man in bird clothes flying back and forth between the buildings. Hela looked up at the lasers in the sky, suddenly reacted and asked expectantly, is this the laser weapon? It should be. Suyi nodded. Then let's grab a few. Hela shouted happily. Suyi smiled. That's fine, just look at it. So Suyi turned the steering wheel. At the same time Phoenix Force surged. Next moment, the Ferrari that was driving suddenly disappeared and turned into a phantom. Then it appeared near the place they were looking at just now. Follow the Ferrari down an alley. As soon as the three got out of the car, they found that the scene had been controlled by the police. The cordon has been drawn. Police officers are at the ready. Suyi took a look from afar and got a general understanding of the situation. Gwen looked at it and said to Hela, who was too short to see, the biggest bank in New York was robbed. But they only robbed money. rice and yuan were scattered everywhere. At the moment, money was still scattered on the heads of everyone. But the ground is full of money. When everyone found out that they were all large dollar bills, hurry up and grab it. It's all money. Hurry up and pick up the money. After grabbing it, run away. It's all money. Take it. Everyone. Instantly zero. It was the little blacks who first started picking up money on the ground and in the sky. Look out. It's the blackies, not the sunspots. These little blacks were the first to act when they saw the money. Then came the noobs who came to their senses. They frantically picked up the money on the ground. Then the little blacks were not satisfied with picking up money, so they began to grab money from people around them, because they found that picking up money 10 times is not as good as grabbing money once, and their operation was discovered. There are more people robbing money. So the scene turned from spectators to riots. And where is the most money on the scene? That is definitely the money spilled at the bank gate. So some people began to look at the cordon surrounded by police officers. It's over. The police officers looked at this look. Immediately someone started calling. Call for help. Call for help. Back up. If you don't back up, I'll empty the magazine. Call more police over here. As expected, when riots happen, basically, the initial stage is out of control. It starts with the first person kicking the policeman's shield. The crowd started rushing towards the bank door. And this is a fight between Xiaobai and Xiaohai. If you asked the police officer to shoot, he must have chosen to run away first. How can I fight for a few thousand meters of gold a month? Carry directly. So the crowd beat the police officers away. Start picking up money on the ground right in front of nearby police officers, and in the face of the riots of hundreds of thousands of people. Now these dozens of police officers can only take care of those who rob money. But I can't control those who pick up money. As for Su Yi, at the start of the riots, Su Yi brought Gwen and Hela to the roof to watch the show. You go on, I'll watch the show. It's soulless. Hela looked at the crowd on the ground for a while, shook her head and said, the people of Asgard will never riot for this money. Gwen pursed her lips. After a while, she also sighed, obviously very disappointed with these ordinary people. She's been Spider-Gwen for so long. The number of people who were rescued ranged from hundreds to hundreds. But seeing this kind of picture really made Gwen feel a little worthless. Will there be someone in this group of people that she saves? Not impossible. Su Yi felt Gwen's inner thoughts. So he patted Gwen on the shoulder and said, you do good deeds only for your own heart and ability not to be wasted. You don't do things for who or what group, so don't think so. Su Yi's words gave Gwen a hard time. After she realized it, she nodded and turned to hug Su Yi. Well, I was thinking too much. Hela was still standing on the edge of the roof looking down. After watching it like watching a play for a long time, she suddenly asked Su Yi. But who spread the money? Why did he spread the money? I don't know who spread the money. People have already left, and there is a high probability that it is the figure flying on the roof with 2 wings when they saw it in the distance. But why you want to throw money is more interesting. Escape to create chaos? Gwen speculated. For the benefit of society, Hela guessed. Su Yi thought about it. I think it's to pretend to be 13. 4.8. As soon as Su Yi's answer came out, Gwen and Hela were taken aback. Why? Because he could have escaped quickly, but he insisted on running when the onlookers arrived. So Yi looked at the money on the ground and knew it. His equipment can't take much money. Even if the crotch is full, it can only be tens of thousands of yuan at most. So why rob the bank? Su Yi's words inspired Gwen. She also reacted. So he's doing this to prove that he's a supervillain, to make everyone remember him, to make himself famous. Su Yi raised his eyebrows and nodded. That's it. Gwen scorned that. And Hela frowned and thought for a while, then let out a pooh. But still a little praise, a bit of personality. Next, with the arrival of the supporting police officers, the riot gradually ended. Definitely this is also the reason why all the money on the ground has been picked up. Those who picked up the money all ran away when they saw the police support. And once the crowd cannot gather, this riot will dissipate in a short while. Then those who run slowly or react slowly will be caught as scapegoats. In the end, the sentence was 200 years and 300 years. See things over. Su Yi waved his hand. Let's go. Go back. This person should be one of the gang you met this afternoon. Gwen, take a good look tomorrow. Yeah. Gwen nodded seriously. It seems that the villain's provocation made Gwen very unhappy. Someone is going to be unlucky. Tilda. And Hela's eyes lit up when she heard that she was going back. She immediately ran to Su Yi's side and waited for the teleportation. In fact, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. Crack. After a snap of the fingers, Ferrari automatically returned to the underground garage to wait. The 3 of Su Yi returned to the door and slipped their shoes into the house. Little Hela ran into the room, shouting happily, take a bath. Take a bath. 086. Cybertron Senate. The godfather of Sorcerer Supreme is Su? In fact, Su Yi didn't know what little Hela was up to, because there is no part for her at all. And who does this as soon as they get home? It's only 8:30 in the evening. How can we say that the event has to wait until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening? So I heard that the event does not bring myself. Hela can only play games in anger. On the way, he was still grumbling. I don't care, you still don't take me to play. Hear this sentence. Su Yi can only lament that Asgard is indeed fierce in a certain way. Hela was able to be an old maid for thousands of years because she had no interest in this aspect before, and only cared about fighting and killing. Oh, Right. Suyi suddenly realized, Asgard is Norse mythology. And what about Norse mythology? Norse mythology books that don't remove sex are taller than people, and Norse mythology without sex is only a notebook thick. That's why Suyi reacted. It was normal for Hela to know so much. On the contrary, I am ashamed. Plus 13. I have to say that Yin Yi was lucky. Otherwise go to Asgard to pick a girl. It's nearly impossible to pick someone who's still unmanned. Get tilde. It seems that Suyi himself has to work hard to study, and after Gwen saw little Hela running to play games. So she thought for a while and said, Sue, let's go see Cybertron again. Suyi thought for a moment. That's fine. Snap your fingers. The two came to Mars in an instant. As a result, the picture in front of me was shocking. Whereas Mars still in its original scorched yellow appearance, now the entire surface of Mars has changed. It's like chess in the West. After the surface of Mars has been weathered before, it is still a module. And now it's a modular city. The white areas are natural ecological areas. The black area is the mechanical area. These two regions make up the chess map of Mars. Definitely, these black and white cannot all be independent. But after the ore veins are connected together, the whole area is the mechanical area. But there is a patch with no veins at all. Then this area is all a natural ecological area. And the natural ecological zone is no longer the previous simulation warehouse. Instead, there are already green plants. But it was also too fast. Wow tilde. Gwen let out a long surprise. The two watched the rapid development of Mars. This is almost impossible for O1 humans to do. How could it take 10 days and half a month to initially transform Mars? This is simply not something humans can do. And when Suyi looked down, it can be found that except for the veterans of 1000 Shapeshifting King Kong, there is also a smaller Shapeshifting King Kong with 3 digits in action. That is to say, those with more than 3 digits are already choosing to create a new Shapeshifting King Kong. And the natural ecological area under the feet is also taken care of by special robots. The whole of Mars radiates a path of rapid evolution. Gwen was very interested in the whole activity now. She first pointed to the ecological area below and said, let's go and see. Suyi had exactly this intention. He found out after taking Gwen down. The temperature here has risen. Mars used to be around -60 degrees, and now Mars is almost at 0 degrees. Gwen walks in the nature area again. She looked at the plants and said, Sue, some of these are very similar to those on Earth, and some are completely different. Suyi nodded. After all, these are considered alien plants, and it's normal to be different. But Gwen looked around to see. But why are there no animals? The current temperature should be enough for some animals to survive. Suyi felt the surrounding environment. The temperature is okay and the humidity is sufficient. The words of plants must be enough for herbivores to eat. But why not do it? It is because of the gravity and oxygen of Mars. Still can't make it? Suyi doesn't know yet. Let's go and see the others. The two looked around again. Then I found that the equipment of the veterans was being upgraded. Some mining veterans have much better body equipment than the original ones. And some elders don't like mining. So some are already fully armed and don't know what to do. As for civil war, it is impossible. Suyi didn't even need to mention this matter, because Shapeshifting King Kong is absolutely loyal to him. The two walked around all the way to the other side of Mars. Then the two found out there is actually a building with huge amounts of here. The content of the building is very simple. 1000 pillars are evenly placed here. Suyi opened the panel to see what it was. Senate House. That is, the decision of the Shapeshifting King Kong will affect the voting decision of the entire Cybertron Star event, and at the moment also happens to have a decision being voted on. A Shapeshifting King Kong Yun Lao said here, the creator let us realize 50% of the natural ecological planet transformation. The Druid Patriarch proposed adding animal elements to the natural biome. Yes. The Elder's pillar goes green. The opposition's Elder pole lights up the red light. Since this is a task related to the creator, no abstention is allowed. The Elder's words connected all the Elders. So no matter where the Patriarch is, vote when everyone can hear it. And after the Elder finished speaking, the 1000 pillars below also immediately began to light up. After about a minute, every pillar is lit. Gwen rolled her eyes. 500 by 500. So Gwen looked at Suyi again. Suyi said before. He will make the final decision on any resolution if there is a tie. Suyi saw such a result. So he brought Gwen to appear in front of the Elder, the creator. Seeing Suyi coming, Mr. Yuan immediately saluted respectfully. Suyi nodded. Then he asked all the elders directly, attach their reasons for voting. After a few minutes, Suyi immediately received the reasons from the elders. Among them, 500 green lights, that is, the reason of the party who agreed is basically to implement the plan of the creator. A few are given justifiable benefits for having animals. The reason for the 500 red is more comprehensive. For example, the development of animals will waste time and land, and the development of the planet Cybertron does not need animals, and green plants are enough. For example, the gravity of the planet Cybertron is insufficient, and the animals may grow very large, which will affect the development of the planet Cybertron. That's about it anyway. Suyi showed the reason to Gwen. Then asked Gwen directly, what do you think? After Gwen read their explanations, she also thought about it seriously. It's not that animals must be animals just because they are cute. Gwen raised her head slightly and thought. At the same time, He snapped his fingers and thought about it. If the animal is too big, it will indeed come out and trouble the mechanical area. But it feels too deserted without animals. Gwen thought for a while, and could only suggest. Then can we get some animals that are not only for viewing? For example, only docile and beautiful herbivores, and then control several areas. Anyway, there will be no people living on this planet. Suyi thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, this doesn't require an ecological chain, just good-looking and well-managed animals. Gwen immediately stretched out his hand when he heard it. Suyi also stretched out his hand to clap. Crack tilde. The two hit it off. Suyi also gave orders. This proposal is passed. But animals just need to be beautiful and well managed. There is no need for a complete ecological chain. Let Shapeshifting King Kong artificially control the amount. After Suyi gave the order, all the veterans of Shapeshifting King Kong said in unison, "Yes, Creator." Then it's over. Suyi continued to take Gwen around the planet Cybertron. Then he snapped his fingers and went back to the north building. The two just changed their shoes and entered the house. Suyi picked up Gwen. "Then head to the bathroom. I have been pressing the gun for so long today. The fire has to be spread out." Gwen was dumbfounded at first. Then he turned around and hugged Suyi and said, "I, Spider-Gwen, must surrender you today." "Okay, I use the body of Superman." "Yeah, you cheated. Don't worry, I still have toys that never stop." "You, look at my tiger charm." "Sorry." Suyi, play 1 to 2 online today." In the living room, Hela is sitting on the sofa playing games. Although Suyi blocked his voice, Hela definitely knew what was going on inside. Seeing that Suyi is only playing with Gwen for the time being, Hela raised her fist angrily and waved it in the air. "Then put your hands on your angry face." But she thought about it again. Hela saw the sofa from there, and then saw Suyi's master bedroom from the sofa. So little Hela thought about it. Finally her eyes lit up. Hela simulated the picture in her mind. At that time, she stretched out her hand, her divine power surged, and after a while of darkness, Hela seemed to have entered the shadows and disappeared. Then Suyi's master bedroom opened automatically. Then close. Yes, wait until late at night to do this. At the same time, inside the shrine of Kamartage, Steven is sitting cross-legged on a futon and meditating. And there is Eye of Agamotto hanging in front of him. It seems that the death of Ancient One affected him a lot. Also let Steven take Eye of Agamotto directly for 24-hour guarding branches. At this time, the door of the temple was pushed open. The one who walked in was the Round King magician. He came to Steven's side. 3 days have come. Next moment, Steven opened his eyes and stood up tremblingly. It turned out that his legs were already stiff. Steven sat here for 3 days, and Wang looked at Steven and asked curiously, "What did the Ancient One magician say to you at the end?" Steven looked at the Eye of Agamotto in front of him, then looked at Wang and said, "Keep it safe at all costs." Wang thought for a while. "Ancient One magician passed you the position of Sorcerer Supreme?" "No. She's too late." Steven said he admitted it bluntly, but immediately added, "But I will take her responsibility seriously." Wang thought for a moment. He actually doesn't have that much utilitarianism for the position of Sorcerer Supreme, although this position is the position that every magician yearns for. But what the king recognized was the orthodox position. So he still reminded, "The Ancient One magician passed you the position of Sorcerer Supreme without public announcement, so you'd better say that the Ancient One magician passed it to you at the end. Only in this way can you have better magician leadership." Steven heard such an answer. He immediately pretended to be puzzled and asked the king, "Does no one know that I forced Dormammu back at the end?" "No, definitely not." Wang Lima shook his head. "All magicians know about this, and it is still spreading. But what I mean is that there will be malicious magicians who spy on your current location and use this reason as a breakthrough." Hear this sentence. Steven's expression suddenly became enlightened. Definitely at least half of this sudden realization is fake. He was just exaggerating humorously. "Then what should I do?" Steven looked at Wang suddenly. While the Ancient One magician was still there. The king is the steward of the holy place of Kamartage, a librarian, to be precise. And it's also the guard who guards the library, or the assistant of Ancient One magician. Because basically the king does all these jobs. So what Steven means is, Wang is eligible to become a Sorcerer Supreme, and Steven's question is testing whether Wang wants to become a Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, when Ancient One was about to leave the Sorcerer Supreme position, Ancient One was passed to him in his head. It's just that after Steven saw that the magician also betrayed, he said that on purpose for fishing. Otherwise, he has no time to wait for who is the real traitor. Wang listened to Steven's 033 question. He looked into Steven's eyes, narrowed his eyes, and asked back, "Are you doubting that I want your place? When you were learning spells, I taught you. When you sneaked into the library, I followed the Ancient One magician's will to let you in on purpose. The departure of Ancient One magician makes me sadder than you. Now you suspect that I want to snatch the position of Sorcerer Supreme?" To be honest, Wang has been a magician beside Ancient One for so many years. That's why he could feel that Steven was testing him. "Feel sorry," and Steven touched his nose in a little embarrassment after hearing Wang's words. "I've seen too many magicians betray their hearts in order to wait for power these days, so I have to be wary of everyone here. Besides, we haven't known each other for much time." Wang nodded after hearing this. "I understand you, and I would do the same. If men want to get acquainted with each other, they must rely on chatting. Now Steven and Wang came to exchange their hearts. Then the trust between the two immediately increased a lot. Wang also knew that Steven had his own plan and he didn't need to worry about it, so he didn't ask. And Steven also had a general understanding of Wang's nature, so no more testing. That's fine. The two continued to chat like this late at night. But chatting, Wang suddenly remembered something and said seriously, "By the way, there is a person who you must treat with respect when you see him again." Steven was taken aback when he heard it. "I am Sorcerer Supreme." "Yes, I'm already a Sorcerer Supreme, so I don't need special treatment." Wang glanced at Steven, then still nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, precisely because you are Sorcerer Supreme." Steven was puzzled. "Then who are you talking about? Have you seen?" "I have seen." The more Steven listened, the more deluded he became. Looking at Steven's appearance, Wang knew that he couldn't remember. So reminded, "The man who taught you that day with the Ancient One magician was accompanied by a little girl with green hair." That day, Steven recalled it for a while, and then reacted softly. "Scare?" "Yes." Wang nodded in confirmation. "Then introduce it to Steven. Don't think that being a Sorcerer Supreme means you can be unscrupulous. Godfather Su's power is above that of Ancient One magician." After a certain day of controversy, he took the initiative to recognize the status of Su's godfather because of a law. "So after this position is passed to you, you still have to admit the relationship. If you disagree, you can talk to the godfather, but I advise you not to do so. He is the last insurance of the magician holy place. When the Sorcerer Supreme is unable to protect this world, it's worth the Sorcerer Supreme godfather's shot." Listen to what Wang said. Steven was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. His mind was muddled. 087. Do morning exercises. Gwen and Wanda gossip. Eternal portal. In fact, it was normal for Steven to be dumbfounded. The Godfather's gold content in the West is very important. You recognize the Godfather. That is to put the position of the Godfather above you. And Godfather is a very respected position. You will have the protection and benefits of the Godfather, but you also have to serve the Godfather. Refer to the Godfather's guidelines in many places. All in all, it means respect. Steven was silent for a long time after listening. Wang looked at him and smiled. "I can see that you don't want to." "No." Steven shook his head. He objected to Wang's statement. "Oh?" Wang suddenly became curious. Steven looked up. Only then did he say leisurely, "My future is given by Su. When I look at the coldness and warmth of the world, it is also the hope that Su gave me. After my accident and no one needed me anymore, Su was also the first one to come to the hospital. After I recovered, Su's attitude still didn't change, and his attitude towards me was still the same as before. So I knew it from that moment on. The warmest in the world. It's hope. And a hope. Su gave it to me. I recognize him as the Godfather." "All right." When Steven finished speaking, now it was Wang's turn to start dumbfounded. Wang also really didn't expect that the two had such an innate relationship. At the same time, late at night, the top floor of the north building, in the dark master bedroom, Su was resting with two Gwen on one left and one on the right. She had just been tossed until she fell asleep, but Su is simply reminiscing about it. "I guess I'll fall asleep later." How to say, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate three tigers, unless there is one male and two females. So this is accommodated. The two Gwens of the tiger charm. One is cheerful and the other is introverted, but they all like themselves anyway. They all have the same feelings towards Su. At the same time, Su was also thinking, is this thing just fixed? Can Gwen distinguish a holy one from a coughing one? If only I could. Su felt that this kind of ability would be higher, but he doesn't know if this is possible. Can only try another day. What if it works? But anyway, both Gwens are sure to be good. Su likes both. He can't be that scumbag who loves the new and dislikes the old. Yes, that's his bottom line. In a dark bedroom, Su looked at the pitch-black roof and fell into deep thought. I don't know why. Anyway, he usually can't sleep at this time. It needs to be chilled for a while. Crack tilde. But suddenly, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly opened gently. First, a black ability wrapped around the lock to avoid any sound. Then a young figure floated in wrapped in darkness. Finally closed the door again. Su was startled. She knew it was little Hela without even thinking about it. So Su directly used ability to talk to Hela. Little Hela? What are you doing? Little Hela said not to speak. Then the darkness around her disappeared. Su could immediately see a large area of whiteness in the dark bedroom. At the moment, Su remembered a song. He wanted to run, but he couldn't because his legs were clamped by Gwen, and his hands were hugged by Gwen. Can't even move. If you say you must find someone who can move, only one can stand up. Go back. Suyi's soul said to Hela, and Hela pouted, and shook her head firmly. She covered her feet with divine power, so don't talk about walking. Even if she jumped up, there would be no sound. Then she tiptoed to the position where Suyi had to lower his head to see, and moved his hands and feet. And Suyi froze. He couldn't remember the last thing. Only Hela's last words rang in his head. Shake, 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 shake to Bifrost. The next day, when Su-yi woke up, Gwen has gone to school alone. Su-yi released the ability induction. Hela slept by herself wrapped in a quilt on the thick rug in the living room. Cool. Su-yi let out a long breath. I don't know what to say. He was the one who took the initiative before. This time it was his turn to stop. It was quiet at first. Later Hela became more and more crazy. If I hadn't used ability to seal off all of Gwen's senses, it would be over. Never mind. Su-yi sighed, then stretched a long waist. He figured it out. Anyway, happy. No matter what he does so much. Hela lever, right? Wait for Su-yi to have time. Take a moment to kill her. Let her know who the real big brother is. Get up. Su-yi lifted the quilt. Go straight to a hot shower. Water splashed down from his head. Fog filled the air. But Su-yi was still getting more and more angry. Mainly it's a bit frustrating. Rided by a Lilai maid. Su-yi couldn't get angry, so the hair dripped with hot water and came to Hela. Pick up Hela directly and go back. Get up and do morning exercises. +9:00. Su-yi sat in the office on time and drank milk tea. Suck. You reclined on the recliner to rehydrate. Then throw the milk tea you just finished into the trash can. Nice and comfortable. Su-yi stretched his waist. That is called a physical and mental pleasure. After giving little Hela a hard lesson in the morning, Su-yi felt much more comfortable. And Hela. Now she is lying on the floor like a little turtle and can't get up. Her hair is all messed up. She will take a shower by herself later. Ha tilde. And Su-yi hummed happily. Fishing while playing games. Then what's the news by the way? Famous entrepreneur, philanthropist, genius scientist, Ironman Tony, Mr. Stark officially announced that he will no longer be in charge of the Stark Group, but will be under the control of Miss Pepper, the CEO. New York's largest city bank was robbed by unknown terrorists last night, but he did not take away any rice gold, but chose to distribute it to the citizens. Miss Spider and Scarlet Witch no longer cooperate recently. Is there a conflict between the two sides? Follow this station, so stay tuned. Read the news. Su-yi said that it was really the same. There are all kinds of news. It was even said that Wanda and Gwen had a conflict. Joke. Su-yi shook his head helplessly. Why didn't I know she was having a conflict? Is everything around me fake? That's all. As the fishing time goes by quickly, the time has come to noon. Button tilde. Enter. There was another knock on the door of his office. Su-yi let people in. Here comes the slightly different Natasha Romanoff. Her hair was dyed red and big waves. The mouth is also painted lipstick. It looks very sexy. Wearing a leather vest and blue skinny jeans. It looks very sassy. It's like a little sister who drives a Harley. Very cool. Su-yi looked up and down presumptuously. And Natasha Romanoff also smiled and walked around in front of Su-yi for Su-yi to appreciate. 2.5 laps later. Su-yi nodded appreciatively and said, Gwen will definitely like your outfit when she sees it. It's very cool. Really? That would be great. Natasha Romanoff blinked. Then next time I meet her, I can take her to choose a set. Thinking is good. If Gwen wears the suit now, his father will be suspicious. My daughter played with the bastards. So Su-yi shook his head and said, that'll have to wait until Gwen goes to college. She's not free to dress yet. Natasha Romanoff thought, that's right. Her father is a sheriff, and the family church is stricter. That's more than strict. If it wasn't for Gwen's object, it would be Su-yi. His father had already brought the guy to the door. I'll give you a call when the time comes. Even if you call the police. It was Gwen's father who answered the phone. Who in the hall and why Su this official? Finished chatting with Gwen. Natasha Romanoff pulled out a chair and sat down by herself. Then he took out his business card from the gap in front of him and put it on the table, ready to say something. But Su-yi interrupted directly. Wait. Don't you have pockets? Why do you take everything out of pockets? Are you really that big? Can it hold so many things? Natasha Romanoff, who pulled out her business card, zipped the zipper. Then wink a few times at Su-yi. If you have time, don't you know if you try it tilde? Su-yi pursed his lips and nodded. You wait. I'll find a time to show you the original 13 due. And after hearing Su-yi's harsh words, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smile and said, what are you waiting for? Or now? It's better to hit the day than to choose the day, right? So you really thought about it. But it's not good right now. It's better if you get off work soon. It's working time. Su-yi knew that usually he had broken this precept, that future must be unmanageable. So Su-yi gritted his teeth. Just next time. Natasha Romanoff responded with a wink. Alright, next. Let's get down to business. Natasha Romanoff pushed the business card to Su-yi. Su-yi picked it up and took a look. Isn't this the one Tony gave you? Natasha Romanoff smiled when she heard that. You really have it? Definitely. Su-yi returned Natasha Romanoff's to her. Then he took it from the small safe and put it on the table and said, he came to me 2 days ago, saying he wanted to live in seclusion. 2 days ago? Hearing this time, Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. Then he reacted and smiled wryly. We Avengers only found out last night. It seems that the first person he sought after he decided to live in seclusion was you. Is that so? ''M. Not honored. Su-yi smiled, put the business card back and asked again. What about Tony, the recluse? What do you insiders think? Natasha Romanoff recalled a bit. We just found out last night. We started discussing it last night. But most of them understood Tony. He has actually been physically and mentally exhausted for many years, We can see this. And now the Avengers Alliance. Natasha Romanoff was silent for a while, and the regiment spoke the truth. Not real Avengers, as expected. After the Sokovia Agreement, after the United Nations intervened in the Avengers Alliance, the true meaning of Avengers has changed. In the past, the Avengers Alliance was to protect the Earth, and now the Avengers Alliance is a symbol of rights and abilities. Not to mention freedom or not. It is already very strange to report for good deeds. So Yi nodded, expressing his understanding. I understand. But you still have to stay in the Avengers Alliance. Because there is still a glimmer of hope. The city needs your help too. So you haven't left yet. Yi's words made Natasha Romanoff nod silently. That's exactly what happened. Tilda. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's agent phone rings. She took it out and connected it. Then he nodded after saying a few words. I know. Hang up the agent phone. Natasha Romanoff said to Yi, sorry, although this is not urgent, I will be leaving later. There are still a group of weapon modification gangs hidden in New York City. What happened last night is probably what they did, so I'll have to investigate. It turned out to be that thing. Yi waved goodbye after hearing this. Then see you next time. Remember, we both pick a free time. You don't need to think too much about the matter. Maybe it will be resolved by itself the next day. After hearing this, Natasha Romanoff gave Yi a wink. Then turn around and leave the office. When getting off the elevator, Natasha Romanoff recalled what Yi said just now. Suddenly, she immediately realized that there was something in the last sentence. Yi asked her to check it casually. That means the matter will be resolved. Who would it be? The Spider Lady? Or Scarlet Witch? Wait until Natasha Romanoff walks by. Yi lay on the armchair and stretched. Let's chat this afternoon. It's time to get off work again. Very nice. And Hela hasn't gone downstairs to play games until now. Probably afraid. Okay. Yi was happy all day today. Such a comfortable day. Wait until the time comes to 5 p.m. Yi closed the door of the office outside on time, and at the same time thought of clocking in. As for rewards, keep saving. But Yi just closed the door. Scarlet sparks flickered from his doorway. Yi was taken aback when he saw the color of the sparks. Isn't this Kamar-Taj's magic a golden spark? How did it turn scarlet? But then Yi reacted. Wanda, as expected. Yi said so. The spark also flickered, so Yi hurriedly encouraged him. Wanda, come on, you, Zhao Hoki, opened me and went in. With Yi's encouragement, the scarlet sparks gradually drew circles until the painting was full. Immediately afterwards, a portal opened in front of Yi. Yi looked inside. Wanda was standing opposite. Although tired, he showed a long-lost smile. See the portal open. Yi strode in. Plop. Wanda swooped and hugged Yi together. Congratulations, Wanda. Yi praised, and Wanda was a little silent, and then spoke. I'm sorry, Sue. I'm stupid. According to the records, my time to learn the portal is not fast, even a little slow. Huh? Heard Wanda's words. Yi calculated the time. It seems really slow. Why is that? Wanda is a genius. She is the owner of origin magic power. How could one be stupid to learn magic? Impossible. Yi firmly did not believe it. You close the portal and take another look. Good. Wanda was encouraged by Yi. She nodded and came out of Yi's embrace, and then prepared to send to the scarlet portal. But Wanda found out after trying twice. Why can't I close it? Wanda was stunned. According to magic, isn't it easier to close the portal than to open it? Why can't she close it? What happened? At this time, the first person who discovered that the portal was scarlet appeared. He is the administrator of the library, Wang. After Wang came over, he found Yi here, and hurriedly washed and performed a salute. Yi waved his hand and followed Song. Wang Kai looked closely at the portal and frowned. No one's portal is like this. Yi frowned when he heard that. He sensed something was wrong, so Yi said to Wanda, Wanda, go and bring the magic book you studied. Wanda went to get it after hearing it. Then Yi and Wang found the teleportation magic in this book at the same time. Wang directly yelled out, Eternal Portal. 088. Meet Wanda Steven. You don't want to call me Godfather. Eternal Portal. Wang was dumbfounded when he saw the magic man, which magician started to learn from eternal magic. This is something that even Sorcerer Supreme has a hard time learning. These magicians are all recorded one by the multi-generational masters in ancient times. Eternal Portal. And Wanda was stunned when she heard the name. The Ancient One magician told me that this is a normal spell. Ancient One magician. After hearing this, Wang thought about it carefully. Ancient One magician taught you personally? Wang asked. Yes. Seeing Wanda confess, now it was the king's turn to be confused again. The king closed the spell book. Then look at the cover of the magic book. I looked at other places in the magic book. No difference. This is a normal magic book in the library. Can I see other magic? Wang asked Wanda again. Wanda looked at Yi. Yi nodded. Then she also nodded. Yes. Then Wang turned to other places. It turns out that other magic has become normal magic. It doesn't make a difference. Wang looked around. Only the frown got deeper and deeper. At last, he returned the spellbook to Wanda, then shook his head and said, It's also a special spell drawn by Ancient One magician for you. But I don't know exactly what the Ancient One magician thinks. As for the spell, Wang pointed to the portal Wanda opened. This is the Eternal Portal. Once you open it, You never have to close it. You can even leave it alone, and you can also stipulate who can enter and who can't. If only your magic was stronger, then this portal can allow the enemy to be thrown directly into the universe when entering, or thrown into the magma. And when his teammates come in, he will get where he should go. Wang said so. It was only then that Wanda realized that the portal spells she practiced were not ordinary portal spells. It is a particularly difficult eternal portal. So you looked at Wanda and reminded, do you know how precious the portal you are opening now? Wanda thought about it and shook her head. Su Yi gave an example directly. There are a total of 3 holy places on Earth. There are 3 portals connected to each other in each holy place. And those 3 portals are the eternal portals. So you reminded. Wanda didn't know what magic she was using. She has used all 3 portals. Not only that, Wang reminded from the side. The spells of these 3 portals have been difficult for anyone to reproduce. Only the Ancient One magician could do it before. The current Steven can't do it. But now there's you, Wanda magician. Wang's words completely explained the gold content of this spell. Before now, there was only Ancient One in the world. Now only Wanda can do it in the world, and the current Sorcerer Supreme Steven will not. That's the gold content of this spell. But his words speak for Wanda. It just means that Wanda realizes that she is not stupid. Plop. Wanda hugged Su Yi immediately. Said excitedly, Su tilde. Su Yi held Wanda in his arms, indicating that Wang could leave. Wang nodded to show that he knew, and then left after saluting. Su Yi hugged Wanda and said softly with a smile, well, now you're not an idiot, you're a genius, as I've always said. Wanda hugged Su Yi tightly and did not let go. Actually, Wanda is under a lot of pressure these days. Before practicing this portal spell, she took a look at how long it took everyone to learn it. As a result, she found it extremely difficult when she practiced by herself. So, in order to see Su Yi immediately, Wanda practiced this portal spell almost day and night, until the last practice is successful. Wanda was a bit afraid to tell Su Yi about her practice time. I was afraid that Su Yi would think that he was a fool. But Wanda doesn't lie. So she told Su Yi the truth as soon as they met. Okay, it's okay. Su Yi patted Wanda on the back. I'll tell you the truth. Truth? Wanda came out of Su Yi's arms suspiciously. What Wang said just now is almost the same. So there is truth? Give me the magic book. Su Yi stretched out his hand. Wanda handed the magic book to Su Yi without any hesitation. After Su Yi got it, he flipped through it casually. Then he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, Ancient One, you really have a lot to spare. I'm afraid I don't care about the earth. Wanda was taken aback. Huh? She didn't understand the meaning yet. But the next moment, snap tilde. Su Yi snapped his fingers. A layer of flames began to burn on the surface of this magic book. Every page of this book is included. Every word, every symbol, every spell, all burned with a layer of flames. But the flame disappeared 3 seconds later. But when Wanda looks at the spellbook again, this spellbook has been transformed. It becomes a white magic book. And wait until Su Yi flips through casually again. Bye. Clatter tilde. Skip quickly with each sheet. All the writing, symbols, and spells on it have all changed. And the only constant is 1. That's the eternal portal spell. Do you know what magic book this is? Su Yi smiled. I don't know. Wanda simply shook her head. A magic book that all magicians crave. Su Yi closed it with a snap, then handed it to Wanda and said, it's called the Book of Emperor Waishan. Wanda was startled when she heard the name of the book. She knew it when she first came to Kamartaji and looked through the library. There are 2 strongest magic books in this world. One is the Dark God book, and the other one is the Book of Emperor Waishan. They also restrain each other. Generally speaking, only the Book of Emperor Waishan can restrain the Dark Divine Book. But all the same, only the Book of the Dark God can fight against the Book of Emperor Waishan. Definitely, it's about using the magic in it instead of the original of the book. So when he saw that Su Yi was going to give him the Book of Emperor Waishan, Wanda was taken aback, hastily waved and said, Su, you can use it, or we can watch it together. Hearing this, Su Yi smiled. He stroked Wanda's head. I don't need any spells. The Book of Waisandi is just a table mat for me. Take it. Besides, Ancient One magician gave you this divine book in anticipation that I would see it in the end and open it for you. If you don't accept this book, Ancient One won't trust that I will protect the earth. This is not Su Yizuang 13. Rather, he was telling the truth. Phoenix Force where spells are needed. With the same mind, he can do whatever he wants. Spells are really useless to him. And Ancient One is also a very strong player. She knew it was useless to talk. If I don't pay a price myself, there is no need for Su Yi to really protect you. But Ancient One saw that Su Yi was a true lover. And what if Su Yi doesn't lack anything? So she chose to give Wanda her most precious book of Visandi as a reward. In this way, Su Yi will have a greater chance of helping the earth when he knows about it. This is where Ancient One comes in. See, Su Yi is real. After that, I still took over the Book of Emperor Waishan. I will definitely practice hard. Su Yi patted Wanda's head. Just work hard. Yes, you just work hard and leave the rest to ability. What is the Book of Emperor Waishan? The ability of origin magic power grows up. It is also an ability above level single universe, although it is not as powerful as Phoenix Force. it can be easily dealt with by the gods. So Wanda is actually the most potential of all his women. Definitely, no one is good or bad for Su-yi. Wait until later. Su-yi can make anyone strong if he wants to be strong. After Wanda put away the book of Emperor Wei-shan, she calculated the time in New York, and said suddenly, "It's already night in New York. We can go back quickly and play for a while. I'm going to pack my things now." Seeing that I can play for a while when I go back, Wanda hurried back to pack her things. Watching Wanda leave, Su-yi wandered around when he had nothing to do. Then I met Steven, and when he saw Su-yi coming, Steven rolled his eyes and trotted over immediately. Steven ran to Su-yi in one breath. Taking a little breath, she hugged Su-yi and then separated, and Su-yi looked at him and smiled. "You're a sorcerer supreme now. Not even willing to call me Godfather." Hear these two words. Steven touched his nose before shouting directly, "Godfather." This time he was not embarrassed. It was embarrassing for Su-yi. Okay, I will call you normally from now on." Following Su-yi, he waved his hand. Steven finally laughed. He looked at Su-yi, shook his head in disbelief and said, "I should have known you were unusual. From the day you let my hand stop the pain, I feel that you must be full of unknowns." Speaking of hands, Su-yi looked at Steven's hands. "Hands ready?" "Definitely." Steven finally returned to his previous appearance in front of Su-yi. He stretched out his hands and shook them in front of Su-yi. Then he pointed to the Eye of Agamotto in front of him and said, "Rely on it." Su-yi understands. Just use the Eye of Agamotto to turn back the time of your own hands back to before the car accident. In this way, the hands are equivalent to no car accident. It's just that you still have the memory. The theory and practice of this matter Steven has already experimented on Apple. Now that Steven is ready, Su-yi didn't say much, but asked curiously, "How does it feel to be Sorcerer Supreme?" Steven thought for a while before giving an answer. "It's stressful to be honest, especially when I know my job is to protect the planet. Dormammu of the Dark Dimension has been spying on Earth's spiritual resources. I even saw a body of it that day, eyes as big as the sky." Steven made a gesture with his hand, which was probably very exaggerated. Then he continued, "I don't even know if that's its shrunken body, but that eye is really scary." Steven gestured with his hands. Su-yi probably understood what he wanted to express. "It's that Dormammu that puts a lot of pressure on him. But this is also normal. There is no magician on the ground who can face Dormammu without any equipment. Ancient One can do it, but also rely on time gem." So Su-yi patted Steven on the shoulder. "Just do your best." Steven nodded. "Sure." At this moment, Wanda used magic to carry her luggage and came to look for Su-yi. Su-yi stretched out his hand to signal. Wanda came over when she saw it. She thought about it after seeing Steven, and then she remembered who Steven was. "Sorcerer Supreme?" No. Steven waved his hands quickly after hearing this. "You can just call me Steven." "Really?" Wanda looked at Su-yi. Steven also looked at Su-yi and squeezed his eyes. Anyway, he didn't dare to let Wanda salute him. Wanda is Su's woman. Su was his godfather. Strictly speaking, all Wanda is one level higher than him. Calling him Steven was kind enough, so Su-yi nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's call him Steven." "Very well, Master Steven." "Cool." Hear this sentence. Steven breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, Wanda Magician." "Hello." And next, after seeing Wanda carry the luggage with magic, Steven knew that Wanda was going to leave with Su-yi, so Steven waved, said to Su-yi, "Then I'll go first, and I'll talk to you when I find time." "Okay." After Steven left, Su-yi looked at Wanda. "Let's go." The two came to the eternal portal that Wanda opened. Wanda looked at the portal before remembering. "Then how do you close the door?" "I'll just come and close it." Then the two entered the portal, came to the north building. Snap. Su-yi came out and snapped his fingers. The eternal portal that Wanda opened closed silently. "Let's go. Go upstairs and put your luggage first." The two first went to the top floor to put their luggage, but the door opened. Su-yi and Wanda changed into their slippers and entered the door. Su-yi looked at the carpet first. Hela leaned on the sofa and played the game mentally with both eyes. After seeing Su-yi and Wanda come back, little Hela took the initiative to pause the game and cheered. "You guys are back. Wait to go out. Then take me?" "Without." "All right." But little Hela apparently didn't care. She continued playing the game. For her now, there are two most important. One is Su-yi, and the other is a game. The essence of the former can make her stronger. The latter's pleasure can make her happy. Well, it makes sense anyway. After the two finished packing their luggage, Su-yi took Wanda out the door. Wanda looked at Halo a little bit unbearably. "Just don't care about her. Not a good hammer." Su-yi shook his head helplessly. "You really think she wants to go out to play? Her daughter-in-law to go shopping?" If she wanted to go out to play, she would have gone out to play with her ability. After listening to Su-yi's words, only then did Wanda react. She is always puzzled by little Hela's Lala appearance. Always thought she was a little Lily. "Okay, I remembered." The two went to the underground garage. Then get on the Skyfire and drive out of the northern building. At the moment it was already 6 p.m. The sunset has just begun. The entire sky at sea level is reddish yellow. Ferrari drives on the road by the sea. Su-yi stretched out his hand. It also ushered in Wanda's curiosity. Su-yi said to Wanda what he said to Gwen and little Hela without a word. Then Wanda tried it out of curiosity. In the end, Suyi put his hand together with Wanda on her conscience and squeezed. Right? You are so bad. Haha. The Ferrari was driving slowly on the seaside road like this, and Wanda is the side near the sunset. When the sun shines through her hair, you can see the flicker of light, as well as Wanda's long legs. Suyi looked at her legs, feeling very greedy. So he asked Wanda, have you learned magic dressing? My god. Understood. Wanda nodded. Why are you asking this? Suyi smiled happily when he heard about learning, then leaned closer to Wanda's ear and said, make you. 089. Heart is beating. Whoever loses is a puppy. Grab the vulture. He listened to Suyi's proposal. Wanda immediately rolled her eyes. You look dead. But she did as she was told. After an origin magic power. Originally Wanda was wearing normal pants, but now it's a black sock with 50% gloss and 50% transmittance. And it's strapped. Definitely. Wanda can't just wear this. She also added a red knee skirt. Although it is neither long nor short, the bottom is empty. Definitely. Suyi is not an above-board lord either. So he moved his fingers slightly. Ferrari can only look from the inside out, but not from the outside in. After everything is ready, Suyi coughed twice and drove the car normally. But only the left hand touches the steering wheel. The right hand is placed on the right. Then experience it up and down in silky garments. So the sound is normal. This is just a friction sound. This is how the Ferrari drives by the sea. Suyi drove the car with one hand. He asked, are you going to eat? Wanda pursed her lips and nodded. Suyi continued to drive. Ferrari is driving so recklessly. After half a sound, Wanda bit the corner of her mouth and said weakly, a little higher. I can't bear it. After Suyi heard it, only then did I realize that I was driving too far. Slamming on the accelerator like this will make the car unbearable. So Suyi stepped on it lightly. It also made Wanda breathe a sigh of relief. Go on like this. She's going to die before the night comes. Then tell the truth. Suyi was not happy. How can there be solo fun? He respects the happiness of both parties, right? So Suyi drove slowly first. After a while, the Ferrari drove up to a restaurant. Then he got out of the car first, closed the door, went to the co-pilot to help Wanda out, and finally entered the restaurant with Wanda's weak legs. The lady who just came out of the restaurant after seeing the loving Suyi and Wanda, especially after Suyi personally went to help Wanda get off the car. The other ladies immediately said enviously, look at him, how kind he is to the lady. After Wanda heard this sentence, her calves couldn't help but tense up a little. The two entered the restaurant. Suyi took Wanda to find a corner for dinner. He put Wanda on the seat first, then go back and sit down. Finally, call the waiter to order. Wait for the waiter to leave. Wanda lay down on the table and muttered, you are so bad, Sue. No. Suyi shook his head. I didn't really move. It's because you are too weak, Wanda. Wanda blushed when she heard that. She couldn't be more angry. Why do you say I'm weak? So Wanda got angry and asked Suyi directly if she wanted to say anything. What about Gwen? How many times can she take it? Suyi was taken aback. He was surprised that Wanda could ask such a question. But Suyi smiled. About 3 Wandas. Wanda heard herself as a unit of measure. She suddenly became angry and kicked Suyi's shoes with her shoes. It's not easy to show your hands in the restaurant, so I had to move my feet below. The two quarreled for a while. Wanda put her hands in her arms and said angrily, you're dead tonight, Tilda. Oh, Tilda? Suyi took a sip of ice water in disdain. I'll wait. Whoever surrenders is the puppy. Wanda curled her lips. Whoever surrenders will be a puppy. Next, the waiter brought the dishes. The two stopped arguing and started eating. Suyi will feed Wanda when she eats. When Wanda eats, she also feeds Suyi. In this way, the two showed their affection and settled the dinner. And with the magical energy of love, the taste of the meal changed for the better. Then Suyi settled the bill. After paying tips and meals, just take Wanda and prepare to go back to the car. But Wanda rubbed her stomach and said, I really want to eat more. Suyi thought for a while, and looked at a pretty good night scene. Then let's go. Well, then put your arms around me. Okay. So Suyi put Tanhuo aside. Then he hugged Wanda and went to press the road. Walk on the road full of night scenes. Wanda begins to tell about her days studying magic in Camartage. For example, she wanted to learn teleportation magic from the very beginning. But Ancient One magician let her learn other basic magic first. So Wanda learned the magic that she thought of after chatting with Suyi for the first time. That is, drag magic. Wanda learns this magic very quickly. She learns it in the morning, and becomes it before the afternoon arrives. Ancient One was surprised, but felt it was reasonable. Then start teaching others. As a result, Ancient One discovered as he taught. This Wanda should be a genius who deserves a name in the universe. Just teach well. It is not difficult to surpass Steven. So Ancient One thought about it all night. She gave Wanda a magic book, and let Wanda learn it all on her own. At the same time, it also said that teleportation magic is also in it. So Wanda looked at the whole magic system and spells. She learned a lot of magic. Then under the guidance of Ancient One, he was fooled into practicing the magic of the Eternal Portal. When it comes to this, Wanda was obviously puzzled. Sue, when I first came into contact with this magic, I felt that the whole magic suddenly became difficult to understand. I thought the speed of learning magic before was fake, so I continued to study under the encouragement of your letter and the guidance of Ancient One. I didn't see you until I learned this magic. Listened to Wanda's tragic experience. Suyi couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, you bad guy. When Wanda heard Suyi's laughter, she became angry from embarrassment, so she had no choice but to stretch out her hand to pat Suyi's stomach. Okay. Suyi grabbed Wanda's hand and said, while holding the palm and playing with it, you have to build up your confidence. I know your ability, so I always tell you not to worry, just work hard. But self-confidence is not pride and arrogance. One should accept every piece of knowledge humbly while being confident. Wanda nodded approvingly. If she had been confident, there would not have been that mentality in Camartage. Fortunately, Suyi kept writing letters to support her. Otherwise, any other person will be mentally broken. Definitely Ancient One was not intentional. But the Book of Emperor Wei-shan is also very important. Then this spell is also considered a test. Ancient One is clear. Even if Wanda learned the magic of the Eternal Portal, the first thing she would look for would be Suyi. And Suyi knew what it was when he saw this book. So this is both a test and a gift. Can you take it all? That's up to you. And Wanda passed the level. Wanda didn't understand before, but now she does. She hugged Suyi's arm. Leaning his head on Suyi's shoulder, he said softly, "There is one Su." Suyi seemed to reply, "I am the same. But for the vibe." He still whispered softly, "Me too." The two strolled through the street full of night scenes. If ordinary people, I guess I'm thinking about going back now. After all, you have to walk back in the car. But Suyi doesn't need it. Because of coughing, Tanhuo will follow. But that's not the point. In fact, in every love, vigorous is not the mainstream. Instead, it is the mainstream to walk on the street in such a leisurely and aimless manner. Definitely not the street here. Rather, the street contrasts with life. In this era when everyone in the East thinks that pressing the road is very cheap. On the contrary, it is the pressure on the road that can make both parties open their hearts. Just calm down and chat with everyone. Only what we talk about is true and what is in our hearts. Vigorous love does not necessarily last long. But the love that crosses the road is generally longer than the vigorous one. That's why. Tighter tilde. At this time, Suyi's cell phone rang. He took it out to have a look. It's Gwen's. Suyi connected in front of Wanda and turned on the loudspeaker. "Su. I found the gang's base. I'm right outside their base right now. You bring little Hela over here to play. Come and play. You will make the villains sad when you say that." "Okay, I see. Here we come." Suyi hung up the phone. "I am going to take Wanda back and bring little Hela first." Wait. But suddenly Wanda took out the magic book and said, "Let me try teleportation magic." Suyi thought about it. "Also, but you can use ordinary ones, not eternal ones." "I tell you normal." "Say." Suyi opened the Book of Emperor Wei-shan in Wanda's hand. Then he pointed to the eternal teleportation magic and said, "Cut the head and the tail, and don't want it here. Just change it there." Wanda was a little confused when she heard that, but she tried it right away. As a result, she drew casually in the air with one hand. The scarlet portal came out. Wanda herself was taken aback. This ordinary portal is so simple. Suyi at the moment could feel what Wanda was thinking. He nodded and confirmed, "It's that simple. Let's go." So the two lost the car directly into the teleportation. Before leaving, Suyi ordered Tanhuo, "You go to the destination first." Tanhuo flashed the headlights twice, and then drove to Gwen's first. After Wanda opened the portal, the two walked in and came to the door of the house. Suyi opened the door and shouted without going in, "Little Hela, we're going to get the laser to play. Give you 30 seconds. Little Hela is here." Suyi hadn't finished speaking yet. The child rushed out with divine power. Then put on the little leather shoes immediately. Another little one jumped out of the threshold and said, "Arrive." Suyi gave a thumbs up. Ox. Wanda watched from the sidelines and smiled. Zero middle. Ask for flowers. After everything is ready. Snap. Suyi snapped his fingers. Next moment, all three teleported to Gwen's side. Gwen from at the moment is standing on the wall in the symbiote battlesuit. Yes. She stomped her feet up and down. Gwen's whole body stood on the wall as if she was wearing high heels. Then play with a pink mobile phone in both hands. After seeing Suyi coming, Gwen put away her phone, jumped over directly. Suyi stretched out his hand to catch Gwen, and then put her down. Little Hela immediately asked expectantly, "Where are they?" Gwen pointed to an abandoned air raid shelter and said, "It's inside, but not fully populated." "It's fine." Suyi didn't care, as long as there are all the toys. Toys are definitely the weapons they make. Now that we know where they are, Suyi waved his hand, "Go straight to the inside." Gwen, Wanda, and little Hela followed. Gwen asked curiously after seeing Wanda come back. "Wanda, have you learned magic?" "Definitely." Wanda smiled at Gwen, "So I'm back." "That's great." Gwen looked at Wanda and said enviously, "Then you can live with Sue every day." "But I can't. I still have to go to school, unless I go to college." Wanda was taken aback when she heard this. She had expected Gwen to say something else. "But I didn't expect Gwen to be so straightforward." "Nor does it mean any suggestion." So Wanda also said bluntly not to suggest. "It's okay. Aren't you graduating soon?" "Didn't Sue say that when you get good grades and show your father a good look, you can move out?" Gwen nodded affirmatively. indicating that it was so. 0. But she rubbed her face with her hand and said, "But I don't want to wait a day, I just want to stay with you." Yes, it's not every day that Gwen can sleep with Suyi till morning. Sometimes when the family is tight, she has to go back in the middle of the night every time, or rush back before waking up in the morning. Unless it was too much fun that day, and my legs didn't have any strength. Suyi would use magic to send her back directly, and this time happens to be stressful time. The reason that's where they come from now. This gang makes George feel that New York is not peaceful again. So when he got home at night, he would go to Gwen's place to see if Gwen was back. And Gwen was unlucky because of this gang. "Now I have to go home every day." Suyi walked ahead, and when he heard the conversation between the two behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But I was also secretly happy in my heart, because there is drama. But there must be no rush now. So Suyi led the three of them straight inside, until everyone entered the air raid shelter, a very large and empty area. In this area, there are two corners filled with various leftovers from the Chitauri civilization. There is even a broken body of the Chitauri behemoth, while the rest of the people assemble things on the other side. It looked like a weapon on the table. What? And after the four came in, the people inside definitely discovered them. Someone immediately took up a weapon and pointed it at everyone. Wanda reached out with one hand and squeezed slightly. The man was immediately picked up and slammed against the wall. With the sound of silence sounded. The man was in good health and fell asleep right away. Another person sees this. He pretended to surrender with his hands behind his back, but in fact he had a pistol strapped to his waist. Wanda can perceive these. She felt something was wrong, so he picked up that person too. Parter. As expected, the pistol dropped. Wanda looked at Suyi helplessly. Suyi waved his hand, looked at the crowd and asked, "Who is your boss?" The boss must be that vulture, but Suyi didn't see it. But following Suyi's question, some of them said they didn't know. Some did not speak directly. Only one said it. "He's outside." "Okay." Suyi nodded. Then he looked at Gwen and said with a smile, "Give your father an increase in performance." Gwen? Under Gwen's puzzlement, Suyi asked Wanda to go directly to the person in mind control, then asked the location of their boss. Then Suyi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. This group of people immediately forgot about Suyi's visit. In the end, they all passed out and piled up in the corner. Then Suyi asked Dan Huo to send it to George's address anonymously. Finally, he clapped his hands and said to Hela, "Choose, all you like." Tilde. Little Hela immediately rushed to those Chitauri garbage piles happily. Seeing helplessness, Suyi pointed to the work area. "I said it's over there, go get the finished product." Oh, little Hela suddenly turned around. Suyi looked around, and then followed. "Let's go and see what's interesting." "Are we stealing this?" "Superhero enforces justice. How can it be regarded as robbery? It is destroying the potential risk to the city in the future." "Oh 90. Go to the bathroom." Big wave. Natasha Romanoff. After taking everyone down, the four of Suyi snatched and destroyed it all. Tilde. Little Hela holds a small laser pistol, then happily shot towards the gun. Boo. Immediately, a laser shot past. There is a hole in the wall. Suyi looked at it, and reminded him if he was worried. "Little Hela, don't shoot at people, or your ass will bloom. And you didn't hit it with your hands." "Not by hand." Little Hela was taken aback for a moment. Then he reacted in shock. "You treat me like a child." "How can I, Hela, hurt my teammates? I will apologize for accidentally injuring teammates in the game." Suyi really didn't expect that. Hela apologizes for hurting teammates in the game. He thought Hela would kill his teammates too. Not bad though. It shows that Hela's game quality is still good. "I won't open it either." And Gwen and Wanda also played with a laser weapon alone. Gwen shot at the concrete of the dugout. Tilde. After a laser, the thick concrete walls were punched with black holes, and the concrete around the outside was burned into magma and crystals. The attack temperature of the laser gun is very high. Gwen looked at the muzzle and understood roughly. She disassembled the gun in her hand. Then it was discovered that there were crystals in the gun. Gwen took it out again. Then it's useless to shoot again. So it's energy. Gwen took the crystal and looked carefully, but couldn't see why. She also didn't know if it was natural or manufactured. Little Hela came over and stretched out her tail. "Let me see for you." Gwen gives the crystal to Hela, and Hela took it and bit her mouth. Tilde. Gwen was terrified, but little Hela snapped. He returned the crystal to Gwen. 50. Natural. I guess it could be an ore. Gwen looked at the crystal with tooth marks. She also admires little Hela. It can also be separated by biting the upper mouth. Then she hesitated a bit. Tilde. Gwen bit her lips too. Then take it out and have a look. It turns out that this is what it feels like to bite an energy crystal. Will I be able to use this to write a paper in the future? Gwen looked at Suyi. It turned out that both Suyi and Wanda were watching him silently. Oh Tilde. Gwen's face turned red. Then he pointed to the little Hela who was still in Bubu and said, "She bit first." "Ah yes. The key is this a matter of priority?" Suyi smiled. "It's nice to be young, just like a child. Wanda nodded. It's nice to be young and carefree. Gwen suddenly felt uncomfortable, screaming, "You are not that old." Suyi and Wanda looked at each other. "It's older than you anyway." X2, Gwen. Whoop whoop. Gwen looked at little Hela. Xia Hai at the moment is drawing with a laser gun on the wall. She drew several cartoon characters by connecting dots together, such as Scarlet Witch, such as Spider-Gwen. These paintings are very rough. Only the outline of the appearance can be seen, so don't worry about Gwen being recognized. Little Hela Bbu was happy. Seeing Gwen's eyes, she suddenly smiled and said with her hands on her hips, "Don't look at me as small, I'm also older than you." Okay. Only now did Gwen react. She is the youngest of the three girls. After laughing, Wanda also tried the feel of the laser gun. After a few strokes of Bbu, Wanda mused for a moment toward the laser. Suyi saw it. "Is that so?" Wanda hesitated for a moment. "I feel it works better than magic." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this sentence, Suyi really couldn't help laughing. Wanda heard the laughter and fired a few more shots at the concrete wall. After attacking with magic a few more times, he said, "Look, it's really better than magic." Gwen and Hela nodded. They looked at it and felt the same way. "I know." Suyi waved his hand. Tuan explained seriously. "I mean, it's actually better than magic in an emergency. But only in an emergency. Haven't you heard a word?" Gwen, Wanda, and Hela shook their heads at the same time. 7 steps away. The gun is fast. Gwen immediately asked, "What about within 7 steps?" "Accurate and fast." The 3 women thought about it, and it was really like this. So Suyi said to the 3 women, "Gwen and Hela don't need it. You two don't need laser guns because of your physique. But if Wanda doesn't have passive defense magic, then you can prepare a laser pistol. In this way, even if you don't want to use magic, you just need to aim at the boo." Wanda nodded after listening. "That's true." So you looked around. "Get all the guns." Hela raised her hand. "It's over. Let's go. Go find Vulture. He seems to have a weapon that shoots lasers continuously." So Suyi waved his hand. "Take the 3 daughters out again to rob ... to eliminate harm for the people. Wait out the air raid shelter." There were already traces of police cars in the distance, and the Skyfire was stopping at the door. Suyi was just about to let the car go by itself. They sent it over. As a result, Gwen said with great interest, "Sue, I want to try it on the roof of the car." Little Hela also raised her hand when she heard it. Me too." "Me too." "That's okay." Suyi directly got into the car. Wanda gets into the co-pilot. Gwen put on the symbiote battlesuit in an instant, then picked up little Hela, jumped, and squatted directly on the roof of the car. Her feet will be firmly attached to the car shop. Definitely no problem. As for little Hela, if you can't hold it, you lose it. She'll be fine anyway. The 4 are ready. Suyi stepped on the gas pedal. "Wootilda," Ferrari growled. Then it pops out instantly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. About 30 seconds later, a bunch of police cars drove over and surrounded the air raid shelter here. Then a bunch of cops get out of the car. Among them was Gwen's father, George. After getting out of the car, George took out his phone and looked at it. "The final address is here." There is still George's reply in the phone, but no news was received. "Sheriff George." The technical department said there was no way to locate it. At this time, a police officer came over to report to George Hewitt. George took a deep breath. Then he waved to the policeman and said, "Enter." So the police entered in groups. But after a while, several people were taken out. "Take the lead police officer to report to George." As soon as we went in, they were piled together in the corner, as if they had been dealt with. George frowned. "Who?" The police officer showed George a photo of bullet graffiti on the wall. "Superhero, Lady Spider and Scarlet Witch." On the picture, one is a cartoon of Wanda reaching out to use magic. One is a cartoon of Gwen standing on the wall at the time. Although the 2 pictures are not very good, it can be seen that they are Miss Spider and Scarlet Witch. Then the policeman asked again, "Is this going to be announced, or is it being concealed?" George looked at the picture, thought, and sighed. "Publish it." "Huh? Why, Sheriff? This painting has already melted into the deepest part of the wall of the air raid shelter. Do you want someone to dig through the entire air raid shelter to deduct these 2 paintings?" George said so. The person who took the photo reacted. "The black dots in these paintings are deep pits, which almost waste a lot of manpower and material resources. It's not worth it at all. It's useless for you to hide. Might as well announce it." So the policeman nodded and could only contact the reporter. Definitely, due to the fact that there is little evidence present, the police department can also say a few more words in front of the media, like the Nipt and the superheroes mopping up here. And then what else helped? Wouldn't that have gold content? Anyway, don't say it's the credit for picking it up. The other side. Suyi drove a Ferrari and sped along the road. Suyi and Wanda in the car didn't feel anything. But the roof is different. Gwen, wearing a symbiote force, was happy and cheering for nothing. This feeling is very cool, and Suyi knew that Gwen would not be thrown off. So drive directly to hundreds. Physical contact at this speed is already unbearable. If you don't wear a helmet, it must be impossible to open your eyes. Fortunately, Gwen has a symbiote battlesuit. She's pretty much fine with everything. But little Hela was different. Woo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Little Hela's mouth was puffed up by the wind. and his eyes were closed tightly. The wind poured into her mouth and made a humming sound. Gwen covered her mouth when she saw it. Then he asked little Hela with a little worry, "Are you okay?" Hela's mouth couldn't speak, but she gave it a thumbs up. "BD, I can't die." Gwen was immediately relieved when she saw it. Fortunately, it is God. Otherwise, which child can bear such a dose? Especially when Suyi reached his stomach one step at a time. The belly is bulging out an outline. Who would be able to bear it if it were an ordinary person? But little Hela can. Not only was it possible, but she also screamed excitedly. No one can change this. Gwen couldn't bear it. After more than 10 minutes, the Ferrari whimpered to the beach. Then directly non-paved off-road came to the coast. Then the four got out of the car, looking at a cruise ship on the seat together. "Is that it?" Gwen was a little unsure. Wanda thought about the screen to be read, then nodded for sure. "This is the ship, and there are no other tourists around. It's the turn." And Suyi picked up this cruise ship, same as the cruise ship in Memory Zero. "That's almost certain to be this one." And the little Hela beside him was rubbing his face. The wind was blowing too hard just now. It made her face sore, and Suyi nodded after confirming that there was no problem. "Then let's go play." Suyi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. The four disappeared instantly, then show up where no one is on board. Gwen's symbiote battlesuit cancelled. Then she looked left and right. "This should be a sightseeing cruise." "Yes." Wanda nodded after looking at the surrounding details. "It's right here." According to their boss's plan, he plans to bring a big ticket on this boat. "Let the helicopter of the later TV station come and broadcast myself live. Finally totally famous." Gwen shook her head when she heard it. "It's really sick." Hela looked around. "Where's the laser?" Suyi waved his hand. "Freedom to move around, wander around casually. I came out to play in the first place." "Okay, X3. This sightseeing cruise ship is huge, so there is no need for the four of them to get together. Everyone just comes to play. If you really want to find it, Suyi can find people out with just one thought. But that's not necessary. What's the point of playing then?" So in the end Gwen and Wanda hang around together. But little Hela first wanted to run out to play alone. Later, they came back and took Suyi's hand to act together. At first, Suyi thought her conscience had discovered it. "Why, do you need Dad to play with you?" But he really didn't expect. Little Hela looked at Gwen and Wanda's back and left. She immediately nodded and said to Suyi, "Let's go to the bathroom!" "I'm sorry, although this is very bad." But Suyi really understood why she wanted to go to the bathroom with him in seconds. Suyi hastily stretched out his hand to refuse. "No, no, no." "Then turn around and walk away." Little Hela immediately followed, and then pestered Suyi and said, "Go and go." Originally, Gwen was running out of time, and now Wanda is back. "Can't you spare some time and give me some too?" Suyi's current expression is that of Homelander exhaling after lying. Hela is so daring. She is more daring than Suyi. Suyi was wondering if he was going to be spoiled by Hela. "How can you do this?" "Anyway, not now." Suyi directly shook his head and refused. "Does that mean later?" Little Hela came up and took Suyi's hand and said, "Then it's later." After speaking, little Hela stretched out her little finger. "Pull the hook." Suyi's head got dizzy when he heard that. He didn't want to pull the hook. But he doesn't pull the hook now, and the little Hela will definitely be endless later. Well, so Suyi sighed. He could only stretch out his little finger and Hela hook helplessly. Little Hela also said, while pulling the hook, "If you hang yourself on the hook, you will never change your life forever." Wait. After pulling the hook, Suyi came to his senses. "Isn't it 100 years? How come you are living forever?" "Only 100 years. Who cares?" Little Hela lifted her chin. "I'm a god, and you are a super god. We 2.7 must watch the universe die and be born together." To be honest, Suyi was quite moved when he heard this sentence. So don't blame little Hela's hook trap. "When I didn't think about it before." Suyi is not interested yet. "See Hela now and try it out." So he wanted to try it too, coughing and coughing. "Sin Sin." "Su." At this time, a voice came from beside Suyi. Suyi and Hela turned their heads to take a look. It turned out to be Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff at the moment came over with a glass of red wine. Suyi still admired it up and down according to the old rules. A golden champagne dress, long legs, light blue high heels, smooth shoulders and collarbones, and coiled red hair. "Oh, it's the big wave lady tilde." And Natasha Romanoff came over and asked, "What about making a promise with a child?" Forehead. Suyi nodded. "Yes, let's make a small agreement." And Hela also looked up and down. Natasha Romanoff said, "You look pretty today." Natasha Romanoff responded with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, Miss Hela." Then Natasha Romanoff looked around. Then he said to Suyi, "Come here to talk. There are few people." Suyi nodded, took little Hela and followed Natasha Romanoff to the second deck at the bow. Everyone here went to the top floor to watch the night view, so basically no one came to the second floor. In this way, Natasha Romanoff chatted with confidence. "Why did you come here to play?" Suyi smiled. "What are you here for?" "That's what we are here for." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. It turned out that everyone knew it well. So Natasha Romanoff directly announced what he knew. "The target is Vulture. He has a falcon-like outfit. He's very flamboyant, He wants to be famous. So he wants to hijack this place tonight and let the whole city watch his hijacking live broadcast. The key is that he still has the technological weapons left by the Chitauri civilization a long time ago. 091. Wanda Gwen appears. Arrest Vulture. Wang wang wang. With Natasha Romanoff sharing the news Suyi already knew. After he listened, he nodded pretending to understand. Okay, I see. Anyway, Wanda and Gwen are on this cruise ship. Don't worry. Here Wanda and Gwen are there. Natasha Romanoff was indeed relieved. She definitely recognized the strength of Miss Spider and Scarlet Witch. Besides, there is a god here from Asgard. How to say that? It's not the turn of the vulture to bark rampantly, right? At this time, little Hela has already run to play nearby because of boredom. Natasha Romanoff watched as little Hela left. She came to Suyi with red wine. The shoulders of the two were close together. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff looked and said, "Do you remember what you said that day?" "What did you say?" "Let me think about it." Suyi thought about it. "It was the day when I said that I had time outside to make her look good." Suyi understood, but he tilted his head to signal the people nearby and said, "Here, I can. Can you accept?" Obviously Suyi was not good enough before, but he knows it's a mouthful now. How to do it in this kind of environment? Could it be done in water? So it doesn't matter. Say hi to your heart's content. While Natasha Romanoff was holding the red wine, and deliberately looked at the surrounding environment. Then he analyzed it carefully and said, "It's a bit difficult. It's right to be embarrassed. Don't say that it's not difficult for others. It's here." Even if he can shield the people around him with magic, he is embarrassed. Too much PT. But Natasha Romanoff raised her chin and gestured to the yacht on the shore. "That's where you can try it in the future." So you looked at the yacht. Yachting is private, meaning he can directly buy a yacht. Then take Natasha Romanoff to an uninhabited sea. Then cough cough cough. There are quite a few rich people in the United States who do this. If they are rich, they will play tricks. Those rich people bought big yachts and called many girls. Finally drove to the sea to carnival. Who doesn't know this? But think about buying one yourself. Natasha Romanoff is all secondary. Mainly, I can also cough 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 with Wanda Gwen. For a while, Suyi really had a lot of ideas in his mind. What a sin. Oh, one. And Natasha Romanoff looked at Suyi's thinking and smiled slightly. She moved closer to Suyi's ear and said, "By one, I'll consecrate it for you. Only for you." Hiss. "Don't say it. This is really moving." Suyi stroked his chin and nodded. "I will think about it." Natasha Romanoff took a sip of her wine. Being able to consider means that there is a possibility, as long as it's not a rejection. The other side. Gwen and Wanda are wandering around the boat. The two walked arm in arm. Gwen looked at everyone around her, then asked Wanda, "With so many people, how do we know who their boss is?" Wanda reached out and touched Gwen's head when she heard it. "Don't resist." Gwen definitely trusts Wanda. No matter what they say, they will be stacked together in the future. Next moment, a picture appeared in Gwen's mind. That was the picture Wanda read from someone else's mind. And the people in the picture. It's the boss of the bunch, Vulture, a mentally ill scientist. "Okay, I see." Gwen closed her eyes and opened them again, making a gesture of okay. Then the two searched for it. This cruise ship is huge. There are probably 200 or 300 people sightseeing tonight. The point is they are not together, but on the upper and lower 3 or 4 floors. So if the two want to find it, they have to search for a while. But just when the two walked to the stern, puff keng tilde, a metallic sound came from above the cruise ship. A man wearing metal wings then landed on a large splint at the stern of the cruise ship with a gun in hand. "My name is Vulture." His opening words made Wanda and Gwen freeze. This is so embarrassing. She tried to substitute it. The result was so embarrassing that the toes were buckled up. Schwa tilde. For a moment, Gwen's symbiote battlesuit is put on instantly. She almost pulled out the Black Death sword and stabbed Vulture to death. Really embarrassed to want to kill. Not to mention Wanda. With one stroke of her hand, the tiger's mouth opened and pinched. Jaw tilde. Vulture was directly picked up by Wanda. There is a difference of tens of meters between the two. But this distance is too simple for the current Wanda. Everyone saw that the villain fell to the ground and was subdued. They were taken aback. Then turn around and find Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider. It's Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider. The two of them cooperated again. They didn't have any conflicts. "Yeah, great, my goddess." Accompanied by the cheers of the crowd, Vulture, who was originally caught in the air, became even angrier. Simply rage. "Damn. This should be cheering for me. This should be cheering for me. You stole my fame. Damn you all. Damn you guys." In a hurry, Vulture directly squeezed the weapon in his hand. For a moment, a laser shot from his hand. The moment Wanda saw the radiance, she was already prepared to wave her other hand. Immediately, the laser was blocked in a shield and flew around. "The energy of this laser is quite large," Wanda said to the crowd. "Back to the edge." Everyone backed away after hearing it. All at once they ran to the edge of the fence. Wanda took a look. Sure, so everyone was gone after that. She adjusted the angle of the shield, then opened it halfway. PSSD tilde. For a moment, the laser turns at the maximum open position. In this way, even if Wanda controls the position well before releasing it, but the cruise ship is still cut off a corner of the file size of a person. Wanda looked at Gwen immediately, and Gwen had already acted. She stretched out her hands and PSST twice. Pull up the falling corner directly. Then PSST 2 times and tie it to the fence to fix it. In this way, The corner will not fall off for the time being. At this time, Suyi and Natasha Romanoff also came over. After seeing Suyi coming, Wanda held the vulture upside down. Vulture, head down, watch the floor shake. What do you want to do? I asked what you want to do, Tilda. Wanda slammed on the ground. Vulture's voice stopped abruptly. Everyone in the audience shrank their necks. It seems to be all substituted. Then Wanda sent the man to Natasha Romanoff's feet, and then another. Plop. Vulture just fell to the ground and twitched. Natasha Romanoff smiled, took out the handcuffs and handcuffed him. So you looked at the handcuffs and asked curiously, "You still wear handcuffs? Why didn't I see it?" Natasha Romanoff turned around. She flicked the skirt at an angle that only Suyi could see. Then Suyi saw that there were not only handcuffs on Natasha Romanoff's thighs. There are also flying darts, electric shockers, alloy wire saws, etc. Agent equipment. Really varied. Ox. Suyi gave a thumbs up. Natasha Romanoff then turned around and took out the ID for everyone to see. It probably means that this place has been taken over. Please go back to your seats and wait for the cruise ship to dock. Then you can go home after being questioned by the agent. I heard that I can go home. Everyone is safe and sound. And Vulture was handcuffed to the fence again by Natasha Romanoff. After watching everyone sit down, after Natasha Romanoff, she will be busy later. So he winked at Suyi and said, "You gave me a bonus, and bought you a drink another day," and left. Okay. Suyi nodded and said, "Wait for you." After Natasha Romanoff left, Gwen, Wanda, and little Hela rushed over. They looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, "Natasha Romanoff is actually here." "Yes." Suyi nodded again. "Hela and I met her at the bow of the boat, and the Avengers also found out about it. This is normal. They are Avengers Alliance anyway. Moreover, SHIELD exists in name only, and the agent has not been disbanded. They are all there. It's just going from above to below. They still hold a lot of information in their hands." And at the moment Hela huddled beside Suyi and said quietly, "We go home." "Go home?" Gwen was taken aback by the word. She quickly took out her phone to check the time. "It's over, Tilda. The time is 10 o'clock. Although Gwen has no curfew now, if she goes back too late, she will definitely be asked where she went." "What are you doing?" How did Gwen respond? She is not a liar, and it's mainly just that time is tight. Just wait until there are no more cases in New York. I have to go back. As a result, Gwen turned to look. Everyone is at sea. Did this spider of hers swim back? Suyi smiled when he saw it. "I'll send you back." "Great, Tilda." Suyi made a gesture of snapping his fingers, and then said, "If your parents ask, just say to be by my side." "Got it." "Snap, Tilda." "Snap your fingers." Gwen instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared. The whole process is silent. Will not be found. But Wanda said a little regretfully, "I still want to take her home." "Your portal is too obvious at night." Suyi spread his hands helplessly. "It's okay where no one is." Wanda nodded in agreement. "Yes." After seeing nothing, the time also came to 10 o'clock in the evening. So Suyi also waved his hand. "Let's go home too." "Go home." Hela cheered with one hand hidden behind her back. "Snap, Tilda." "Snap your fingers and strike again." The three also disappeared. "Wait until after the North Mansion home." Hela took out the things behind her and said happily, "Another laser weapon. I'm going to try it out at sea some other day." "Sue, take a look." "Isn't that what Vulture left behind?" "Good guy. Let you go." Little Hela smiled triumphantly. This is what everyone is aiming for. Have fun. The three entered the house. Little Hela didn't play games all night and ran to play games. So Wanda and Suyi had a glass of wine and went to the balcony to chat. Holding the wine glass, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief looking at the night view of New York. So nostalgic. This is the feeling of home. Suyi hugged her from behind. "It will be a long time in the future." Wanda leaned her head back, rubbing against Suyi's ear. "Yeah, but I still have to cherish every minute and every second we have." "That's right, Miss Nan." Suyi smelled the fragrance of Wanda's body. He held the wine glass in one hand, and began to be dishonest with the other. But Wanda has nothing against it. On the contrary, the friction with Suyi became more and more serious. After a while, Wanda took a deep breath and whispered in Suyi's ear, "I want to grind with you until your head is broken. Don't forget our challenge in the afternoon." Suyi smiled fiercely. "Okay, remember, whoever loses is the puppy." "Just wait and see." Late at night, Hela stayed up late playing games in the living room. She doesn't intend to go in tonight, because she knew it was Wanda's first night back. If she goes in tomorrow, she will definitely die. So she chose to stay up all night tonight. Then steal the chicken when you are free. What is it called? This is called timing. Opportunity. It's just that she doesn't know it is. While she stayed up and played all night in the master bedroom where Suyi had used the technique to isolate the sound, someone has been wanting all night. Wonder what's wrong with Wang Wang? The next day, when the warm sun shines on the opaque curtains, Suyi woke up. He took off his thighs and arms, then went to take a hot shower. Water splashed from his hair. As for last night's record, of course, someone was busy all night, but he didn't say who it was. Anyway, there are 2073 people, and one of them is not Suyi. Then who do you say? And that person is still asleep. There was still a trace of dry tears flowing from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't know whether it was tears of happiness or pain. Remember last night? Suyi shook his head helplessly. Too weak. Feel sorry. This sentence does not name names. But whoever talks the most rubbish is who? Zilatilda. At this time, the door next to him opened. A black shadow flew in, engulfed in darkness, then kneeled down on the ground. She started to get busy with her breakfast. Suyi smiled. Morning exercise, right? 1900 hours. Suyi appeared in the office on time again. He folded his legs together on the table and leaned on the recliner with his hands behind his head. Why? Then take a long breath. Another sinful day. Reach for another bottle of iced milk tea. Suck. After a few sips, Suyi looked at the ceiling and thought about life. So happy. That's so damn happy. Okay, then don't think about it. Just be happy. Anyway, nothing to do. Suyi continued fishing until noon as usual. Then turned on the news. Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider work together again. They have no conflicts. They solve the crisis together again. Do you think the League of Goddesses only did one thing? No. There is another air raid shelter crisis. I won't allow you to not know about it. The man next to the goddess reappears. The same face. The chance of appearing is 40%. Who is he? Suyi happily watched the news. Have to say, they still have a way of talking for the sake of gimmicks, and more gimmicks for their respective news. Some journalists' angles are very novel. They even found out the percentage of Suyi and Wanda or Gwen appearing at the same time. Really awesome. This can all be analyzed statistically. If things go on like this, Suyi will definitely be considered related if he appears with the two women no more than 10 times at the same time. No, it was already related. Part R. At this time, Wang Da, who finally woke up, changed his clothes and went downstairs in a daze. Then she lay down in Suyi's arms. Also just saw the news content. Look at what kind of news on the news. Wanda said after thinking about it. Sue, after a few more times, I want to tell the news that I have a partner. Do you suggest it? Wanda means to announce that you have a partner. But don't say who. That is to say, not to expose any information about Suyi. Definitely. It is impossible for the world not to know, because among all the people, Suyi had the highest appearance rate accompanying the two girls. Only him and no one else. Then someone can figure out what Suyi looks like. Besides, he's so handsome, isn't he? But Suyi still asked curiously. It can be, but why? Wanda said without any hesitation. The expectations of me on the internet are too high. There are all kinds of news. I am afraid that it will affect you, so it is better to remain unknown. 092. Housewife Wanda visits Cybertron. Burn the witch. It was indeed the first time Suyi met someone who didn't want fans, but wanted to be unknown. To be honest, how many people in this world can do it? But turn around and think about it. This is Wanda's true heart. She didn't want to be famous, nor did she have any intention of being a star. That's what I told Wanda myself. Wanda also thought the same as herself. Compared with the much anticipated stars, Wanda obviously wants to live a peaceful life with herself, especially after this purpose was achieved yesterday. Then Wanda wants to be safe even more. She didn't want anything to happen that would affect her and Suyi's life. And now, news is possible, because the title on that is too messy. Wanda was afraid of being misled. It's okay, Wanda. Suyi patted Wanda on the back. I can accept whether you announce it or not. It depends on your own choice. Announce it if you think it will give you direction, and vice versa. I don't care, and neither do you. Wanda nodded in Suyi's arms. Yes. The two hugged for a while. Then separate again. Wanda looked at Suyi and said, didn't eat lunch. No. Suyi shook his head. He really didn't eat. And sometimes Suyi doesn't eat lunch. He doesn't even eat breakfast. Only dinner will be fixed. The reason for not eating is just that he is too lazy to eat. I'm too lazy to do it in the morning, and I don't want to move at noon. And it doesn't matter to him. He can just bask in the sun. How could the multi-universe level starve to death? Then let me make it for you. Hearing that Suyi didn't eat, Wanda immediately took up the task of housewife happily. She turned and walked out the door, go happily to the nearby supermarket to buy a la carte, then went upstairs to cook. As for whether it will be troublesome to carry it out, how can it be? Have you ever heard of portal passing vegetables? About an hour or less, a red portal opened next to Suyi's office. Then Wanda put the dishes on the table one by one from the other end. Finally, take the dishes, knives, forks and drinks. The man came out wearing an apron and smiled. Dinner is ready. A warm smile appeared on Suyi's face. It's a great feeling. Wanda was really different when she came back. The superhero is a housewife, but that's not the point. The key is that Suyi has been taken care of in life. This feeling is really warm. So Suyi smiled happily, rolled up his sleeves and said, dinner. But just did 2 bites. Suyi and Wanda reacted at the same time. Forgot to call Hela. Then he went to call Hela again. Hela sat on the chair and said with her mouth crooked, I thought you had forgotten me. Almost. Suyi nodded in agreement with Hela's statement. It's useless to tell you that you have a low sense of existence. Hela wanted to refute, but she thought about it. Her sense of existence was low, but she can work hard. Then is there anything I can do? Hela looked at Suyi and Wanda and asked. Suyi smiled while eating. The bad news, you need to wash the dishes. The good news is, there's nothing for you to do. Hela was taken aback. I can only bury my head and show off. At least she can do the dishes now, can't she? Sue, try this. R. 17. Wanda picked up a piece of meat and wanted to feed it to Suyi. Suyi ate it. The result was surprisingly good. Tasty. Wanda, You even have the ability to cook. After hearing this sentence, Wanda suddenly became happy. It's good to eat. I'm afraid that the cooking won't taste good, so I can't cook for you. Suyi shook his head. How could it be? Those on the side also watched the two show their affection. Suddenly rolled his eyes. Half an hour later, the three finished their lunch. Hela took the dishes and washed them off. Suyi wiped his mouth with a paper towel, took out 2 bottles of ice milk tea and handed Wanda a bottle and said, "Today is Friday. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow I can have 2 days off. Tonight I will take you to see some things that Gwen knows temporarily, but you don't know yet. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow I plan to take you to a place, pick up a magic book, and take a tour by the way." Something you don't know? Wanda was taken aback for a moment, but later realized that it happened after she went to Camartage during this time. Suyi didn't tell her in the letter. I was afraid that the more she knew and thought, the more she would affect her learning of magic. But one last trip to pick up a magic book. Wanda doesn't understand this. What magic book? Dark divine book, Suyi said casually, and then took a sip of milk tea. Suck dark divine book. And Wanda was shocked. Isn't this the only book that can exist in opposition to the Book of Emperor Waishan? The Book of Darkness is very powerful. It's full of deadly magic, and there are all kinds of strange and powerful spells. But it has a side effect. That is, people who use this divine book will also suffer from the side effects of the divine book. It amplifies the dark side of the user, corrupts the spirit and soul of the user at the same time. So this divine book is powerful and dangerous at the same time. But it doesn't matter to Suyi. He took a big sip of milk tea, then put it on the table and said easily, "I can eliminate the side effects of the Dark God book. You can use the magic inside as you like. It's no big deal." Wanda, Hilda? Hear Suyi's words. Then Wanda was more than shocked. But it feels reasonable, because in Wanda's heart, Suyi seems to be omnipotent. It's just that Suyi's performance seemed too relaxed. That is the Book of Darkness. Suyi's attitude towards it is actually just like a toy. This is too outrageous. But in fact, whether it is the Hand of Waishandi or the Dark Suai, it is just a toy, a treasure from level Godfather up to level Single Universe. That's a tick. It was of no use to him. In the afternoon hours, Suyi also received an ordinary customer. But under Suyi's guidance, she recovered immediately. "It doesn't work. Can my Phoenix Force help you change it?" The time comes to 5 p.m. Suyi and Wanda appeared outside the office door on time. Then he locked the door with a click. Suyi let out a long breath. "The next 2 days is a small long vacation, and we can have fun again. Let's go. I'll take you to destroy the tomb." Hilda? Hearing Suyi's words, Wanda's expression was exactly the same as Gwen's. They all agreed first instinctively, then I reacted. "Don't worry, I'll give you a buff first." Snapped Suyi snapped his fingers. Wanda has an energy shield on her body. This shield allows Wanda to breathe normally in the universe, maintain temperature, talk normally and so on. Suyi snapped his fingers again. The two appeared on Mars. It is also the current Cybertron star. Wow. As expected. After Wanda came to see what Mars looked like, she was almost as surprised as Gwen, and Suyi also looked at it. The current Cybertron star has changed a lot. Almost all of its surfaces have been constructed. A large number of ordinary intelligent robots are built and maintained on the ground. There are also many descendants of the shapeshifting King Kong patriarchs who manage on it. And there are still many veterans who have gone underground, because after the development of the surface is completed, the shapeshifting King Kongs are ready to build the interior of Cybertron. This is too fast. And Wanda also said excitedly after reacting, "Is this the shapeshifting Vajra mother planet?" "Yes." Suyi smiled proudly. "I created them, and I am their creator." Wow. Wanda's eyes are full of stars. She stared at the mass of shapeshifters and robots beneath her in shock. "So this is our planet?" Suyi nodded. "Definitely. Even if we can't live on Earth, we can still live here. It's definitely not interesting to live here. I mean, even if we don't want the Earth, we may still drive this ball to travel to a planet that we can just walk away." Wanda thought about that image for a moment. Just drive Mars away. Immediately she laughed. So romantic. That is. Next, Suyi took Wanda to visit Cybertron. This time it's not just outside. Also take a look at the interior that is under development. Wanda observes the environment. Exclaimed at last. "The ecological and mechanical integration here is so beautiful. I thought the only planet with mechanical life was the Iron Forest." Sorry. The original button was written like this. Now Suyi is asking for 50% each. And animals seem to be breeding too. Some ecoregions have already begun to free-range animals. Suyi and Wanda observed together. But looking at Suyi, I realized how many veterans of shapeshifting King Kong seem to be missing. "What about people?" "There are a few shapeshifting King Kong veterans missing," Suyi said looking at the total number of Cybertron planets. "Huh? Then where did they go?" Wanda wondered. "Go and ask." Suyi brought Wanda to the Senate. "There is a patriarch living here permanently," so Suyi asked as soon as he arrived here. "A few elders are gone. Where did they go?" The resident elder saw Suyi coming. Hastily said respectfully, "They are worried that the resources of the Cybertron planet will be developed sooner or later, so they built boosters in advance to scan resources on other planets." A total of 8 veterans set out together, preparing to scan the solar system data Genishi once. and then make a joint decision after returning. This plan was voted by the Senate, and the approval ratio was 980 hours 20 minutes. After listening to the old man's words, Suyi can only say awesome. I have already thought of the fact that the resources have been mined. The interior of Cybertron has not yet been developed, and almost unanimous. Pass. Suyi waved his hand. I'll look at the latest Senate vote. He waved his hand. All voted cases and pro-against ratios are presented in front of the duo. Wanda also watched curiously. Solar system resource scanning 980 hours 20 minutes. Molten Cow Forge, 740 to 360. Galactic Heavy Warship, 280 to 720. The first generation Shapeshifting King Kong 800 to 200. Suyi and Wanda looked at the various previous voting processes. The discovery is basically for the development of the planet Cybertron, and all of them have passed. And the weapon expansion failed. Here are the reasons for the elders. Among them, the expansion of weapons is said to have no time. When the development of the Cybertron planet is completed, when will the Star Warship weapons be built? That is to say, develop first, and then explode soldiers. After seeing these, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Continue to develop. Yes, creator. After Wanda read these, she just laments that her worldview has been refreshed. It turns out that there are such miraculous things. Suyi smiled. The universe is very large, and the universe is not just one universe, there are many. Wanda nodded thoughtfully. What Suyi taught her today really surprised her. It turns out that Wanda is just an ordinary person from a small country in Eastern Europe. See here now. Just lament the grandeur of the universe. Husband is awesome. After watching Planet Cybertron crack, Suyi snapped his fingers. The two returned to the beach in New York. Then Suyi thought about it. It seems that this is the case. Now we have a group of younger brothers and a planet. Wanda hugged Suyi's arm. She raised her head and searched the sky. Maybe we will have a galaxy in the future, and it will be shot down by Shapeshifting King Kong. By the way, where is Botan Star? Wanda can only know where the moon is, but can't see Cybertron Star. And Suyi looked towards Cybertron. Then this piece of sky said, there, you can't see it. Wanda looked over. I really can't see it at all. Oh well. The two walked along the beach. Suyi's off-duty time is good. After 5 o'clock, the earth begins to set and set the sun. This time to walk outside. There is a layer of red-yellow light spreading all over the sky. It looks very romantic. Suyi hugged Wanda's waist. Fingers go in from the corners of the clothes and rub against the skin. He wasn't for that either. It just feels that Wanda feels good in the hand. Plump. Wanda indulged Suyi's little touch. But she was also very embarrassed. So he wrapped his arms around Suyi's arm with one hand, and covered Suyi's hand with the other, as if they were walking hand in hand. The two walked along the beach with few people. Suyi squeezed it suddenly, and smiled softly. Growing flesh? Zao. You. Wanda immediately glared at Suyi, then stopped touching it. I don't. Suyi was a little presumptuous. I just like that you are a little fleshy, but just in good shape. After speaking, Suyi thought about it. It's probably like last night when the socks were strangled on the legs. There was a circle of dense people. Beauty has no standard. But what kind of person has what standard? Little Hela must be thinner. On the other hand, Gwen is slender. But all the places that should be warped are warped. But Wanda is different. She can't be too thin, but certainly not fat. It's a kind of moisturizing feeling that can't be done with more or less. For example, Suyi held the little Hela's waist with both hands, just pinched it and nothing changed. Then switched to the one holding Gwen. Gwen's vest line feels particularly good, and the elasticity of the skin is also very good. So all in all it's the best. But Wanda is different. After you grasp her waist with both hands, you can feel the very moist texture. In short, it feels just right. And let's talk about the front. Not to mention the little Hela, a pair of peaches. Gwen is honeydew melon or dragon fruit. And what about Wanda? After she holds it with one hand, there will be a little more in the dark. Simply not perfect. Just the golden ratio. After listening to Suyi's words, Wanda also squeezed Suyi's face, leaned into her ear and said, hello BT, huh? Suyi made a nasal sound, and he asked her, then don't you like it? Wanda pursed her lips. Then he whispered in Suyi's ear. I like her very much. That elbow. Go home. Snapped Hilda. Suyi snapped his fingers directly. Next moment, neither of them returned home to change their shoes outside the room. Instead, he went straight back to the master bedroom. Then Suyi directly threw Wanda up and said, you wicked heretic witch. Let me burn you today. 093. Sportswear Gwen. Wanda Hypnotic Ability Gwen Parents. The next day, Suyi removed his hands and feet, and then went to take a hot shower as usual. He burned the heretical witch all night last night. Burned the heretic witches to death. Then I can no longer get up and bewitch myself. If you don't believe it, you are optimistic. Suyi was washing up. The witch was still lying there. Wasn't this subdued by his baton? So all heretics should be burned fiercely. Burn until the pain is screaming. But then again, Wanda is still too weak. It can't make Su-Yi happy at all. Once Su-Yi is a little reckless, Wanda would collapse to the ground. What to do? Su-Yi thought about it. It suddenly occurred to me that there was a Tegu in the backpack, the essence of demons. This thing is both magic and a melee weapon. Just right for Wanda, and this ability should be chilling, right? Then will he be able to experience the two heavens of ice and fire? Hissed Tilda. Think about it this way. Su-Yi suddenly raised his head. Isn't this too wow? This is a must-try. Not only can strengthen a little physical fitness, it can also let him experience the feeling of flying. So what else is there to say? It's over. Wow Tilda. At this time, the door was opened again. Su-Yi turned his head to look. It is little Hela wrapped in darkness. Okay. Another heresy death god. You have to be burned hard too. +9:00. Su-Yi showed up at the office on time. He tilted his legs on the table, and then suddenly realized, aren't I off today? Su-Yi scratched his chin, feeling a little embarrassed. Luckily no one was around. Otherwise, it would be a bit social to carry a school bag to school early on Saturday morning and be seen by classmates and teachers. But well, classmate, guess why I can see you at school early on Saturday morning? But then again, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Wanda and Hela are both asleep. It's okay to go back. It is estimated that the two girls have to rest at noon to go to Westview Town. Otherwise, I can't even stand up now. Button tilde. Enter. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Su-Yi was still wondering who would come here at this hour, and it was still Saturday. As soon as the door opened, it was Gwen. She tilted her head at the door, only poking out one head, looked at Su-Yi and asked suspiciously, Su, why are you here? I went to the roof and didn't find you. Cough cough cough. Su-Yi pretended to tidy up the table, wiped it again and explained, I'm fine in the morning, I'm going downstairs to clean up, and then I'm ready to go for a run. Sports? Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard the movement. She opened the door fully and the body came out 190. Said, I happen to be running here, let's exercise together. Su-Yi looked up and down at Gwen. Very good. Gwen is topped by a slim fit t-shirt underneath a stretchy pants like yoga pants, and then put on a pair of sports shorts. This is a set of two pants. It doesn't feel too wavy, nor does it feel ugly. On the contrary, I feel pure and full of vitality. She is a beautiful sports girl. Su-Yi appreciated it for a while, and said with a thumbs up, excellent. Gwen suddenly smiled happily. Then let's go tilde. 9:20 a.m. Su-Yi also went to change into a sportswear. The two jogged out of the northern building. Then ran towards the beach first. Waited until the beach. Su-Yi and Gwen ran side by side. Su-Yi looked at Gwen's inhalation method and asked, you won't get angry when you talk while running? Definitely not. Gwen waved her hands, turned to look at Su-Yi and said, my physical fitness is definitely fine. That's good. Let's talk. While running, people who don't run often will feel that running is more painful or uncomfortable, but people with good physical fitness will prefer to run, because when running, the whole body blood is flowing, and it also promotes the release of happy dopamine. So when you are in good physical condition, running before the limit will always bring you happiness. The two just ran and chatted sideways to the sun. Su-Yi reminded Gwen, after the meeting is over, you go back and put on a set, and bring a change of clothes, and we will go on a 2-day, 1-night trip. Really? Gwen immediately jumped up and twirled in the air, cheering. That's great tilde. Gwen jumped up like an elf. Her turning body is very graceful. But Gwen looked back. But I'm about to take an exam. How can George persuade me? Ah yes, people have fathers. My daughter went out to play for 2 days and 1 night. There has to be a reason, right? And it's not good to use yourself for this reason. That's not the same as telling George, hey, you old man, I took your daughter to spend the night. Goodbye. So why can't people bring all the police in New York to block their own doors? At that time, it would be considered calm to bomb directly without using RPG. It's outrageous when you think about it. So Su-Yi thought about it carefully. Then what's the good reason? But he thought about it for a long time. I really didn't expect. Gwen also panicked. Then what should I do? The thought of not being able to walk. Then Su-Yi and Wanda went on their honeymoon. Then Gwen was uncomfortable. Not jealous of Wanda, but I can't enjoy it myself. Suddenly, Gwen tilted her head and thought about it. Should I leave home and forget it, and then go back after the exam, and the results will tell? Su-Yi's mouth twitched after hearing this method. You think well. You were away from home for more than 1 night. George will definitely use the power of the police department to find you. Then it will be more troublesome. Those who love their daughters are very spoiled. George was clearly doting on his daughter. Gwen really wanted to run away from home. George must turn New York upside down. If it was Su-Yi, he would do the same. Otherwise, Gwen's tutoring would not be so strict. Then what should I do? Gwen stretched out her hands in despair as she ran. It seemed to be in too much pain. But Su-Yi thought about it. There is an idea. It really doesn't work. You can go to Wanda and ask Wanda to give your parents hypnotic ability. Just 2 days. As soon as this statement came out, Gwen turned her head suddenly, Her eyes lit up, then said in surprise, "This method is good. Wanda's magic is powerful. She's sure to pull it off seamlessly." Suyi nodded. "Can be sure can be." Wanda's current level of magic manipulation has long been different from what it used to be. Hypnotic ability is not simple for two people. But the point is, this matter cannot be brought up by him. Cough cough cough. So Suyi whispered to Gwen, "You go tell Wanda. Remember, it cannot be said that I proposed it. Otherwise you will sell me. Then I will definitely not let you go." Gwen nodded. Then he made several low-cock gestures. It's hard to tell if anyone else. But Gwen still understands what Wanda said. "Yes, what is the relationship between us? They will be stacked together in the future. Do me a favor, Tilda." The two ran and chatted like this. Then it ran until 11 o'clock noon. When Suyi and Gwen stopped to buy some water to drink, he wasn't breathing. Gwen only panted slightly. "Look. This stamina, invincible." So this was the reason why Gwen was able to fight with Suyi overnight. None of the others, not even a certain goddess of death. Tun tun tilde. After buying water, Suyi and Gwen walked back. While walking, Gwen wanted to wrap her arms around Suyi, etc. Suyi stretched out his hand to signal to stop. Then he snapped his fingers again. Snap tilde. Next moment, a golden light shone on Gwen and Suyi's body. Then Gwen found that all the sweat on her body was gone, and it smells like after a shower. "Bring it on." Then Suyi stretched out his hand to give Gwen a hug. Gwen hugged Suyi's arm, hold Suyi's elbow with the peach in front of him. Then he said viciously on purpose, "Do you dislike me?" "It's not disgusting." Suyi stretched out his other hand and touched her head. "If you have ability to make it more comfortable, why make it uncomfortable? At that time, my sweat will be too sticky." In fact, the two didn't sweat much. "But it's a lot more comfortable." But Suyi thought about it and added another sentence. "Definitely, an exception can be made at night." Cough cough. It was casual at that time. "It doesn't matter if you sweat or not." Gwen blushed when she heard this, and stopped talking. No doubt, kind is not the key. Because basically number. The key is too wet. Yes. The stream, abs, is too much. Until noon. Gwen and Suyi returned to the northern mansion. After the two went to the top floor. Wanda has already made lunch. When Suyi saw it, he exchanged glances with Gwen, who was seen by his colleagues. Then both of them nodded in unison. "What's the meaning? This bitch can do it." Not only Suyi is satisfied, but Gwen is also satisfied. "Come back." "Just right. I still want to call you," Wanda said together after seeing Suyi and Gwen come back. "It just so happens that Gwen is here too, so let's eat together." "I'm coming." Suyi and Gwen quickly changed their shoes and went in. "Come to the table." The two looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and their stomachs growled immediately. Wanda cooks a lot of dishes now. Her cooking style is different from Suyi's. The number of people Suyi likes is almost perfect, and then he will do a little more. But Wanda is different. She sees the dishes she wants to cook, and when she gets inspired, she cooks more. Then I like it when I look at the sumptuous Chinese dinner. And no matter what kind of food can be eaten. If it doesn't work, there is little Hela. Her body. It is the body of a god, and it digests quickly. If you don't eat it, just let the little Hela be wiped out. Hela trash cans. Little Hela, dinner is ready. Following Suyi's shout, little Hela slid over at a level that floated across the tiles. Then it went to the table with a plop. Dinner tilde. 4 people came to the table for dinner. Everyone ate very happily. "You eat yours, I eat mine." It was only after Wanda took the first bite for Suyi. Gwen was about to take a second bite. Then Wanda took the third bite. Gwen again. "Gah, it's over." Suyi quickly stopped this behavior. "Eat your own, don't feed it." "How can we still eat like this?" At that time, Suyi didn't move a single bite. "Finish Wanda and Gwen's first, then eat a hammer." After being stopped by Suyi, everyone ate normally. After more than half an hour. After eating, Suyi stretched comfortably on the sofa. Wanda and Gwen leaned in his arms, one from the other. As for Hela, doing the dishes in the kitchen. Originally, she wanted to brush at night, but Suyi severely stopped this behavior. It must be wiped off immediately. There can be no procrastination. So little Hela could only cry and wash the dishes. Definitely crying is fake. But it was true that Suyi hugged the two of them happily watching TV. A few minutes later, little Hela cleaned the dishes with divine power. Then clean up the water on your hands with divine power. Finally came out and cheered. "I'm brushing tilde." Suyi nodded and praised. "Good job." As for whether to check like a normal parent, Suyi's answer is that it is not necessary. If you see dirty plates before eating next time, then he promises little Hela's ass is going to bloom. Open a flower that cannot be closed. And the little Hela, who likes dishes, also huddled between Suyi's legs to watch TV. The 4 of them looked at each other. Gwen suddenly remembered something about herself. So he pulled Wanda and whispered. After Wanda heard Gwen's plan, immediately looked at Suyi and smiled. "Su tilde?" Cough cough cough. As soon as this word came out, Suyi knew that he had revealed his secrets. He can probably guess why. Because this trick was the trick Wanda used to pull him to watch the Ferris wheel secretly. And he just told Gwen the method. "Gwen, when this." "Okay, no problem." Suyi hadn't finished speaking yet. Wanda took Gwen's hand and agreed. "What is our relationship, right?" "Good sister." Gwen smashed her eyes and didn't even react. Just now I felt like I had to question Suyi. "Why are you so active now?" "Never mind. Why think so much? Let's talk about the parents first, tilde." Gwen happily took Wanda's hand. Then hurry up. You open the portal and we go together, and then I'll come over after I get my clothes. No problem. Wanda stretched out her index and middle fingers together and drew in the air. A scarlet portal then appeared. Then Wanda and Gwen waved to Su-Yi. Then they entered the portal together. Wait until the portal hour. Little Hela sat on Su-Yi's lap and touched it directly with her hand. Su-Yi, snapped Tilda. Su-Yi grabbed little Hela's hand. Are you sick again? Hurry up. Nobody. Little Hela pulled Su-Yi's clothes. No, I found out you looked down on me too much. Su-Yi immediately lifted up the little Hela, then put it on the ground and said, they go to hypnotic ability to pick up the clothes and it will take no more than half an hour. Who do you look down on for half an hour? Only half an hour to hear. Little Hela tilted her head and thought for a while. It seems to be the same. Forget about it. But little Hela asked with a waist. What about traveling? I must have free time then. Don't forget to pull the hook. Tilda. Hiss. Hear the pull of the hook. Su-Yi gasped. He could only nod his head and said with difficulty. Let's see when the time comes. This thing is uncertain. Fine. Then little Hela also went to get her little skirt. Half an hour later, as Wanda's portal opens, sure enough, she and Gwen, who was carrying the bag, came back. I'm going to get my clothes, and yours. Then Wanda turned around to get her own clothes and Su-Yi's clothes too. After a while, after the three girls are all ready, Su-Yi asked with a gesture of snapping his fingers. Everyone checks to see if there is anything missing, and if there is nothing, we will leave. The three women looked at it, salty. There is none left. Okay, let's go. Snap Tilda. Snap your fingers. The four disappeared in place. Next moment, New Jersey, the outskirts of a town called Westview. Four people appeared with big bags and small bags. So you looked at the small town billboard in front of him. Then he nodded firmly and said, it's here. Let's go in. Let's go. Tilda. Little Hela and Gwen walked in happily, and Wanda walked slowly while holding Su-Yi's arm. Westview Town is no ordinary town. In this small town, there are not only dark books, but also black magic witches and agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. 094. Westview Town. Heavenly Sword Game. Sleep Together. Heavenly Sword Bureau. The full name is Intellectual World Observation and Response Bureau. It exists for a simple purpose. If SHIELD is to solve the conflicts of the Earth and protect the safety of the Earth, then the Tenjin Bureau is to solve the conflict between the Earth and aliens and prevent the invasion of alien civilizations. Definitely. This game is useless right now. His main mission, all outside the Earth, and its first occurrence. Still in one of Thor's cut animations, someone took out the Tenjin Bureau's investigation data on Thor. It shows cross-reference with Tenjin Bureau database. Therefore, the presence of Tenjin Bureau is very low. There are even fewer agents on the bright side, and Su-Yi is not interested in their existence. The four entered Xijing Town. Wanda looked at the surrounding scenery, including buildings, grasslands, people and so on. In the end she kinda liked it. It seems to be okay here, not so many people, but everyone is doing their own thing. Su-Yi nodded. Looks like Wanda likes idyllic towns. She loves having a home with her own farm, garden, and backyard. And Gwen looked at the surrounding scenery and said, there is no building. Cobweb can't fly. Su-Yi. Okay, the angle is novel. Good for you. But compared to Gwen and Wanda who have their own ideas, little Hela's heart is much simpler. Where to sleep? Where to play? Are you free? Can it be my turn? Cough cough cough. The four walked for a meeting in the small town. On the way, there was no phenomenon of soliciting customers in other places. We are all residents here, so it's normal life. Where do you want to live? Su-Yi looked at everyone and asked. Anyway, I only plan to stay for 2 days and 1 night. The three girls thought about it. Wanda was the first to feel it. Then point in one direction. Let's go there and see. It feels better there. Wanda said. No one else had an opinion, so everyone went there. What happened next was exactly what Wanda felt. Everyone is going here. The scenery here is also a little more natural. Also the plants are better. The neighborhood is also quieter. Obviously this is a better residential area. Su-Yi nodded after looking at the scenery. Then take a look around here. The four turned around. Eventually found a decent vacant house. And it happened to have a rental sign posted on the door. There are not many houses here, so the rental is entrusted to one place. So Su-Yi rented out the house. Then he moved in with the three daughters. Su-Yi went in and looked at the bed first. The bed was found to be fairly large. There are one big and one small too. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, now we have two choices. 1. Let's sleep together tonight. 2. Let's sleep together tonight. Which one do you choose? Wanda and Gwen immediately rolled their eyes at Su-Yi when they heard it. Wanda didn't speak, just put the luggage in and wanted to clean up. Gwen didn't speak, and wanted to help Wanda. Hela doesn't care about her. Su-Yi saw that the two wanted to clean up. Please, we are here to play, not to do housework. Su-Yi snapped his fingers. Snapped Tilda. The room was instantly clean, spotless. Wanda and Gwen looked at the floor, which was cleaner than a dog's lick. The two of them could only put down the tools in their hands. Let's go. Let's try the delicious food in this small town. Is there something to eat? Little Hela heard that there was something to eat. Then she immediately wanted to. What can I say if I have something to eat? Elbow. So we put down our luggage, opened the door, and walked out together. Boom. Then it happened that the neighbor next door came out at the same time. The two sides looked at each other. There are 4 people on Suyi's side, and she is the only one on her side. It's a black woman with a fluffy afro. He is not short, even taller than Gwen. But it looks young. No, black people don't look very old. And the people over there saw Suyi and a group of people. She silently put the phone away. Then he nodded to Suyi. Hi, my name is Gratty, and I'm your neighbor. Suyi also nodded, and also reported his famous minister. But Gwen and Wanda and Hela did not report, especially Wanda. She half hid behind Suyi, not wanting others to recognize her as Scarlet Witch. Otherwise, the 2-day outing will be uneasy. After reporting each other's names, Suyi sensed Wanda's thoughts, so he waved and said, "Then I'll go first." Gratty also waved and said, "Goodbye. I hope you have a good time." After the two parties separated, Wanda came out of Suyi's arms holding Suyi's hand, and Suyi had a smile on the corner of his mouth. After seeing it, Wanda reached out and asked curiously, "What's the matter? I've been laughing all the time." Hearing this sentence, Lu Wen also looked over curiously. Suyi smiled. "You say it's a coincidence? The person you met just now has a background, huh?" X2. Hear this sentence. The first to suffer was Wanda. She was the first to ask, "Is she here for us?" "No way." Gwen shook her head against the idea. "We teleported here. It is impossible to be discovered. Who in this world can know where we want to go in advance?" "You are right." Suyi couldn't have been squatted in the grass. So Suyi shook his head and explained, "You're thinking too much, Wanda. Don't forget that there is a dark book in this small town. So there have always been magicians in this small town who were attracted by the intentionally released news, and finally disappeared mysteriously. And she is one of the agents who came to investigate the disappearance of this group of demon magicians." "Agent?" Hear the word agent. Wanda still frowned and said, "The agent has a lot of news, so she must have recognized us." No wonder her expression didn't move much, but her pupils shrank twice. "So they recognized us." Gwen recalled what Wanda had said, and then found out it was. The female agent's expression didn't change much, but when they saw them, people didn't react for a moment. Normal people don't do this. What did she discover? But Gwen remembered one more thing. Isn't SHIELD disbanded? Where's her agent? Heaven Sword Bureau. Heavenly Sword Game? X2. Gwen and Wanda froze for a moment. What game is this again? Never heard of it. It's just a non-existent game, mainly to deal with aliens. Suyi waved his hand indifferently. "Then I found out everyone came to a bakery." So he said as he led people in. Heavenly Sword Bureau is something that can be ignored. It doesn't matter. They know you're Miss Spider, Gwen, and Wanda isn't officially out of the Avengers Alliance, so they won't come to make trouble, just chat at most. "That's what I heard." Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. "That's fine, as long as it doesn't disturb the outing time of the 4 of them. It must be inevitable to have a chat." "I understand." Then the 4 entered the bakery. It turned out that things here are surprisingly good. The toast looked pure, burnt yellow. There is no mix and match of cream and peanuts in the supermarket. The panels here are simple. It's whole wheat toast. On the side there are toppings like jam, pate, and pickles. All in all it looks pretty good. Suyi took a look. "Let the 3 girls buy it directly. Choose one, buy more, and I'll follow suit." Then Hela jumped over and pointed to the bread and jam in the bar and said, "This and this and this." The boss was happy to take it out when he heard the little girl snapping, but Hela's next sentence stunned him. "I don't want what I said just now, but I will give you a copy of everything else." The boss was stunned. Gwen and Wanda looked at Hela at the same time. "Definitely, it's not too much to eat either. It's just the way Hela talks a little bit." "What do you mean this, and this?" "Don't want them all, and get a copy of everything else." "I knew you were going to say something like this." Then Suyi thought I could say it myself, cough cough cough. But because it is a child's words, so the boss looked at Suyi, the only man here, waiting for Suyi's reply, and Suyi definitely waved his hand. Then he took Wanda and Gwen to the chair and said, "Do as she says." "Thank you very much for the meal, sir and girl." That's what Suyi heard. The boss must have had a good laugh. I hurried to prepare, and the bread had to be cut and brought up. As for Suyi brought people to the table and sat down. Gwen and Wanda sat across from each other. Suyi and Hela are sitting here. Very reasonable. And the outside seats of this restaurant are all wooden. You can lean on the wooden fence and watch the birds and flowers outside. This New York City feels completely different. Wanda took a deep breath and sighed. "It's really nice here. I kind of like it here." "Wanda, which one do you like?" Gwen asked curiously. "I think generally up." Wanda looked around, then raised her chin as a gesture. "I like the natural atmosphere here." Gwen looked at the natural atmosphere around her. Then he leaned his hands back on the wooden chair and said, "In this kind of place, I am afraid that the wooden house will collapse when I stand on the roof." Only now did Wanda react. Gwen is like a straight-up nerf here. "That's too bad." And Hela was playing with Suyi's big hand. "It is these hands, especially warm." And Suyi also rubbed Hela's head. Anyway, he also likes Hela now. Although a bit naughty and juicy, it is much better than mature Hela. But Hela is not easy to deal with, it is too ambitious. And Hela also played with Suyi's hand on her head. She didn't care that Suyi's hands would mess up her hair. Instead, turn and play in reverse. But turn and turn. Hela's head paused, then turned to look outside. 0. Ask for flowers. Suyi put his hand on her head. Superior. Hela looks back. Suyi also looks back. Then he saw the slightly fat aunt with the oval face. Her hair is brown, with a purple-black coat. And while passing the bakery, she also looked here a few times. Chief among them was a few glances at Wanda, finally walked away as if nothing had happened. After watching people go away, Hela turned her head and said directly to Suyi, "That fat woman has thoughts about us. I'll go and kill her, huh?" X2. Gwen and Wanda are still chatting. As a result, she suddenly heard that Hela wanted to kill someone, which shocked her too. They all looked at Hela at the same time, and Suyi smiled and straightened Hela's hair. "Why do you want to kill people?" "Because she has malice towards us." "Really?" Hela looked at Suyi and said seriously, "I am the goddess of death, and I clearly feel that she has very serious spying ideas on me and Wanda." "Oh tilde." Suyi made an understanding expression. It turns out that Hela still has this ability, and Hela also thought of something to explain. "When I was fighting, I felt that Odin didn't want me to fight more and more, so he wanted to cut my rights. So I definitely rose up and wanted to get rid of him first, and then I was sealed." "Oh tilde." Suyi made another expression of understanding. "It turned out to be like this. Is there such a secret in this story?" When he was reading the chronicles, he just wrote that Hela was too ambitious, and Odin sealed her for aid. It turns out that there is such a thing. But think about it. How powerful Hela was at that time depended entirely on Asgard's territory. As long as Asgard is bigger, Hela is stronger, can even surpass Odin. No wonder neither Wanda nor Gwen commented on this. After all, it's someone else's business. And it was many, many years ago. They don't understand either. Suyi looked back, but he had long since disappeared. As for who she is, Suyi almost guessed it. That black magic witch Agatha. She's just an old witch who uses black magic to absorb other people's mana to delay her own aging. The old hag had lived a long time. She was also the one who released the news about the Dark God book, then trick other magicians into being assassinated by her. I can say that it is very bad. And it's delicious. But now that everyone is gone, Suyi is too lazy to let Hela chase him, because the boss has already served up the sliced bread. "Kill it next time you see it, Hela." "I heard that I can kill next time." Hela nodded happily. "That's fine. Anyway, I love her to death." "For Hela, how dare you spy on my ability? I f***ing kill you." And Suyi also agreed with Hela's decision. "You can picture my body, but you can't picture my ability. It's like you can lie to me about feelings, but you can't lie to me about money. Because the ammunition of the body can be replenished and saved, but if the ability is gone, it will not come back. The same is true for feelings. If they are gone, they will be gone, but if the money is gone, it is really gone. So you hit my ability's attention. I have to kill you?" The two hit it off. Wanda and Gwen looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Now that Suyi has decided, then they would definitely not refute what Suyi said. And Hela had eaten the bread with jam. Well, not bad. Seeing that Hela gave a good review, Suyi picked up a piece of bread and dipped it in the sauce and said, "Let's start eating. We still have to go out to play in the afternoon, and we'll get down to business tomorrow." Everyone nodded and began to eat bread. At the same time, Grady, the black female neighbor just now, found Jimmy, another Tenjin bureau agent in Westview Town. Grady said with a nervous expression, "Scarlet Witch, Miss Spider, and an Asgard girl all showed up in West Island this afternoon. They lived with a man who is now my neighbor." "What are they doing here?" "Are they also investigating the disappearance of the magician?" "But what does this have to do with them?" To be honest, Grady is really nervous right now, because the three women she reported were all very strong. None are weak, especially Scarlet Witch. She thinks she can crush herself to death in the air. And Jimmy opposite her is also very nervous. He is a former SHIELD agent. Then SHIELD went bankrupt and he came to Tenjin Bureau. As a result, now meet the people of Avengers. It's not that he's guilty. Rather he knew where the Avengers would pop up. That would definitely not be safe. So Jimmy thought about it, and without any hesitation, he took out the agent phone and said, "This matter must be reported to the captain and let them handle it." Gladys agrees with this. Treat superhero this kind of super combat power. Beggars must be treated with care and rigor. 095. Love exposure. Gwen is angry. Wanda is going to be finished. In the face of the cautious treatment of the agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, after Suyi finished eating the bread and paid the bill, Suyi stretched out his hand to signal Wanda to lead the way. "Wanda, I'll let you lead the tour this afternoon." Wanda hesitated a bit, but she was afraid that the road she led would not be good. Then everyone gets bored. But Suyi knew what she wanted to say, so he said it a step ahead. "We don't know the town either, so you can take us anywhere. It's okay." "So what if this afternoon is wasted, and there is a whole day tomorrow? Even if we don't have enough fun tomorrow, we can come back next week." Wanda thought about it. Having said that, she nodded in agreement. "Okay, Leave it to me. To this, neither Gwen nor Hela had a problem. Both of them don't like it very much. One learned to be indifferent to Su-yi. So the three started walking with Wanda, who was interested in nature, and Wanda also leads the way by feeling. The four first came to the center of the intersection in the town. Then Wanda looked at the signs for the town. With her feelings, Wanda pointed to a place near the slope and said, "Let's go here." Walk. Su-yi waved his hand. The four walked over while chatting. I saw a fruit stand on the road. Everyone also bought a little and took it in their hands to eat while walking. Everyone walked towards the edge of the town. But the edge is farther away from when you came, that is, it is opposite. Everyone was walking. Two people just came in from the edge of town. Su-yi took a look. Raw tilde. It was the black female neighbor again, and another male agent Jimmy. I have to say that the town is really small. People you've met just walk around and run into them again. Su-yi saw them. They also saw Su-yi. Glad he looked at the crowd and could only smile at the country's three. Hey, what a coincidence. Where are you going? After Wanda knows their agent. It doesn't matter. Go to the hillside outside the town and have a look. Oh tilde. There is a beautiful view there. Gladdy suddenly reacted and pointed to where Wanda was going. There is a flower forest there. It is the season of blooming. You can go and see it. But it is beautiful. Here there is a beautiful view. Wanda thanked with a smile. Thanks, we'll be there. So under normal communication, everyone left the town and walked out. And after watching Su-yi and the others leave, Gladys let out a long sigh of relief. And Jimmy agent asked a little strangely, "Are they here to see the beauty?" Jimmy was very surprised. Such a group of powerful people. Just to see the scenery? It can't be scary. Scarlet Witch plus Asgard plus Miss Spider. Only the Avengers Alliance can beat them together. But running so far to see the scenery now? Gladdy saw Jimmy's concern. Then what should we do? Gratty is also very hesitation. But how can we get to know each other? Jimmy thought about it. I think we need to talk to them. Strictly speaking, we are friends. We are all for the safety of the city. And the same goes for the small town. Gladys thought for a moment. She felt the same way. It's okay not to talk. Otherwise it's nothing to be on guard. Okay, then I will talk to them later. The other side. Su-yi and the others have already arrived at the Sea of Flowers. Wow tilde X3, Gwen, Wanda, and little Hela were all in awe of the beauty here. The beauty of hundreds of trees here is really beautiful, and after the petals fell on the ground, it will also give you a view that only exists in fluffy dreams. Little Hela rushed into the Sea of Flowers. The depth of the flowers and plants went directly past her knees, all the way to her thighs. The Lolita skirt on her body is also covered with flowers and plants. It really looks like a princess from a distance. A living princess. And Gwen also picked up a handful of petals and smelled them. Ah tilde. It smells so good tilde. Wanda also picked up a handful and smelled it. Then he came to Su-yi very much. Give it to Su-yi to hear about it. Suck tilde. Su-yi sniffed it. Really good. The taste is relatively mild, but that's just fine. You will neither be absolutely overly scented nor feel unscented. So it smells like a light fragrance. And Gwen became more and more familiar with it. It looks like a bottle of perfume my mother used to wear. It seems to be from Chanel, which is very expensive, and she is reluctant to use it, but the taste is similar. After hearing this, Su-yi grabbed a handful and smelled it again. Then the raw material of this perfume is very likely to be made from this flower. The essence of many expensive perfumes is really extracted from flower petals. This process is time-consuming and expensive. So perfume is also very expensive. Only luxury perfumes will use ancient craftsmanship as a gimmick, then deliberately sell it very expensive to make a lot of money. At the moment, Wanda has already magically brought out a relatively large thin blanket, then spread under a beautiful tree and said, "Let's sit here and rest and talk." Su-yi's eyes lit up, thumbs up and praised. "Very nice Wanda, really thoughtful." So the three went to rest under the tree. Wanda tidied up her clothes and sat aside. Su-yi took a look, sat directly not far from Wanda, and then lay down with his head facing Wanda's legs. Wait until the back of the head rests on the plump legs. Su-yi let out a sound. So comfortable. Wanda didn't have the slightest suggestion. Instead, he stretched out his hand to brush the hair on Su-yi's forehead. Then he took a sip on his forehead. Gwen envied immediately after seeing it. "I also want." This sentence made Su-yi and Wanda laugh. Su-yi opened his eyes and looked at Gwen. "You want a hammer?" Wanda has only one pair of legs, and they are all mine. Gwen folded her arms. He watched the two of them think for a while. "Then I'll sleep on your lap." So Gwen lay down and leaned on Su-yi's lap. Little Hela was originally lying on her stomach, but when she saw the three of them crowded together, she wanted to come over and squeeze. So he just lay it on Su-yi's stomach. So the rest posture of the four of them became dry. The bar above is Wanda. The vertical in the middle is Su-yi. On either side are Gwen and Hela. Well, it's perfect. Su-yi lay comfortably on Wanda's lap, enjoying the cool neat pillow. He closed his eyes and felt the comfort of the breeze blowing across his cheeks. Nobody chatted. All are enjoying nature. Wanda looked at everyone and closed their eyes. She lowered her head and found that the face she belonged to was right in front of her. So she also bowed her head. The moment when the hair falls, it was Su-yi who felt a chill. He knew right away that this was Wanda's, so he also recalled it. The two became so selfless and passionate. Tsk. Lying Su-yi was taken aback when he heard the sound. She raised her head and looked towards the source of the sound. Good guy. Wanda's hair just blocked the contact between the two of them. But could Gwen not know what it was doing? Ahem. So Gwen coughed lightly. After hearing the sound, Wanda took the initiative to separate from Su-yi. She brushed her long hair behind her ears. Then he looked at Gwen and smiled, especially when she scraped the corners of her mouth mischievously. This Gwen is angry. She glared at Wanda, then turned around and was about to have a warm relationship with Su-yi in Wanda's arms. Wanda was taken aback. He quickly held Gwen's head with both hands. You take it away. No. Why you can do it and I can't? If you don't let me go, I will face you tonight. This time, Wanda is neither letting go nor not letting go. Do you really want to watch it at night? Put it in my arms like this? Wanda is in a dilemma now. But at the moment, from the corner of her eyes, she saw the two people walking towards her just now. So Wanda said hastily, the two agents come here. I don't believe it. Gwen was really pissed off, so she refused to let go. Really? I'm not kidding you. Wanda broke Gwen's head. Look, it's really here. Gwen took a look. All right. It's really those two agents. You're lucky. Gwen sat up obediently, but Su-yi didn't intend to get up. He continued to lie down. After a while, Gladys and Jimmy walked nearby. Then he directly took out the certificate and said, we are the agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. We kept it secret before, so I'm really sorry. Say so. But he was dumbfounded when he looked at Su-yi who was lying on Wanda's lap. The pillow is Scarlet Witch. Such a powerful superhero is like serving others. This is real? And Wanda doesn't seem to care. She nodded. Hello. Then he stretched out his hand to press Su-yi's shoulder and said, this is my partner. Gwen stared at this. She immediately looked back and said to the two of them, my partner too. This is the end. The words of the two directly froze the brains of the people in the Tenjin Bureau. If it is the high level of Tenjin Bureau, they should be able to sense that Su-yi has something to do with these two women. But these two are just ordinary small employees. They know a hammer, whether it is Tenjin Bureau or SHIELD's data. They all pay attention to the agent level. And there are speculations about Su-yi, Scarlet Witch and Gwen. Then they are definitely not qualified to check. Definitely. Even if the Tenjin Bureau has information. Now Gwen and Wanda's love affair is the top of the list for them. Two superheroes fall in love with one man. And they are two top superheroes. I special hair. This news will definitely blow up inside. And the two of them were dumbfounded for a long time before they could react. But Su-yi didn't want to be bothered by this kind of problem. So he lay on Wanda's lap and waved. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly. And then go back and do your own thing. Gladys and Jimmy looked at each other and nodded. Then asked by Gratty, we just want to inquire about the purpose of your coming here. After she finished speaking, she immediately explained, because it's a bit strange here. We are also investigating. Jimmy nodded in confirmation. There are magicians disappearing here from time to time. So we were ordered to come over and look into it. Su-yi knew all this. Definitely has nothing to do with him. Su-yi didn't want to care about it either. So he waved his hand and said directly, then you can go back. We're here for tourism. And we're here to get something, which has nothing to do with you. As for whether it is possible to help you, it depends on your luck. After Su-yi finished speaking, both Wanda and Gwen nodded at the same time. It means that Su-yi's words are also their words. Gladys knew the chat was over when he saw this. She quickly thanked Su-yi and everyone. He quickly pulled Jimmy away. After walking away, Grady patted his chest and said with a long breath, I can't believe that such a powerful Avenger and superhero can fall in love with the same person. This thing is really amazing, although it doesn't have any practical effect. The information center's jaws will drop when we upload it back. Jimmy nodded in agreement. But he meant more than that. He thought about it, sighed and said, I must ask the gentleman for advice when I have time. He must be a god. Being male, when you see an ugly wife who is more beautiful than she can hug her left and right, you will definitely lament the injustice of the world. But after you know that he is a very hanging hidden boss, and you see him hugging left and right, you will feel that this is a male fortress. He must be super powerful and masculine. And there are many charms in men. For example, money, power, face, temperament, body, conversation, ability and so on. But what a coincidence. Jimmy thinks that Su-yi, the boss, should take all of it. Otherwise, how could he embrace the two superheroes left and right? Moreover, he is also the superhero of the battle echelon too, and Su-yi is here. After seeing these two agents leave, Gwen turned her head to look at Wanda. But Wanda stretched out his hand to cover Su-yi's mouth. It means that it doesn't work when it's in my arms anyway. Okay. Gwen nodded angrily. Then turn your head away from Wanda. Suddenly Wanda panicked. She had a feeling that the night was going to be bad. But Su-yi was curious as to why the little Hela was silent until now. He turned to look. It turned out that Hela had already gone to play elsewhere. When Su-yi looked at her, little Hela is like an elf running around in the flowers chasing butterflies. Su-yi saw that she couldn't catch it no matter what, so laughed at her. It's fine if you use your powers, little Hela. Little Hela gritted her teeth and looked at the butterfly. If I catch it with divine power, I will lose. I must grab it with my bare hands. It sounds nice. but everyone chatted for another afternoon in the flower forest. I also didn't see Hela returning with the butterfly. !0.2 So to the end. Suyi turned his head when he heard Hela's angry voice. Hela uses divine power to live in a butterfly. Then grab and throw it and say, I got you, get out. Suyi couldn't help laughing. And Hela came back tired after playing. Suyi watched the sky around him slowly getting dark. So he stood up and patted his body and said, go back first. Our plan tomorrow is to get the Dark God book. Then if it goes well, play for a while. And how about going home tomorrow night? Of course, definitely no problem. Wanda put away the thin blanket, and then dragged the slightly tired Hela home. Suyi and Gwen walked slowly behind. Anyway, there is no rush. But Gwen pulled Suyi's sleeve suddenly. Suyi turned his head and snorted. And Gwen leaned closer to Suyi's ear and said, tonight, you take Wanda. Suyi's eyes widened after hearing this. Eyes also become more wonderful. You sure? Gwen raised her eyebrows. Sure. Let's get her out of the way first, and let her rest on the sidelines. When it comes to the 4 words of taking a good rest, Gwen said it word for word. That's really cruel. As for Suyi's words, he could be so happy, and it was organized by Gwen. Why didn't he do it? No problem. Suyi stretched out his hand. Gwen reached out to clap too. Crack. Wanda looked back when she heard the clapping and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. X2. Suyi and Gwen answered in unison. Wanda looked left and right at the two of them, feeling something was wrong. But I didn't find anything wrong. Forget it. Let's go home first. She was a little sleepy after walking all day. 096. Wanda fainted. Suyi and Gwen's plan is a success. After returning to the rented house, when the 4 of them went in, Suyi first covered the house with a layer of soundproofing. That way there won't be any sound coming out of the house. And here are 2 beds, day because of a small 2 rooms. It must have been Hela who slept little. Suyi slept with the 2 girls. Okay, deal. And Hela is tired from running today. When she got back to her room she fell asleep. It's already night now, and there are not so many people in Cybertron Town at night. Everyone is at home. In the bedroom, Wanda made the bed with magic, and put on her own cushions and coats. And Gwen saw this. She stretched out her shoe and kicked Suyi's shoe. Then he gestured to Suyi to start the plan. Suyi nodded expectantly. Then Gwen said, Wanda, I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll change you later. Wanda made the bed and nodded in answer. Okay, you go first. So Gwen blinked at Suyi and left. And what's the plan for the 2 of them? Step 1, Gwen says to go out to take a shower by herself. The second step, Suyi looks for opportunities to take advantage of the witch. Step 3, Gwen washes up and comes back. Step 4, torturing witches together. Step 5, be a spider jockey again. How to say, plan to pass. So follow the plan. The first step has already begun. Suyi began to execute the second step. He stepped forward and put his arms around Wanda who had just made the bedsheet. Thanks for your hard work. Wanda smiled. How can it be hard to be lazy with magic? You taught me before. Suyi held Wanda's hand. You're right. Obviously this is not the key. Suyi hugged Wanda's waist with his left hand, and held Wanda's hand with his right hand while stroking. Gwen told me it would take a long time, and she would come over after soaking for a while. Wanda was taken aback. Did she say that? Yes. Suyi nodded. It was just added by him. But Wanda obviously feels that time is not enough. She leaned on Suyi and said, you've had too much time, and Gwen will definitely be back. Not coming back. Suyi whispered in Wanda's ear. Just the 2 of us, once in a while. Hearing that Suyi can do it once, Wanda was stunned for a moment. Every time Suyi had to wait until she couldn't take it anymore. It's okay this time? To be honest, that would be if Gwen was soaking. Wanda was moved, and Gwen was nearby. She doesn't know yet. Wanda thought for a while, but didn't speak. Then Suyi will try it out. Wanda hasn't refused yet. That's it. The second step is successful. Then since the second step is successful, Suyi secretly sent a signal to Gwen. Third step. Gwen, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a cruel smile. If you want to eat secretly by yourself, you will be punished. The fourth step. You don't care, don't stop, etc. Still the same. Don't care, don't stop. Then it was the same. No matter what Wanda says, no matter how much she begs for mercy, the 2 pretended not to hear. I'm blind, I'm deaf, I don't know. Don't ask me, don't want to hear, don't accept surrender. In short, it is cultivation. That's all. Wait until the 4th step is successful. At the moment it's already late at night. Wanda has passed out. Then comes step 5. Sleep at last. Dawn. The next day. Today is the happiest day Suyi has ever had. He got up, humming a song and taking a shower. Even rubbing your hair has a rhythm. No way. It was such a great time last night. His first dream came true. That's Jenga. You know how difficult it is in general. And what about him? He grasped every reality, from the meeting of 2 women, to the confession of the 2 women in exchange for sincerity. Then the grudge between the 2 women. Finally Gwen's revenge. It was a God help me too. Suyi knew that if he could succeed in stacking this time, it must be due to the right time, place and people. If it's at home, it probably won't work. But after I came out, I had this vindictiveness instead. You say this, You say this? Isn't this wow? This is so cruel. Suyi was overjoyed. Take a good shower. Crack. Suyi snapped his fingers. Then the body is completely dry. Then she looked at the two rooms where both were sleeping. So he went out to buy some breakfast first. No. Wanda and Gwen estimated that they would not get up until noon. So go ahead and buy some Chinese food. Yesterday's bread, jam, salad, and some garden are almost enough. If it doesn't work, he also has fried rice with eggs. This has to make up for the two girls. Because I played too much last night. Didn't I say it before? Now use the metaphor again. Suyi is, Wanda is 1, Gwen is 2. At the beginning. That's two crazy targets. 1. Put 1 to even cry and turn white. Then wait until 1 exits. It's him and 2 solo. The result is definitely beyond doubt. Middle. 1. Big win. How could Suyi, who is getting more and more courageous, lose? That's it. How do you let me lose? That's at least 11 and 22. 1 and 2 are not enough. That's all. Suyi went out to buy a lot of vegetables and food. But what a coincidence. During this time he met Gladys again. This town is really not big. It is easy to run into familiar people, just like going to a rural market. Hi. Seeing Suyi coming to buy food for the family, Grady was shocked, but still respectfully say hello first. Suyi looked at Gritty and nodded. Good morning. How is the investigation going? Suyi was just talking politely. But Gratty thought it was true, so she looked left and right to see if anyone was there. Then he said to Suyi, we can probably learn that the culprit behind the magician's disappearance is a dark female magician. I don't know about the rest for now. Suyi nodded. It's none of his business. So Suyi took a few more dishes, asked the waiter to wrap them up and said, not bad. Then I wish you success. Then Suyi took the food and gave it to Yuan. Watching the waiter ask for change for his rice cents, Suyi had no place to put it and didn't bother to ask for it. So he waved his hand and said, keep the change, please. Finally left. Gladdy looked at Suyi's leisurely and unrestrained back and fell into deep thought. This is the real god. Gratty thinks about those bosses with suits, ties and leather boots. What kind of introverted aura do those people seem to have? It just looks awesome. But in fact, it is nothing in the eyes of superhero. But what about the man that the two female superheroes fell in love with just now? Cool. Okay, whether it's temperament, appearance, conversation, figure, etc. It's all wow level for women. Yes, men rate women. Women will also mark men with grades which are average, which are good, which are excellent, and which must be 1. And Suyi is obviously the highest priority in their eyes. But when I think of this male god's object as two female superheroes, Gladys breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Oh. Good men are only worthy of pushing women to own them. Wait for Suyi to return home with the food. It turned out that Gwen had woken up and was taking a shower. Wow. Suyi put the dishes on the table. It so happened that Gwen also liked coming out wrapped in a towel. Tilda. Gwen yawned. After seeing Suyi, he became much more energetic. Then immediately come over and give the ball a hug. Suyi definitely chose to hug Gwen. Then he carried her to sit on the sofa. Gwen sat sideways on Suyi. Then he rested his head on Suyi's shoulder and closed his eyes. Sleepy. So tired. It was crazy last night. Suyi smiled after hearing this. Sleep if you are tired. I don't. Gwen closed her eyes and snorted against Suyi's neck. Let's rest while chatting. If I fall asleep, I will sleep on you. It doesn't matter to Suyi, anyway. He won't feel tired due to his physique. Okay, let's rest. Gwen made a nasal sound, then leaned against Suyi's arms and began to rest, and Suyi leaned on the sofa and took out his mobile phone to play. Wouldn't it be nice to hold Gwen in your arms while playing with your phone like this? Can this be called torture? This is joy. Suyi played with the phone for a while. Gwen did not fall asleep. She didn't know what to think of, suddenly smiled and said, Wanda is still asleep. She had such a funny expression last night. Suyi recalled Wanda's expression. He and Gwen torture Wanda together. Almost drove Wanda crazy. The most basic cooperation between the two is Gwen grabbed Wanda's hands, yet squeezed her big ears. Finally passed out directly. Wanda a magician. How could it be possible to resist Gwen's capture? Also resist Suyi's recklessness. That expression is really cough. It can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Forget it next time. Let's treat it as a special case this time. I think Wanda will cry in the end. To be on the safe side, Suyi still kept his words calm. Gwen nodded after listening. I know. It was a bit hard to bully her yesterday, but she will definitely hold a grudge against me, and then find time to change it back. Change back? How to change? Or the same routine as Gwen? Isn't that good? It's exactly what Suyi wants. You are not fighting. How can I steal fish? Cough cough cough. It's okay. Suyi patted Gwen's chest. I will help you. Us? Gwen was taken aback. Cough cough cough. Help you? I was wrong. Yes. Gwen helps Gwen when she has an idea. Wanda helps Wanda when she has an idea. Today, Suyi's real name is Making Wallgrass, and Gwen didn't care what Suyi said. Help who? Anyway, she was very happy, so she rubbed back and forth on Suyi's collarbone, muttered in his mouth, love you so much Miwa. Suyi pushed Gwen's head. Don't suck. How can you meet people if you leave a mark when you go out? Gwen smiled. Mr. Tony Stark got marks on his neck when he gave a press conference. He's a playboy, and he doesn't care about these things. Suyi wiped his saliva helplessly. That's his character design, not mine. And that was the old Tony. Now Tony has changed his ways. He was already only good to Pepper. Aren't you sleepy anymore? After talking so much, Gwen didn't sleep anymore. So Suyi picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, then watched TV and cook at noon. Okay. Gwen still hugged. The TV turns on. The two were stacked together, chatting while watching TV, until noon. Parter. The door opened, but not the master bedroom, but Hela's. Little Hela came out barefoot. Then he yelled at Suyi, "I want to play a game." Yep, the internet addiction of the internet-addicted girl has come up. Suyi picked it up in the void. He directly took out a handheld and a tablet and said, "One can play various handheld games. One can play the original." "Forget it, you can play with the handheld." Suyi put the tablet back. Then he threw the handheld to Little Hela. Little Hela took over the handheld. Then when I opened it, I found that there were many games in it, such as Zelda, Pokemon, Mario Land and so on. Little Hela flew up with joy. She thought that she would not be able to play games when she came to this place. But I didn't expect that to be such an artifact as a handheld. Doesn't this smell better than Tesseract? That's great. So Little Hela flew back to her bed to play video games. But then again, Gwen looked at the door of the master bedroom and was a little panicked. Did we be too ruthless last night? So you looked towards the room that hadn't responded yet. I also think it might be a bit harsh. The most powerful level last night. There is almost water on the ceiling. Let me go take a look at 177. Suyi put Gwen down, then got up and went to have a look. Opened the door. Suyi walked in. Wanda was still sleeping under a thin blanket. Just look at the ups and downs of the even breathing and you know it's nothing. Probably just too tired. Suyi came to Wanda's side. There were still tears in the corners of her eyes, and she was so uncomfortable last night that she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's really too ruthless. Thinking of this, Suyi also felt that it was time to help Wanda improve her physical fitness. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to follow her recovery speed. But Suyi still helped her recover first. Otherwise, Wanda probably would have slept through the night. Suyi stretched out his hand to put on Wanda's heart, and pinched it by the way. Then Phoenix Force entered her body. Help her regain her strength and spirit. And Suyi only needs to input a little bit of energy. That's enough. Next moment, Wanda opened her eyes as if waking up from sleep. She was in a daze for a while. Wait until after the brain is rewired. Wanda only looked at Suyi. Suyi put away the hand that held his conscience. Then asked gently, "Do you feel better?" "In fact, it must be fine. He has used Phoenix Force." Wanda is now full. But he was there to care. "Do you understand?" Wanda looked at Suyi, then spread her body into a big character, stretched her waist, and took a long, deep breath. Then he jumped up and pressed Suyi to the ground. Then he said angrily, "You bullied me with Gwen. No matter what I say, you don't stop until you pass out. I really misjudged you too. You are too bad." Wanda waved her small fist while talking. Suyi stretched out his hand to give her a high five. Wanda's small fist swung slowly, and he slapped it away lightly. At the same time, he comforted her softly. That's Gwendy's opinion. When I came back yesterday afternoon, it was Gwen who told me from behind. No, you find time to get revenge on her. Suyi, will definitely help you." Hearing that Suyi must help him, Wanda stopped and asked, "Real?" "Very steamy. Anyway, cheap yourself. I will help whoever has a plan." Well, Wanda put away her hands and also got off Suyi's body. But she thought about it, and said in distress, "Even if you help me, I still can't last long. What should I do?" Right. With the experience of last night, Wanda also admits how weak she is. So she was worried too. Fine. But Suyi waved his hand. "I have a treasure that can help you. I will give it to you tonight." "Really? Great." Wanda cheered and hugged Suyi. Suyi patted her on the back. "Let's go. Gwen is still waiting for us outside. Let's cook." The two came out of the master bedroom. Gwen looked at Wanda, who was not at all angry, a little strange, especially after seeing Wanda quietly enter the kitchen to cook. As soon as her Gwen was excited, she told her that there must be a plan behind this matter. 097. Execute Agatha. Get the Book of Darkness. Until noon, Suyi and Wanda made lunch together in the kitchen. Then call Hela and Gwen to have dinner together. When everyone shows off the meal together, Gwen sighed looking at Wanda's rosy and pink cheeks. "You look better and better, Wanda." Wanda was taken aback for a moment, then elated. "Really? Don't wait for others to answer." Wanda conjures a mirror with magic. "Then I looked in a mirror. It turned out to be true. As the saying goes, there are no bad fields, only exhausted cattle. No matter how hard it is, the complexion will be much better." Plus Suyi used Phoenix Force to restore Wanda, so the current Wanda can be described as more beautiful than beautiful. And what girl doesn't like beauty? Wanda looked at herself in a mirror. She thought it might be Suyi's contribution last night. Bitter is bitter. Beauty is also really beautiful. Then don't care. Anyway, Suyi also said to find ways to improve her physique and recovery. It won't be so hard after that. Wanda put away the mirror. I happily ate again. During the period, she sweetly picked up vegetables for Suyi and then fed him. Definitely, she usually does that too. After a while, everyone finished their meal. Little Hela silently wanted to wash the dishes. Suyi smiled when he saw it. "You don't need to swipe today. If you come out to play and do some housework, just use magic to hurry up. Little Hela paused, then immediately cheered. That's great Tilda. See, nobody likes washing dishes. Nobody. We finished our meal. Suyi suggested. Let's go out for a walk, digest food. If we don't go for a walk, today will be gone. Everyone looked at the time. It was past 12 noon. If you don't turn around, is this still a game? Here's to Gwen and Wanda. Ahem. Let's go. Time is limited. So everyone went for a stroll outside without taking a break at noon. But the four of them walked the country streets. Still very much watched. First of all, the three girls are all beauties. All of them are so beautiful. Special is little Hela in the most gorgeous costume. Her Lolita and little leather boots are just too revealing. That's okay in the super city of New York. But in the small town of Westview, that's just a lot of attention. Wanda looked at everyone and thought about it, then suggested, should we use magic to change clothes? We seem to be wearing too conspicuously, which is a bit troublesome. So he looked at it and shook his head. No need to change clothes. He stretched out his hand and slapped it. Snap Tilda. After one sound. No one looked at them anymore. Are we invisible? Gwen looked at himself curiously. But discovery should not be stealth. Wanda could sense that it was a shielding magic. But she didn't know exactly what it was. I lowered our presence, and perception too. Unless you meet acquaintances, or stare at each other, people will only think you are a passerby. So they just walk by as if they weren't paying attention. Wanda suddenly realized. She knew that the level of this magic should be very high. It must be complicated too. Definitely. If you insist on examples for reference, the male protagonists or some series of movies in the Little Days country have this kind of ability. Well, I really can't eat it. But it's much more comfortable to walk around like this. Wanda held Suyi's arm and no one would watch. It wouldn't be strange for Gwen to look left and right nearby. Not to mention little Hela's dress. Finally no one was staring at him. It's all BT. Well, he doesn't count himself. That's all. The four of them walked and played. And delicious things such as fruits can also be bought normally. When they left, the boss will not notice them. Just be a passerby, Tilda. Wanda took Suyi's arm, and then took a deep breath. The smell here is much better than in the city. Much fresher and cleaner. Yes, Suyi agreed. He lived for a day and found out too. The air here is fresher, and there is a faint scent of flowers. Definitely the main reason is that there is no industry here. There are no car emissions either. Instead, there are trees and flowers. So it can make the air very good. Suyi also kind of likes this kind of atmosphere. So he thought about it. If there is a chance, I will let our home have this kind of environment. Tilda. Wanda was taken aback for a moment. Then she leaned her head on Suyi's shoulder with a smile. Because Suyi's words are not purely literal. It was Wanda who knew that Suyi cared about her. So make her feel very happy. Gwen looked not far away at the two who showed their affection all the time. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. I was bullied so hard yesterday. I just pretended I didn't see it these 2 days. Look for opportunities to continue later. And Hela was playing with the handheld while following behind Suyi and Wanda. Suyi turned around. She was in my Zelda. And then word there. As for the princess? What princess? Zelda has a princess? But after Suyi turned around, little Hela suddenly paused, and then looked to the side. Suyi followed. It turned out that Hela felt the old woman Agatha who was malicious yesterday. Agatha from at the moment is walking home. Hela glanced at Suyi first. Then he raised his hand, ready to shoot out the night sky sword and directly nail her to death. Suyi temporarily stopped Hela. If the previous Hela might have done it without saying a word. But the current Hela still listens to Suyi, so listen to hands. Don't kill. No. Suyi turned around, waved his hand and said, follow her and see. What we want is also at her house. If she goes home, it will save us the trouble of finding it. Hear this sentence. Wanda reacted first. Is the Book of Darkness in her place? Yes. Suyi waved his hand, and everyone's sense of presence dropped again and again. Then followed. But Wanda thought about it. If the Dark God Book is with her, isn't she very dangerous? Let's do it directly. Wanda knew from Hela that Agatha would have bad intentions for her group. This is one of the major features of the Dark Divine Book of Cultivation. So Wanda suggested to let her die directly, then look for it slowly. But Suyi smiled and shook his head. Need not. You think everyone is a genius like you? This black magic book is nothing but an idiot compared to you. The Dark God Book has trained her for so long, she may not be able to beat the weakest little Hela. Wanda listened to Suyi's praise a little shyly. But little Hela, huh? I ask, what are you talking about? I ask, what are you talking about? Little Hela glared at Suyi angrily. Suyi rubbed her head. Originally, when you are the weakest, you should be the weakest here. Originally, Gwen should be the weakest because she just relied on mutant spiders. But Suyi gave her the original symbiote battlesuit. He gave her the Black Death sword that could kill gods. So Gwen's current combat power standard is at the sub-level, but he can kill even when he meets a level godfather. At that time, 12 more spells will be added. Do you understand what leapfrog fighting is? These are all piled up by Suyi directly for her. Ha ha Tilda. Gwen stood aside with her hips akimbo. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Gwen can beat Hela completely, and if Wanda can't catch Gwen and gets close, that, too, would be instant by Gwen. The first Gwen is the complete body of warrior plus assassin. But little Hela folded her arms. He thought about squeezing Su-Yi like this when he went back. As long as she squeezes enough, divine power will naturally go up. Everyone chatted and followed Agatha like this. And Agatha didn't feel that there were 4 people following her in a fair way behind her. Then after going round and round, everyone came to the backyard on the edge of the town. Agatha was standing outside in the backyard. Then reach out and use magic. A layer of black mist filled the air. The backyard changes, revealing its original look. It's Agatha's black magic basement. It is embedded in the mountain. There is a tunnel going down. See here. Su-Yi tilted his head to signal that he could do it. Wanda stretched out one hand. Schedule. Agatha in the distance was directly caught by the air. Agatha was taken aback when she found herself held firmly by a wave of energy. Her husband screamed in horror. Then he looked at the scarlet energy around him. Then he looked back at the Su-Yi people who appeared. It's you. How could you know this place? Hear this sentence. Hela pouted and said, I knew you were calling our attention. Gwen nodded in agreement. Agatha's words were equivalent to directly stating that she passed by Su-Yi yesterday on purpose. Su-Yi nodded and said to Wanda, hypnotic ability she. Ask clearly. Wanda nodded. She pulled back with one hand. Agatha was quickly pulled back in the air. Agatha writhed frantically, but it was hardly of any use. After struggling for a while, seeing the scarlet magic used by Wanda, Agatha immediately reacted. This is origin magic power. You are Scarlet Witch. Wanda smiled. Definitely. Agatha is still normal. But Wanda is no longer Sokovia's Wanda. Now her magical power is much stronger than before. Even the Book of Emperor Wei-Shan she is practicing. And just a black magic witch with little ability. With her ability alone, she can defeat them without doing anything. Wanda no longer gave Agatha a chance to waste time. She holds out her hand. Moved in front of Agatha. Immediately, origin magic power began to drill into Agatha's brain. And Agatha cried out in horror. No. You can't do that. Agatha didn't finish her sentence. Wanda's hypnotic ability magic is already in effect. Agatha's expression was dull. Totally lost self-awareness. Su-Yi raised his hand to signal everyone. You can ask whatever you want to know. The little Hela was the first to jump out and asked, why did you call our attention? Agatha looked dull, but still said the answer. Because you and Scarlet Witch have magic and spirit in your body. As long as I absorb it with black magic, I can strengthen myself and live longer. The answer is really simple and clear. Gwen came to the side and asked, how many bad things you have done? The motivation process can tell you. Agatha continued to answer, I deliberately spread the news of the Dark Divine Book, and let the greedy magician enter Westview Town, and then I used black magic to absorb it, and finally destroyed the corpse. Heard such an answer. Gwen nodded and made a comment. Then you are damned. After the two asked. Su-Yi has nothing to ask, so let Wanda ask directly. Wanda held Agatha up with magic, and asked directly, where is the Book of Darkness? Basement. Is there any danger? Number. How far has your black magic practiced? Have no idea. Wanda asked a lot. But it's all for magic and safety considerations. Wait until after asking. Wanda looked back at Su-Yi, asking what else to do. Su-Yi waved his hand, motioning for her to disappear. Agatha is just an insignificant existence to them. As for letting her go, sorry, he's really not the virgin. After Wanda received the message, she waved open a scarlet portal. On the other side of the portal is the universe. The moment the portal appeared, under atmospheric pressure, a lot of air began to pour in. Wanda let go of that hand. Agatha was sucked in instantly. Wanda then closes the portal instantly. That's all. Another piece of frozen meat in the universe. But it's okay. Su-Yi was also afraid that Wanda would crush him directly, because that's what I taught others before. And it's a bit too bloody and violent to pinch it now. Instead, throw it into the universe. More ladies. And Hela opened his mouth when he saw it. Didn't you kill me? Su-Yi rubbed her head after hearing this. You're hungry for a bloody lie. But I haven't killed anyone for a long time. Then let you kill the bad guys later. Number 7 tilde. Between the words of the two, normal people will be scared out of urine when they hear it. What murder? I haven't killed for a long time. Ordinary people are afraid to run away when they hear this. And after solving Agatha, her basement is also left wide open here. Su-Yi took the lead and walked in directly. Go in and have a look. Wanda, Gwen, and little Hela followed. Look at the environment in the basement. Little Hela suddenly said interestingly. It seems that I am playing the secret room in the game. Are there any traps? Wang Lei Hao. There should be no. Everyone entered the basement. The environment here is dark and dilapidated. Tree roots, dead leaves, stone walls. These elements make it look run down. But none of that matters. The important thing is Book of Darkness. The basement is not too big. Everyone walked around and saw the place where Agatha usually learned magic. There is a table next to it, and one book looks more than 10 inches in size. But a black book with only the thickness of a coin standing up is placed on it. After seeing it, Su-Yi raised his chin as a gesture. Everyone looked. Is this the Dark Divine Book? Wanda walked to the dark scripture. She looks quite ordinary looking at the Dark God Book. And, how tattered. Hela tiptoed to look. It won't be bad. Gwen came to watch with Wanda. To be honest, at first glance, this book is really not very good because there are no special effects. Cough cough cough. And Su-Yi came to the Dark Divine book. Then he picked up the Dark God book and casually flipped through it. For a moment, a wave like a black soul emerged from the Divine book. Wanda and Gwen immediately stared closely at the Divine book, and Su-Yi smiled. I also took this opportunity to explain to them. The history of the Dark God book comes from billions of years ago. The fallen demon, the old god, Cythorn, and the origin of the book was written on indestructible parchment before it was forced into exile in other dimensions. It was later revised into a book of darkness, but its main purpose in writing the book was not to spread its own dark spells. It's about corrupting the spirit and soul of the user, allowing them to open the channel between their own dimension and the earth. After hearing Su-Yi's introduction, everyone understood the reason for the Dark God book. But Hela asked curiously, then how will Wanda use this dark book? Isn't that simple? Su-Yi smiled. It's okay to delete Cythorn's hands and feet left on it. 098. Bullying Hela. Gwen's stunning lap pillow said to delete hands and feet. In fact, it is to cut off the connection between this book and Cythorn. Said to cut off contact. In fact, it is purifying. But Wanda and Gwen and Hela all opened their mouths. Can it still be like this? In their impression, the side effects described in the Dark God book are extremely strong. You just use it. There is almost no way to avoid its side effects. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme is an exception. Whether it is Steven or Ancient One magician, the spirit will be polluted after using black magic. So its side effects are still strong. It's a pity that I met Su-Yi. No matter how strong the Dark Divine book is, it is definitely not as good as a piece of Phoenix Force, and the intensity of the purification is not something that the Dark God book can resist. Su-Yi held the Dark Divine book. Then under the gaze of the three women, Su-Yi said silently in his heart, purification. Next moment, a holy flame ignited in Su-Yi's hand. Under the gaze of the three women, the Dark Divine book clicked with a wow tilde. It's like being baptized. Its appearance flickered. It seems like something has been removed. Then Su-Yi flipped through the Dark Divine book, handed it to Wanda and said, okay, Cythorn is now completely exiled, and there is no way for it to return to Earth. Wanda took the dark book in a daze, then turned over. Gwen and Hela both looked, and Hela, as a god, said even more surprised, an old god, is that all? Su-Yi made a nasal sound, but still added, it's just a desolate god who was thrown into another dimension. It's not much different from your current state, but it's much stronger than you. Hela, you aren't. It hurts so much. Hela has been exemplified too many times today. Every time it is worse for myself. While Wanda and Gwen were still looking at the dark book. Wanda can understand. Gwen just can't read and join in the fun. But Wanda looked at it and said, there's a lot of evil magic in here. Yes. Su-Yi nodded. So you don't have to practice these spells. Otherwise, even if the spirit and soul are not corrupted, your will still be corrupted. After Wanda heard it, she closed the Book of Darkness. He assured Su-Yi very seriously, I will never practice those spells. I know. Su-Yi pinched Wanda at the moment's serious cheek. If I don't believe you, the Dark God book won't be thrown to you directly. Hear this sentence. A smile crept across Wanda's face. This is the joy of being trusted. So far, the trip to Westview Town is over. Their purpose is to pick up the Dark God book while traveling. The book is here now. 543, still short of the last two. Let's go. Su-Yi clapped his hands and said, we won't be here anymore, and we'll be heading back to New York after we enjoy our last afternoon here. Su-Yi walked out of the basement with his head. Gwen looked at the sun in the sky and sighed. It's so fast. 2 days have passed, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Don't worry. Su-Yi held her hand. You are about to graduate, and you will have a vacation soon. And don't forget that the university can build a team by itself, as long as you can get results. The school's graduation certificate can't wait to stuff it in your school bag. Gwen thought about it, and it really was. Then I'll go to college quickly. Hurry up. Don't worry. Su-Yi also wanted Gwen to go to college. Little Hela has tried everything in this elementary school. Then Gwen was middle school to college. So does he count as having played everything? Cough cough cough. The crowd passed through the town again. Then they walked to the Sea of Flowers again by coincidence. It's still beautiful here. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wanda took out the blanket again and spread it out. Gwen sat up quickly when she saw it. Then he patted his thigh and said to Su-Yi, Su, come and sleep with me. Okay. Su-Yi looked at Wanda helplessly and smiled slightly. Then Su-Yi lay on Gwen's lap. Here's Gwen's lap pillow. Well, so to speak of leg feeling. Wanda's knee pillow feels soft, like sleeping on a very soft pillow. And Gwen's knee pillow is very elastic. And those two elastic thighs look like they want to be bitten. So it was like sleeping on a latex pillow. This is the difference between the two. And Su-Yi slept on Gwen's lap. Gwen helped Su-Yi to cut his hair, sweep away the dust that didn't exist on his body, and touch his face. She had a smile on her face the whole time. Then he looked at Wanda from time to time, smug. But Wanda has nothing to deal with. She walked to Su-Yi and sat down. He just sat quietly next to Su-Yi. Then enjoy the spring breeze together. And Hela kills butterflies not far away. Really killing butterflies. It's just that you don't use divine power, You only use physical strength to kill. But Suyi still reminded, don't kill too many Hela. A few more will be terrible. I want to kill 10. Hela's voice echoed from a distance. Fine, 10 is 10. Hela didn't tell me to kill all the butterflies here. That's how lucky the butterflies are. A die. That's it. The forest here created a beautiful scenery. Don't say anything else. Mentally really comfortable a lot. It was as if the mind had been purified. Gwen looked at Suyi's eyes closed and enjoying. She looked again at Wanda, who was also resting. So she did the same as Wanda. Repeated the same operation as Wanda that day. It's exactly how she does it. And Gwen does it the same way. Nothing has changed. Wanda listened to the voice behind her. She pursed her lips. But in the end it didn't matter. She was like this yesterday. Isn't this allowed today? And she experienced the punishment of secretly eating alone last night. If you stop now, wouldn't that be another severe lesson? Rolling her eyes isn't all about happiness. It was a real feeling of dying. Thinking of last night's tragic experience, Wanda's body trembled involuntarily. But after a while, by default, Gwen seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Not only did she push harder, but her voice was also louder. It's like a force wave. In the end Wanda couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes and coughed lightly. Tilda. After hearing Wanda's light cough, Gwen stopped and hummed softly. This seems to be telling Wanda, see if you dare in the future. It's okay to eat, but know how to share. You can't eat it without giving it to others. Mainly this is a cake for 2 people. Yes or number? Wanda was silent. Card is known. After a while like this, there was the sound of running in the distance. Wanda and Gwen sat up at the same time and looked around. It turned out to be the 2 Heavenly Sword Bureau agents Scratty and Jimmy. After the 2 of them ran over, asked out of breath, sorry to bother you. May I ask if you felt that there was a battle in Westview Town today? Fighting? Gwen and Wanda thought about it. Wanda's words, throwing away a person shouldn't count as a fight, right? After all, the other side didn't do anything. Then it was directly thrown into the universe. Agatha didn't even fight back, and other things. Neither woman felt the battle, so the 2 thought about it and shook their heads. No. After getting confirmed, Gladys and Jimmy obviously frowned even more. But they thought about it, still said, sorry to bother you, let's go first. Then the 2 left in a hurry. No doubt, the most important thing for them is to find out that Agatha is a black magic witch. The main situation is probably the basement that appears after a sudden change of terrain. But it doesn't matter, once the Dark God Book is in hand, who can get it back? And now no one knows where the Dark God Book is. But the reality is, not only the Dark God Book, even the Book of Wish Handy is in Wanda's hands. This would be unthinkable for an ordinary magician. And it's not just luck. And it was torture, let alone 2 books for ordinary magicians. A piece of paper in any book is enough for them to study for who knows how long. So if there is no ability, so what about the gem-laden Infinity Gauntlet for you? Did you snap your fingers? Take it and die. Say no to snapping your fingers. In the following afternoon, no one else will bother you anymore. Little Hela kills butterflies not far away. Gwen pulled out her phone and plugged in her headphones to listen to music. She put the right earphone on herself, then put the left earphone into Suyi's left ear, so the 2 can listen to music together. And Wanda is reading the Book of Wish Handy. She sat cross-legged beside Suyi's waist, then put the Book of Emperor Wishan on his lap. At the same time, he raised his hands, practicing the spells in Emperor Wishan's book. All 4 are resting or studying. No one disturbed anyone, but they are all doing one thing together. That is to enjoy life. This is the life Suyi yearns for. Don't be surprised by favor or disgrace. Just watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court. No intention of going or staying, looking at the clouds in the sky. The time comes to 4 p.m. The 4 are still resting. Wanda went from practicing sitting cross-legged to leaning on Suyi's body to practice immortality. Then Gwen took the time to babble again in front of Wanda. Wanda dared not speak out. TF 6:00. Wanda changed from practicing spells relying on Suyi to practicing spells lying on the blanket with her calves up. Gwen is fine again. Bobo Suai. Her mouth is going to be swollen today. But Gwen still enjoys it. I'm just happy. 7:15 p.m. At the moment it's getting dark. The surroundings became hazy. It's time to go home. Suyi opened his eyes and stretched his waist. Then he stood up and patted his body and said, go home, I've had enough rest today. Wanda closed the Book of Vizandi, and put it into the magic space together with the carpet. Gwen stood up and stretched. Then he put his calf on Suyi's shoulder and pressed his leg. It's amazing flexibility. Suyi touched her calf, turned her a little bit and said quietly, try this another day. Gwen looked at Wanda, and said whispered on purpose, I can't, but I can learn. And you can teach me a lot. Suyi's eyes lit up. Then I must be your gesture teacher. Gwen blinked immediately after hearing this. Good teacher. Hissed Tilda. Suyi almost didn't hold down the gun when he heard it. When Gwen called you teacher in a playful and slightly greasy tone, Suyi's blood rushed to his head in an instant. I almost couldn't resist. But this is the outside. Suyi hurriedly put down Gwen's long legs. Then called Hela and said, little Hela, Go home. So you looked around for 10 weeks. Little Hela is gone. Then her voice was heard in the distance. I'm here Tilda. So Yi couldn't see her, so snapped her fingers to teleport her back. Snap Tilda. After snapping his fingers, Hela returned with a handful of black twigs. So Yi, what are you doing with a branch? Little Hela held up the branch in his hand, then swish a few times in the air. How about it? Does it look like my night sky sword? Su Yi, Wanda and Gwen burst out laughing at this. Su Yi also thought she was naive. How old are you still playing this? Children can't play this. You show me. Su Yi stretched out his hand. Hela does. After taking Hela's night sky sword middle dot twig version, Su Yi waved in the air. Swish swish Tilda. The branches are stiff. There is a convulsive whirring sound when it is waved. The black is also very deep. It doesn't look like grey like other blacks, or not completely black. Looks good too. To sum it up, it really looks like it. Nice. That's right. Hela put her arms around her hips, smiling all over her face. But now it's mine. Hela's smile froze. But her smile didn't disappear. It just turned to Su Yi's face. You pay me back, you bastard. Woo woo woo. You lied to the little girl twig Tilda. Su Yi saw little Hela who was about to cry. He coughed twice. Immediately put the branch. No, returned the night sky sword to others. Here you are. I lied to you. Little Hela took the night sky sword. Immediately poked Su Yi twice. Supervillain. Cough cough cough. Isn't that fun? Besides, this branch is really good. So Yi had the idea of wanting to take it for himself. If you do it yourself, then it doesn't feel interesting. But if it's natural, you pick it up. Then this is a priceless treasure. The picture is a joy. Let's go. Get your things. We're going back to New York. Let's go Tilda. Little Hela took her night sky sword and slashed forward. It looks like he is going to take this branch home. But take it with you. Well, traveling, how can it be interesting if you don't bring something back home? The four returned to the rented house first, then pack everything up. Finally came to the living room together, and Hela is still holding her night sky sword as expected. So Yi raised his finger. All the belts. Then go home. Snap Tilda. Snap your fingers. The four disappeared in an instant. Next moment, again at the upstate building in New York. Gwen was carrying something, waved to Su Yi and Wanda and said, I have to go back first. I won't have dinner here. Goodbye Tilda. Su Yi and Wanda waved their hands. See you tomorrow. After watching Gwen leave, the three of them opened the door, put on slippers and went home. The door opened. Su Yi and Hela walked towards the sofa at the same time. But Hela is sitting on a thick carpet and playing games. But Su Yi went to the sofa for a while. Wanda was a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's okay. Su Yi waved his hand. I'm a little tired after being away from home for too long. Wanda? She doesn't understand. Why is she tired? Didn't you take a long break in the afternoon? But she didn't understand Su Yi's family-loving character. Or home. You can go out, but not for too long. Otherwise, I feel that my mind is wandering outside. Only when you get home will you replenish your energy. As the saying goes, the golden nest and the silver nest are not as good as the dog kennel at home. Su Yi also felt that he was right. Wanda doesn't understand, but that's okay. She put away all the things she had taken, and then went to the bathroom while combing her hair. I'll go soak for a while. Soak for a while? Then there must be me. Su Yi waved his hand first. Go ahead. Then wait 5 minutes. He followed. 099. Goddess League website. Cybertron has taken over the void. As soon as he got home, Su Yi started the Ferrari. Wanda was taken aback, a bit overwhelmed. You slow down, it's too fast. Is it fast? Su Yi stepped on the accelerator, looked at the stopwatch, and it was only 50. Where is this going? But Wanda still couldn't bear it. She can't do it at this speed. So Su Yi could only drive the Ferrari slower till the end. Wanda went to bed early today. They got home around 7 o'clock. Wanda went to bed around 9 o'clock. Motion sickness maybe? Su Yi didn't drive very fast either. She herself was tired and still fell asleep with a smile on his face. So it shows that Su Yi took good care of her this time. But Wanda just fell asleep. Then there was another person clamoring for a ride. Who is it? Who else could it be? That lie. HMPH, you lied to me. There is no time to go out and play. Then make up all the previous ones. HMPH, I'm afraid of you. Oh, you said so. I'm your head. Facing this arrogant attribute. If you want her to be honest for a few days, you have to teach her a lesson. And Hela is still a god. Then Su Yi felt as relieved about her body as he did for Gwen. As long as you don't die, go to death. Didn't you say you don't have time? Fine, I will give you everything I saved up front. See how much you can ask for. So after 9 o'clock, Su Yi didn't even know what time he went to bed. Anyway, time is forgotten. He couldn't remember either. I only know that the last Hela can only shake but not move. So he went to sleep. The next day, Su Yi went to work slowly. I was really almost late this morning. When he woke up, it was already 8:49 in the morning. Su Yi took 7 minutes to take a shower, 4 minutes to hurry, and finally sent himself into the office with a snap of his fingers. Then check in successfully. A few seconds after seeing him sit in the chair, The time jumped to 9 o'clock. Suyi let out a long breath. Then I drank iced milk tea as usual. Then I saw that there was not enough milk tea in the refrigerator. Suyi waved his hand and filled it up again. Say it again. He has check-in rewards. It's never drinking milk tea. This is inherently infinite. At the same time, he also has a milk tea that is also unlimited. You have to ask who shows off the most. That might be Hela. 1. She can fight best. 2. She likes to eat most. Almost every bit is not wasted. Definitely. Suyi can tell the difference between milk tea or normal milk tea. Tilde. After taking a big sip of milk tea, Suyi put her lang's legs up on the table as usual and began to fish. Then turn on the TV and watch the news. According to the report of the New York Police Department, the crime rate in New York is decreasing month by month, and this month has become the lowest crime rate in history. Citizens cheer that the League of Goddesses should be a superhero. They are not so terrifyingly destructive, but they can fight criminals more effectively. Want to know about the past cooperation between Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider? Please search Sanda Bulliu, Goddess Alliance and com. So you looked at the news. It can only be said that the public will play, and the NIPT knows how to play. Originally, Scarlet Witch and Gwen's support rate was very high, and it soared up from a 45-degree line at a position, and never lowered. At this time, the New York Police Department will report the minimum crime rate again. Most citizens will feel that way. I buy karma. It must be the Goddess Alliance's credit. My God, I love the League of Goddesses. Support the League of Goddesses. Vote for the police station. Under this virtuous circle, it is impossible for the League of Goddesses not to be popular. Definitely. The month-to-month reduction in New York's crime rate does have Gwen's credit, and not small. Gwen has nothing to do when she goes to school and after school, and she will shoot if she sees a crime. And she's like a catalyst for crime when she goes solo. What's the meaning? She can always meet crime when alone, then solve it. But throughout the sprawling city of New York, the amount of Gwen's help compared to the amount accumulated by the city police, maybe only a little bit. But Gwen's deterrence is much more effective than the New York police. So this is the root cause of the decrease in crime rate. Deterrence. The NIPT probably found out as well. That's why I secretly favored the League of Goddesses. Then this situation was created. All the citizens love League of Goddesses, but I don't like male superheroes. It also said that the female superhero has low destructive power, but it's actually a sign. You said Wanda has low destructive power? Are you capable of letting the Chitauri civilization come back again? Then Wanda can solve it by himself. No one else is needed at all. So if the destructive power is low, in fact, it is the same as when you see a panda and think it is not a bear, but a cat. So beautiful. Photographed appearance. As for the rest, Suyi is really interested in one thing. allianceofgoddess.com. Is there really such a website? After Suyi looked at the website, he turned around and typed in the web page on the computer beside him. Then click the enter key. Next moment. Really? Once the web page opens, directly 2 pictures occupy the entire web page, and very well made. Scarlet Witch on the left and Miss Spider on the right. Then slide down to the timeline, and all praises to Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider, such as Scarlet Witch how many years what happened pictures or videos. Suyi took a look. Wanda first thing is Sokovia. Most of the photos are the ruins of Sokovia. For videos, there are Wanda videos captured by citizens. Click to see it. The content is that Wanda tore his hands apart. Ultron's robot soldiers were instantly torn apart. Then Wanda saves a lot of people. Suyi looked down again. And Gwen's. But in reality, ordinary people only know Miss Spider. Didn't know Lady Spider was Gwen. There are few snapped pictures, even blurry, and there are very few stories. The only one that was shot clearly, that's when she shows up with Wanda. Interesting. Suyi smiled and closed the web page. This page is definitely not made by ordinary people, or the public, because Suyi only saw positive events on it, and he kept praising the 2 women. But there is absolutely no such thing as Wanda causing accidental injury in order to save Captain America. Then this website is very likely to be made by an organization hidden underground. This will not be an organization that is not good for the 2 women. This can only be an organization that is beneficial to the 2 women. Who? SHIELD. Tighter. At this time, a text message came from Suyi's cell phone. He picked it up and took a look. Or anonymous text messages. Hi Tilda. Have you read the website of the League of Goddesses? You will definitely like it. I made it by working overtime these days. Fury said that the hope of stabilizing people's hearts can only be placed on Wanda and Gwen, so he made his own claims. Also, if you want to reward me, hurry up and buy a yacht. See the last sentence. Suyi's hand that was about to use ability to search just now was also put down. Natasha Romanoff, the speaker. Yes, this site is made by Natasha Romanoff. No wonder the data is so comprehensive, and only good things are said about Wanda and Gwen. It turned out that Fury wanted to re-establish the pillars in the townspeople's hearts. And now with this condition and ability, only Suyi's women, Wanda and Gwen. So Fury could only ask Natasha Romanoff to make this website. Suyi looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Wanda got up and saw that she was going to be pissed. Yes, someone wanted to make Wanda a household name. but Wanda just wants to be a housewife. This is too funny. And Gwen is indifferent because she didn't reveal her true identity. Then it's definitely fine for her to continue being a superhero out of interest. So fun. Suyi shook his head. Then raise your legs again and start touching the fish. At the same time, the void of the universe. It's a gray area here. Its body is the head of an ancient group of gods, and there are many high-value treasures in the head, even though it has been under constant development for an unknown number of years. But using the power of ordinary creatures in the universe to develop the head of the Damshan group is obviously a manifestation of overreaching. So there are still plenty of high-value resources here. This is one of the reasons Collector has been here. High-value items will be produced constantly here. But today, there are 10 terrifying mechanical behemoths descending on the outskirts of the void. Their 10 single eyes gaze out into nothingness. The mechanical parts that are constantly running inside seem to be scanning the void. Come out, come out. There are 10 more big eyes in the sky. What kind of monsters are they? Scary. Creatures of the void start to panic when they see them. Allows you to look up and see 10 huge amounts of mechanical eyes. And it's one-eyed. Are you panicking? Every eye here has at least a few hundred meters file size. You get a sense of giant fear just by looking at it. But between them, these 10,000 meter mechanical titans are also communicating. Arsenal, what is the capital here? The value is huge. Transporting it back can make all the veterans of the planet Cybertron upgrade their bodies again. Then why is hesitation? For the creator. What about life on the planet? The creator does not allow us to kill as usual. Build a big spaceship on the spot, stuff it all in and throw it away. This is our Cybertron. Agreed. For the creator. For Cybertron. Agreed. For the creator. Philly and Botan. So with the unanimous consent of the 10 elders, the elders began to open their own in stock asking for flowers. Then countless robots and their descendants Shapeshifting King Kong flew towards the void. At the same time, a partial production model originally started rubbing the spaceship by hand. It eats the metal accumulated in its body and then smelts it. Then the mechanical arm in the body starts to build. After a while, I don't know how long it has been, after splicing piece by piece, a spherical spaceship is created. At the same time on the land of nothingness, masses of robots with offspring Shapeshifting King Kong have landed. They hold heavy artillery and laser weapons in their hands. Then walk down the street and use all the information terminals that occupy here. Finally started to announce Cybertron civilization will recycle all the resources here, and the creator allows you to leave this place safely and find a new home together. Then repeat it 2, 3, 4 times. At the moment the people of the void are terrified. Someone is hiding here and looking out. And the 30-50 meter high robot and the 15-20 meter high Shapeshifting King Kong are really scary. The talent here is less than 2 meters, and the machinery outside is more than 10 times that of them. Even if you are on the 10th floor, but when some robots walk by, you and they actually look at each other. Can you imagine this kind of picture? Are you touched? And after seeing these, the people here also started discussing immediately. What should we do? Should we go out? Will we die? The kiosk said it would let us leave safely. The outside is full of robots. They are not living things. They are all machines. What kind of creatures are they? Their weapons are so big. The diameter of the muzzle is almost half a meter. 0. The crowd had a great discussion, and their discussion also attracted passing Shapeshifting King Kong. A black Shapeshifting King Kong offspring stopped at the hearing. Then come to the outside of this house. The people who discussed at the moment are all on the 5th floor. And it goes there. The humanized mechanical face and eyes just happened to be seen from the window on the 5th floor. At the same time it also began to speak. I am Odin, the 4th descendant of the Shapeshifting King Kong molten fire veteran. You can rest assured to come out and board the boat, as long as you don't resist. The creator does not allow us to take the initiative to kill. Its mechanical sound scared the people inside to pee. The people inside were still discussing it just now. As a result, as soon as he turned his head, a 2-meter large mechanical face appeared nearby. Probably equivalent to a mechanical face the size of a large iron door. Then you say that whoever sees it is not afraid. And the Shapeshifting King Kong is right here waiting for their answer. After half a sound, a more courageous one finally began to answer. Who is your creator that really does no harm to us? After hearing a reply, the shapeshifting of King Kong's humanized face also began to speak. The creator is the absolute lord of all shapeshifting Vagerers, and any shapeshifting Kong must be absolutely loyal to the creator. Insufficient loyalty is absolute disloyalty. So we will strictly implement the creator's instructions, and on the premise that you don't resist. The creator does not allow the shapeshifting King Kong to kill, but the premise is that there is no resistance. This time shapeshifting King Kong answered a lot, but the meaning is clear. What I say is true, don't force me to do it. As soon as these words came out, the people inside look at me, and I look at you. Finally someone tried to speak. Okay, let's go out. But we have to bring some things from home. Here. Shapeshifting King Kong steps back. The face also left the window and said, whatever, the spaceship is very big, but it is not allowed to carry more than twice its own file size. After saying this last sentence, the offspring of Shapeshifting King Kong left in the sky. Anyway, the report has been completed. If not come out, The intelligent robots behind will force these people out. If you encounter resistance, then it will be eliminated directly. But the good news is, after the first group of people left with valuables, those waiting in the house watched the group board the spaceship and leave. So more and more people came out one after another and left by spaceship. After about a few hours, most of the ordinary creatures in the void have been transferred successfully. But some groups don't do that, although they are few in number. They occupy most of the property here, so you want them to go? You are impossible. And at the moment, the shape-shifting King Kong broke the sky just now, and brought dozens of shape-shifting Jinha groups outskirts to make the final announcement. I am, tilde. The sky-shattering words are not finished yet. The group territory launched an attack directly. But this attack has yet to hit the shape-shifting King Kong. Boom tilde. Immediately, he was stopped by a nearby shape-shifting King Kong with an eye attachment mechanism with a weapon in his hand. Clang tilde. For other shape-shifting King Kong see here. Their faces open and close, all turned into armor. Vigorous resistance detected. All shape-shifting King Kong. 100. Take away the head of the Tenjin group. Check in multiple times. Silver Superman template. Wait until the smoke clears. The territory of the M Grand group has been pacified. Dozens of 15-meter-high shape-shifting King Kong descendants are out looking for other armed rebels in the territory. Once found, it will be eliminated immediately. But if you hand over your gun, you don't have to kill. After a while, all armed forces in the territory of the M Grand group were surrendered. The leader of the territory was taken to the square where many shape-shifting King Kongs were, and knelt down. After a plop, a leader with a group as a backer is domineering. He directly asked the shape-shifting King Kongs, "Who is behind you?" There are countless galaxies in the mineral business division of the M Grand group. If you occupy this place, you are declaring war on all mining groups. Aren't you afraid of group wars? Hear the leader's words. Some shape-shifting King Kongs laughed. Also some shape-shifting King Kong came over and explained, "We come from the planet Cybertron created by the creator. We are called shape-shifting King Kong, and we are not afraid of war. The resources of the universe have no owner, and whoever is strong will own it." Finished. What else does the leader of the territory want to say? But the shape-shifting King Kong waved. "Take away. Just let the robot come in and take him away. The elders just sent people away, whether you are good or bad, whether you want to or not. Anyway, put it in the spaceship, then just throw it into the universe. It's that simple." 2 hours later, almost all creatures in the void have been transferred. But there is one exception. That is Collector. He hid in his own room with space folding and did not go out. He can't go out either. His babies are all here. How could he be powerful? And among these treasures, there is a collector's most precious treasure. That is, reality gem. So he can't run with these. He can only hide and wait for the opportunity. But May 17th made him immediately dumbfounded. After basically everyone was sent away, the 10 elders outside the void looked at it and issued the last order. Ship back to Cybertron. So in the blinded eyes of Collector, the void was dragged away. The shape-shifting King Kong veterans captured the void directly with a gravitational repulsion controller, then drag it all away in one go, pack it up and go back to Cybertron. So Collector watched himself and the void gradually leave in an unscientific stability, then speed away. His only point of reference is the elders who haven't left yet, because some veterans are going to other places to continue looking for resources, and the land of nothingness will be packed and taken away first. But Collector didn't react until now. "I'm going to planet Cybertron." Collector was desperate at first. Then look at the Chan-like shape-shifting Vajra veteran on the outskirts of the void. He is another kind of huge amounts of surprises filled his heart. The planet Cybertron is the home of the shape-shifting King Kong. "I'm going there." For collectors, maybe death is terrible, but being able to see the things you cherish the most is just as important. And the shape-shifting King Kong that has never appeared in the universe, and the legendary Cybertron is definitely one of them. What kind of environment is it that the group line came into existence like this? This question is always on the mind of Collector. At the same time, the time on Earth has come to 5 p.m. Suyi appeared outside the door on time. At the same time, I said silently in my heart, "Punch in." Ding tilde. Opened successfully. Check out last week's check-in rewards. From last Monday, I haven't looked at the check-in rewards behind Suyi. That is to say, there are exactly 7 rewards from last Monday to this Monday. Now Suyi watches for a whole week at once. Acquire. Is the still room available? Full set of comics X1. Obtain. Small universe home X1. Get. Yubo cosplay full set photo X1. Get. Cyberpunk 2077 super yacht X1. Get crit. Silver Superman template X1. Obtain critical strike. Huang Dine Aging X1. Obtain, Thought Stamp, Love Version, X1. His tilde. Regardless of what is opened. Suyi glanced at the reward, and took a breath before speaking. Then he snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. Next moment, Suyi appeared on a deserted beach. Then check out the rewards. But before checking it out, Suyi was also a little fascinated by this critical attack. So lucky today? He looked at all his reward panels. Then he saw a place that he had forgotten to pay attention to before. Achievement. Goddess Knight. Su-yi understood now. It turned out that this thing added a weak check-in reward to him. Don't underestimate this slight improvement. This is very noticeable over time. And now he has more than one achievement. He now has 3 achievements. Spider Knight, Witch Knight plus the recently acquired Goddess Knight. 3 faint levels were added. How can I say that there is a slight improvement? And this is probably the reason for the 2 critical strikes. The next thing to do is to look at the bonus time, old rules, or look in order first. First the manga. Su-yi took out a comic and scanned it. Well, it's not bad. The style of painting is very astringent. But comics don't matter right now, so Su-yi took it back. Then check out the second reward. Su-yi looked at the introduction of Small Universe Home. This is a bit interesting. Small Universe Home. This is the entrance to a small universe as beautiful as an idyllic poem. You can freely control the location, file size, and shape of the small universe entrance. You can also put the whole home or half of the home in it, and you can take it away at any time and carry it with you, but the appearance does not change at all. See this introduction. So you remembered a hidden function of Soul Gem. Yes, Soul Gem also has a hidden function. That is, the Soul Gem is also the key to a small universe entrance. When you hold the Soul Gem, and very proficient in space magic words, then you can open this portal. But now Su-yi doesn't need this. He was originally bound to himself. In a moment, Su-yi can do whatever he wants with this entrance. Seeing is worse than doing. Su-yi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. Next moment, a crack appeared in front of Su-yi. He went in and took a look. It's too big inside. There are mountains, grasslands, green plants, rivers, waterfalls, flowers and trees. Really idyllic beauty. Very good. Su-yi is very satisfied with this place, and the main reason is you can be home here. Su-yi can expand the entrance. Then put half of your own house into this miniature universe. After you open the door, half of the living room to the master bedroom are normal homes. No changes. But the other half of the living room is this natural place outside. The dividing line of the entrance of the small universe. It's the other wall of the living room. Su-yi walked out very satisfied. Then wave. The entrance to the small universe is enclosed. Nice one. After putting away the small universe, Su-yi then checked the third check-in reward. Full set photo of Yubo cosplay. Su-yi took it out and looked through it. This is actually a coser with a full posture. Not bad. But it doesn't matter either. Su-yi put away the photos. Check out the fourth reward now. Cyberpunk 2077 Super Yacht. 188 meters in total length, extremely sci-fi shape, extremely avant-garde appearance, full set of living facilities inside, and ocean travel around the world. This is just a basic introduction. Following Su-yi's introduction of the yacht, he scrolled down. He also saw yacht power, battery life, installations, facilities, technology and so on. There are 3 floors in this yacht. The uppermost level near the bow is the intelligent wheelhouse. Near the stern are the 3 master bedrooms. There are generally many guest rooms on the second floor. The other half is the fitness area and rest area and so on. And the first floor is almost all entertainment circles. This yacht is very large, nearly the length of 2 football fields. And the total internal square meter is bigger. It's a super yacht. That's right. Then we can take Gwen, Wanda, little Hela and the others out to sea with this yacht. One of Su-yi's men coughed and coughed a lot. Forget it. It's just a special party where he is the only man. Cough cough cough. So the yacht is also good. Very good. But the yacht Su-yi was not released because it's too big. Take Wanda and Gwen to see it then. Then came the 5th reward. Silver Superman template. Ignore the law of cause and effect. Treat kryptonite as a snack. Have unlimited power. Pull the galaxy with bare hands. Blow out fixed star with exhalation. Ignore most physical and magical attacks. Silver Superman. Many people will call him Bai and Dacha. His overall power has reached multiple and beyond, but it depends on how you want to use it. In ignoring the laws of cause and effect. Once Su-yi has this template, he will become an unchanging core law alone. What's the meaning? It means that even if someone traveled to more than 10 years ago, he even wanted to kill Su-yi a year ago. Feel sorry. That didn't work either. Once there is a silver super template, no matter when Su-yi is at his strongest state at the moment, let alone whether you can beat it, even if you beat it, then kill Su-yi at that time. But the current Su-yi will still not be affected in any way. This is ignoring the law of cause and effect. Really not bad. Su-yi felt the changes in his body. The silver super template can be said to complement all of Su-yi's shortcomings. This template is a set. Su-yi is really about to become an omnipotent existence. Then he turned around. Face yourself to the sun. Su-yi could also feel it. As long as yourself, under the sun's rays, he will never die. There will be no day when the power runs out. This coupled with Phoenix Force's regeneration ability. How did you let Su-yi die? In previous comics, there are times when Superman is locked into a universe without fixed star and nearly starves to death. But this will not happen to Su-yi. He has almost no shortcomings. The law of cause and effect has been completed. Very good. Su-yi stretched himself. Move on to the 6th reward. Huang Dai Neijing. Huang Daiyu. His tilde. After reading the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Su-yi is a little happier than getting the Silver Superman template, because it is written in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Practicing this will benefit both parties, and both will grow. At the same time, It will make the other party more loyal to you. Subtly make the object more dependent on you. These are all okay for Suyi, but the best of them all, both parties will be happier. He can also unlock more tricks. That's great too. Can. Suyi closed his eyes and absorbed all the knowledge in the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine. For now, Suyi had already put it at the same value as the Silver Superman. These are all good things. Then comes the last reward. Thought stamp. Love version. Suyi refer to the introduction of this thing. Its explanation is, after using it on a creature, she will be subtly affected in spirit, body and soul, and gradually become forever, absolutely and infinitely loyal to you. This is kind of interesting. So you looked at this thing. It directly changes the whole of the target. Let the absoluteness of the goal slowly change towards the stamped content through time. And the content of this steel seal is the love version. Absolute loyalty. Die hard. Although this thing is a bit too forced, but I have to say, it works. If you have a goal, you don't want to waste time cultivating it, and you don't want to work hard to maintain it, then you use this stencil. Nothing to worry about. Good. So Yi put away the stencil. This thing is definitely not necessary for Wanda, Gwen, and little Hela. It's a waste to use them. Unnecessary. Who is it for? So Yi thought for a while, and then gave an uncertain answer, but saved that for now. After viewing the rewards, Tilda. So Yi let out a long breath. Then he snapped his fingers. Snap Tilda. Teleport back to your own northern mansion. As soon as you enter the door, he just bumped into Wanda, who was about to go out. You're back? Then let's go shopping and cook dinner together. Wanda invited Suyi to go grocery shopping together, but Suyi thought about it, and smiled slightly. Go tonight, I'll wait for you at home. Wanda's expression suddenly became puzzled, but seeing Suyi's smile, she knew that Suyi should have something to do. Immediately, Wanda was a little scared. I haven't had dinner yet. It can be seen from this. Wanda is terrified. Suyi smiled helplessly, then pushed Wanda into the elevator and said, you'll know when you come back. Let's go. Wang 1.8 entered the elevator. She could only watch as the elevator closed, and she went to buy groceries first. There is a shopping mall near the north building. It takes Wanda no more than 30 minutes to buy a dish. But this is for Suyi. Definitely enough to remodel a room. Parter. Suyi entered the door and exited the entrance. I saw Hela playing games on the carpet. Seeing Suyi come back, Hela's body trembled uncontrollably. She remembered the flowering experience last night. I seem to have become a milk bottle, specially packed with pure milk. And when Suyi came to little Hela's side, he pushed little Hela's crotch with his foot. Give up some position, and the oblique pattern of your left capsule and your back will change in the future. Changed? Hela didn't understand. Are you going to fill in the furniture? When thinking of furniture, Hela thought of game consoles. Then she immediately excitedly said, or add a computer. I still want to play PC games. I'll talk about that later. Suyi waved his hand. He let little Hela move a little bit first. Then put away all the furniture against the wall. Then under the watchful eye of Hela, snap your fingers. Snap Tilda. The crack at the entrance of the small universe suddenly opened in front of Suyi. Wow Tilda. See here. Little Hela immediately threw away the game arm and ran over. She looked at the crack beside Suyi and asked in surprise. What's this? Entrance to the small universe. Small universe entrance? Little Hela raised her eyebrows in shock. She thought about what the concept of a small universe might be. It means you have an independent space of the 9 realms. Suyi thought about it. It was a bit similar, but not the same. But then he wants the small universe entrance to be a wall. So Suyi waved his hand and said, just watch from the side, and you'll know later. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.